It's Good Morning Borrowdale, twice backed by Jack Chantry and Paul Baldwin. Borrowdale as well to the Glamorgan team lends the field by captain Sam Davies. And Good Morning Borrowdale as well to the two not-out batters from Middlesex, Ryan Higgins and Tom Helm.
Hello, this is BBC Sport online from Sapphire Gardens, where we're about to start the third day's play between Glamorgan and Middlesex, and the visitors strongly placed at 303 for 6. That's already 120 ahead of Glamorgan on first innings. Ryan Higgins is on 53. Tom Helm is on 3. I'm Nick Webb from BBC Wales. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London is alongside me, and Gareth Griffiths of BBC Wales will be our third commentator today. Welcome along wherever you're listening, watching or whatever. It is a glorious one in the centre of Cardiff. And let's hope the crowd grows during the course of the day, because it certainly is going to be very pleasant viewing conditions here at Sapphire Gardens. The scoreboard makes pleasant viewing for Middlesex at the moment, as Jamie McIlroy is throwing a few practice deliveries at the River Taff end. The City Hall clock in the far distance chimes the hour, and we are ready to go. So here comes McIlroy, bowling to Higgins on 53 not out and getting a run off the first ball of the day as he turns it out to square leg for a single, 304 for 6. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Very well, thank you. You were keeping an eye on the boxing last night?
It was quite the epic battle, that, wasn't it? You haven't seen, you didn't watch it, but you've seen and heard about it all. Yeah, it was quite a bruising encounter. Today could be for our two counties here in action. There's a bit of work to do, isn't there? 120 is the lead. They need to wrap up these 4 wickets quickly. Glamorgan under blue skies.
Won't be much help from the conditions today as McIlroy bows to Helm, who pushes out on the offside. If you're wondering about Tom Helm being at the crease with 6 wickets down, he was the second night watchman employed by Middlesex last night, because the first one, Ethan Bamber, got run out at the non-striker's end very shortly after he'd run off the field for what we presume was a contact lens problem. Ran back on and got run out straight away. Amusing as long as you're not Ethan Bamber. As that next delivery is defended by Helm out on the offside. A little bit of breeze you may be able to hear on the effects microphone already. Glamorgan contained well for most of yesterday, but Middlesex were always on top. I think it's fair to say, Kev.
I think so. I mean, I think Glamorgan can be really, really happy with that run rate of 3. The only thing that they'd probably be a little disappointed with in this match is 183 really in that first innings. It should have been a few more.
As McIlroy is in, bowls and Helm plays it down. I was going to say pass slip, but a diving intervention by Marnus Labuschagne, Glamorgan's Australian, playing in his first county match of the season, and he stopped any run being taken. So there are decent batters to come, Kevin.
Well, they've almost reversed to the bottom half of the order, haven't they, with Bamber, Helm, and now you've got Jack Davies, who opened for Middlesex against Hampshire a couple of years back when he made his debut. Luke Holman, outstanding middle order batter. And Toby Rowland-Jones needs little introduction, does he?
McIlroy bowls and Helm gets his first runs of the morning, turning away nicely down towards backward square, and they're through for 2 by the time Fine Leg has run round and done the fielding. 306 for 6. In terms of bonus points, we are now in the 102nd over, so after this ball there are 8 more overs in which to get bonus points, and Middlesex will have their eyes on 350 as a realistic target.
Yes, exactly. I mean, and just going back to the 183.
As McIlroy is in and bowls to Helm, who'll get another single down to Fine Leg. Single taken. Gorvin does the fielding in front of the members, and the cricket school away to our left. 307 for 6-4 off the first over.
As we sit here now, 3 shouldering arms. Well, that's, even if you're being relatively modest in your generosity, 75 runs, 75 runs, those 3 wickets maybe. That's 250, 260 on the board, and then there'll be a couple of others who'll be disappointed with their shots. So, all of a sudden you're looking at, let's say they were probably 100 light in the first innings, weren't they? So that's 280 plays 307 for 6, where we think, they bowled pretty well, and bowled with a very good economy. So it's a game that really could have got away from Glamorgan. It hasn't, but obviously, yes, you would much prefer being in Middlesex's position.
Yep, looking to push on, get batting points, and then establish a decent lead, and maybe get bowling again by mid-afternoon if they have the opportunity. Of course, they may be bowled out before then.
Gorvin from the Cathedral Road end has a slip, a backward pointer cover, a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and long leg, and his right arm over the wicket. Bowls just full of a length to the right-handed Helm. He pushes away into the offside and there's no run. Helm is a pretty good bat. I don't know if you saw much of that when he was with Glamorgan, but he's always had the potential to be quite a Roland Jones, because Roland Jones's ferocity with the bat is something quite almost unique, isn't it? But here's Gorvin to Helm, who's forward, dabbing into the offside and there's no run.
Tom Helm had a top score of 17 and an average of 8 for Glamorgan, so we didn't really see this in the Glamorgan colours.
But yeah, he's a fine bat. He's a brilliant cricketer. He's had a good game, 4 for 44, and when it does come the time for Glamorgan to begin their second innings, he's going to have to be wary of Helm. You'd imagine he'll take that new ball after his performance in the first. Dig. But bat in hand first for Helm as Gorvin's in, bowls, and that's crunched on a drive only as far as cover. It's a tightly knit offside field, which reflects slightly the pace of Gorvin, but Gorvin clearly is going to have the ability and potential to refine his skills. We made the kind of Mercer comparison, didn't we? In terms of pace, Mercer really only came to the fore at the age of 27 at Middlesex. We moved across from Surrey as Gorvin's in, bowls an in-dipper and bowls him, and there you go. That's almost the perfect example of what we were talking about. Put it on a line, put it on a length, see if you can find a little bit of movement. Just stick there, a metronome on the top of off. He gets that one to dip back in, and Helm's bowled for 6, 307 for 7.
Well, Helm did his job surviving overnight, but that one did come back in and went through the gate, hit the top of the off stump. As you say, not a huge amount of bounce, maybe it was 3/4 the way up off stump, but Gorvin getting a reward for his persistence. 1 for 34 he has now, 5 for 40, his career best in the last match. And that actually did move significantly, seeing the shot from behind the wicket off the pitch. So well bowled, Andy Gorvin.
Precisely. I mean, it was almost Mercer-esque, wasn't it? It's the holds its line, holds its line, holds its line, dips one back in. Mercer for the majority of his career, that stock ball swinging it away. But no, outstanding that from Gorvin. That would have accounted for a lot of top order batters, Nick, in my opinion, especially this early in the play on the third day. So here comes Jack Davies at last.
At 9.
Yes. Yeah.
A very good morning to Ricky Morgan, who is listening to us while running the Cardiff Bay 10K. Well, that's dedication to following your side. He'd appreciate a mention on the stream as he plods around, so he says, and he's hoping to make it to Sapphire Gardens later. Go, Ricky. Thanks very much indeed for tweeting us while running. Nick Webb 2017, Kevin Hand Sport.
That's not a bad effort, that, is it?
Liam on Twitter says, can it rain? No, it won't. Not today. from a Welsh point of view. Lee Jones said, hard to believe that batting lineup only managed such a small total. Another massive third innings from the boys coming up, so he's optimistic about Glamorgan's chances of saving this game.
Yeah, that's the thing, Middlesex have got their work cut out here because it's a very good batting lineup, and there's absentees in this bowling lineup, and that's why that run rate, which now dips to 2.99, Nick, with the wickets in that last ball. He's on for a wicket maiden here, isn't he, Gordon, as he bowls to Davies? A lot of credit's got to go to the way Glamorgan have bowled. Gorvin is in. He's got a short mid-off in place in front. Oh, Davies has a dabble on the back foot, goes back and across, but leaves alone in the end. Through it goes.
Talking to James Harris last night, he said the pitch isn't really providing edges that carry through to keeper and slips, hence the need to bowl straighter than usual, and his also variations where he bowled a fair degree of short balls, getting one success.
Here comes the bowler again, Gorvin, and Davies defends, and it's pushed back to Labuschagne, who then underarms at the stumps, but he was fine there, Davies. And it is a wicket maiden for young Mr. Gorvin. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 34. He looks to me as though he could be a very useful and reliable bowler for Glamorgan, Gorvin. Middlesex 307 for 7. And I'm not just saying that because his dad messaged me yesterday.
Morning, Dave. Yes, Andy Gorvin turned 27 during the week. One of a number of Glamorgan birthday boys, along with Kieran Carlson turning 26 and James Harris turning 34. Here is McIlroy then, from the River Taff end, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Higgins down the ground. Hasn't beaten mid-off, but was wide enough of northeast to be able to take a comfortable single. Higgins moves to 55. He's now faced 84 deliveries. He did go off at a runner ball for the first 30-odd, but Glamorgan got the brakes on in the evening session. We had, in case you were following us for the majority of the day, we did have an hour in the evening during which Middlesex only added a further 22 runs and lost a couple of wickets. So that was to Glamorgan's advantage, as short sessions after rain breaks so often are, with the batters losing a little bit of concentration and maybe the conditions not being so favourable. McIlroy in, down leg side. Davies makes no contact. Through to Chris Cook, who was feeling his hip a little yesterday. They did bring over Henry Hurl from a South Wales Premier League game as cover, but in the end he wasn't needed. And Cook continued as the pain eased a little, and he got a bit of a break. Here's McIlroy, left arm over, bowls outside off stump this time. Through it goes to Cook. Graham Smith messages, yes, the forecast does look okay today. It's as okay as it's looked this season on the BBC forecast. 21, 22 degrees and sunny all day. Martin Trombone has a request. Please ask Kevin not to say almost unique, but he's enjoying the commentary. McIlroy bowls. Davies is leaving that one outside off stump. And hoping for a Glamorgan comeback is Martin. Consider yourself reprimanded, young Mr. Hand.
What was I talking about?
I'm not sure. I didn't pick it up because
it's
actually one that does annoy me slightly, but it can't.
Well, maybe that's why he's saying it, because he knows it annoys you, so he's warning me not to say it. I don't even remember saying it at the reference.
As that is defended by Davies out on the Davies out on the offside, and there's no run as Carlson fields.
What could we have possibly have been talking about? The almost unique, say it unique. The
almost unique supply of cakes from next door on the county circuit.
Yes.
From Sandra's kitchen. 308 for 7 Middlesex. 125 runs in the lead. Last ball of McIlroy's over. As forward comes Davies and drives up to mid-off. and there is no run. So a quiet over, just a single off the first ball. Quiet day maybe in the stands, certainly room for a few more here at Sophia Gardens. Let's hope it fills up, but those who are here are certainly soaking up the sunshine in these early stages, as umpire Baldwin is having a little chat with Marnus Labuschagne, who is not backwards in coming forwards in his views on the field as Marnus, so maybe Mr. Baldwin just telling him to rein it in if he has been chopsy at all.
Well, here goes Garvin with a slip, and the only catcher really. Down the track comes Higgins, gets an inside edge on that one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, the only catcher really is slip, but Marnus Labuschagne, that short extra cover is there for as much a mistimed drive, I'd suggest, as a position to block the runs, to prevent the runs.
It's something we've seen in every match this season at Sophia Gardens, with players on the drive catching rather than in the slips lurking behind.
Well, yes. I mean, that was certainly the Kookaburra rounds, wasn't it? As this ball's worked to mid-wicket by Higgins, no run. Yeah,
there was mixed fortunes with club cricket and the weather yesterday in South Wales. Some places escaped the rain, others did not. In the South Wales Premier League, I'll give you the results after this delivery from Gorvin.
Sets off now from the Cathedral Road end. Keeper stands up, and back foot punch from Higgins might pick up 4. Oh, that's a good tumbling stop out of the boundary. Upset Carlson down there, who rolls to his left, picks himself up, throws in. It's certainly got the feel of Carlson in terms of his energy. Have I called him correctly? I think.
Yes, I think so. Pontedillis beat Ammanford by 16 runs. 204 plays 182 for 8. Slightly revised target there. Newport and Bridgend and Newport was abandoned.
This is on a length and punched into the onside, fielded at mid-on, on-handed drive on the back foot really from Higgins on that one.
The local derby at Cardiff going down to St Fagans, near neighbours, by 9 wickets, a slightly DLS affected game. Neath and Penturk was abandoned very early on, and Swansea against Usk was also abandoned.
Corvin in bowls, in swinger. Once again, Higgins easy to the offside, and there's no run. He's getting some movement out there.
They'd got into the second innings of the match at St Helens, but didn't bowl enough to constitute a game. And notice several Glamorgan players in action. The Swansea Usk match produced the scorecard entry: Dan Douthwaite caught by Will Smale off the bowling of Billy Root. Ooh. So 3 Glamorgan staffers involved in 1 dismissal there.
Gorvin to Higgins, bowls, and this has worked away through mid-wicket just fine. Of the fielder, there's a sweeper at deep, which is Ul Hassan coming around and holds them to just the 1.
And I noticed Harry Podmore was involved in the Premier League yesterday as well. He's back fit again to give Glamorgan bowling options, but you have to say the principal returnee to fitness, Tim van der Hoogten, and he bowled very well for in the second 11 game this last week, and we all anticipate that he will be in the squad at Leicester on Friday. And we will see whether Glamorgan change their overseas strategy. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought back Mir Hamza and maybe rested Colin Ingram, a genuine rested rather than a diplomatic one ahead of the T20, which will be quite hectic. 311 for 7, 5 overs to go of bonus points as McIlroy bowls, driven into the offside by Higgins, no run, and now 39 required in 4.5. It's getting a little steep for the third batting point.
Well, it is. I was just about to raise that point with you when you'd gone through the other issues there. They slowed up, didn't they, yesterday, Middlesex? Well, you can see it in the run rate. They were up to 3.5. They're down below 3 now. Batting for the match rather than the bonus points by the looks of it at the moment.
McIlroy in, bowls, and forward comes Higgins. Defending to mid-off, the ball just dribbling gently up to some northeast. Yes, the wicket has been a little bit up and down, hasn't it? The bowlers have on occasion managed to get a little bit of lift, but it has been keeping a fraction low on occasion. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
There's McIlroy, left arm, medium fast, is into bowl, and that's run down by Higgins towards third man. There is a third man, Zain ul Hassan. They must know Edward Bevan is in the ground because they posted a third man straight away. 312 for 7.
Is it almost unique to post a third man? See if I can irritate both you and Nick and you and Ed in one sentence. Probably not unique from me at all. What would be the reason to slow at the moment for Middlesex? To be worried about. Well, 129 ahead. Maybe they do. Maybe they look at it and say, "Look, Labuschagne, Ingram. We need to think about the match here and not the bonus points."
McIlroy bowls. Davies drives into the offside, and Carlson fields.
Because you do usually see a side, especially in the ascendancy as they are now, Nick. You'd usually see a side go for it. Say, well, we're 129 ahead. Let's say we're all out for 349. This is their thinking. We're all out for 349. Well, that's another 37 runs, which means we're the best part of 160 ahead. We had a go. We didn't quite get there, but the match position is still pretty strong. But
McIlroy in, bowls. Davies, digs that one out rather. Maybe keeping a little bit low.
It has the feel as though they're thinking more about. I don't want to just put it solely on Labuschagne and Ingram. I've seen what North East did earlier this season, but yeah, they're thinking match situation, thinking, oh look, hold on, let's not get carried away about one bonus point and throw away 2 wickets trying to get to it. Let's think about the match situation and get 200 ahead, 220, 230, and
But are they going more likely to do that by playing more cautiously? Well, we shall see over the next couple of hours as McIlroy is on his way. Bowls a short delivery that's hooked around and well stopped at deep square. Davies is off the mark with a single, and a good diving stop from Andy Gorvin to prevent that one going through for 4 runs as he and Zain ul Hassan converged on it. It was a nicely controlled hook from Davies. So get used to pronouncing his name in the wholly unnatural way for a Welsh commentator.
I'm resisting saying it, but anyway. Uniquely named.
His great uncle certainly wouldn't have pronounced it Davies.
I'm assuming Middlesex aren't pulling my leg, but that was always because I used to say Davies. Davies. Okay, fine, Davies. It's Gorvin.
Any member of the Davis/Davies family who's listening, please confirm this.
The Middlesex office will be on us if we're saying it wrong, don't worry. Here's Gorvin moving away, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Davies, and no run.
Looks to be keeping a touch low, a touch more often than it did yesterday. No, I don't know whether this is something the sun will change or the application of a heavy roller that we expect at the interval.
Davies forward to Gorvin, pushes back up the track, a solid defence again. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket and slip catching.
Glorious sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens. It's bad fortune for those cricketers who saw their weekly activity shortened or wiped out yesterday in the area. That it's probably the only spell of bad weather over the course of the 4 days.
Gorvin bowls and stands up nice and tall to that one, doesn't he? Davies to stroke it back to McIlroy at mid-off.
Looks like they could be heading to a conclusion today either way at Hove. Sussex are 200 for 8 in their second innings against Yorkshire. That is 155 runs ahead. Tom Alsop is holding them together on 79 not out. 3 wickets each for Code and Thompson.
Wins around the wicket now to Davies, who gets across and into line with that one, pushing defensively to short extra cover. And another dot ball. And sorry, go on, Nick.
Sussex being Middlesex's next opponents, of course. So they'll might get a day off, extra win or lose. Up at Grace Road, where Glamorgan head next, Leicestershire 160 for 5. Rishi Patel 75 not out.
Here comes Gorvin bowls and forward goes Davies, pushing back into the offside.
And that's
extra cover. Yeah, something's grabbed your attention there.
In reply to Gloucestershire's, I was just checking that it was indeed a club record. 706 for 6 declared, an all-time record for the glorious Gloucesters. Not as many as Glamorgan scored there a couple of summers ago, of course.
Gorvin round the wicket he bowls, and that's nicely up there again. Good shape on that one. Halfway up off from around the wicket to Davies, who looks back at the track there as if to say, well, I've done well to get bad on that because it was a mischievous ball. That was just, I think, good line of length around the wicket, attacking the off stump, and he had to be careful of any deviation, didn't we? We've seen that in swing to the right hander, which would be a way swing to Davies, so both inside and outside edges in play at the moment, which again is what's slowing Middlesex. 313 for 7. There are 3 overs of the bonus points in play, so 2 more wickets for maximum bonus points for Glamorgan, and the unlikely 37 more runs for a 3rd batting point for Middlesex.
So at Derby, looks like that game's proceeding relatively slowly. Derbyshire 184 for 3 in reply to Northants 422 all out. Brooke Guest made 76. McIlroy just taking a while to organise his field. He can afford to do so because the Glamorgan over 8 is +7 on the board, which is very rare. As McIlroy bowls and beats the outside edge of Higgins' bat. Through it goes to Chris Cook low down. I'm not sure I've ever seen an over 8 reach +7 without a huge contribution from the spinners, which there hasn't been in this innings to any dominating extent. We've had 12 overs of Crane and 19 of Carlson, but the seamers have bowled more. McIlroy in to bowl. Higgins defends it back to the bowler, who flicks it onto the stumps. Now, he got a run out that way last night, Jamie McIlroy, but that occasion the ball was travelling rather more slowly.
Yes. Unfortunate, shall we say.
So
we've both got a tickle. Is it the hay fever? Our throats are tickling today, aren't they? We're both reaching for the mute, aren't we, every now and again?
Oh, it's that time of year. It's been a long block of games. McIlroy bowls and Higgins works on the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, I can feel it in my throat as well, just that kind of scratchiness that you'd associate with hay fever at this point. I'd suggest I went for a big cup of coffee and a chocolate and hazelnut slice, kindly, from Sandra, sent in, which was delicious, absolutely. That was 10 out of 10 again. Does it ever drop below? I mean, we often talk about sports play. You can't always be. Every day can't be a high, so then, when you do have a low, it's fine. You just have a wave, don't you?
McIlroy bowls, and Higgins may get 4 runs. He's played this one down towards third man. There is no third man for the time being. In fact, it's scooped back by the pursuing Crane just inside the ropes. Applause for his effort, and he saves Glamorgan a run. Higgins moves under 62. Middlesex on to 316 for 7. We have 2.2 overs left of the bonus point territory.
Yes, they say in sport you should try and keep a small wave of performance, that, you know, the lows aren't too lows, the highs aren't too high. You know, you keep a level of performance. Sandra's, it's constantly 10 out of 10. Extraordinary.
McIlroy is in to bowl and Davies is forward defending back to him.
Should be the Don Bradman of baking, wouldn't she? Cooking. Although he dropped short, didn't he?
Disgraceful, yes.
Out at the Oval.
Duck on his final match just took him below 100 as an average.
You see, never a drop off from Sandra.
316.
Although I haven't tried the banana bread yet. I'll go and try that one in a minute.
Just for the sake of research.
Yes.
McIlroy is in to bowl. Davies drives to mid-off, and again there's no run. 3 runs, the one scoring shot in the over. 2 to go in the 110, which is where you earn bonus points, and Middlesex, barring extraordinary events, are going to settle for 2 batting bonus points. Glamorgan have 2 bowling bonus points, which means the overall bonus points 5-2 in favour of the visitors.
Oh, good point, well made. Yeah, well, maybe there's that as well. Well, let's not risk giving a point to... There's only a point separating the side coming into this one. Let's not give a point to Glamorgan, chasing one more ourselves. Maybe that was the mindset of Middlesex. Who knows? Who knows? We can pick it to pieces probably at the end of the game. So here comes Galvin, beginning a new over. It's bumped back to him by Higgins. 62 from 98 now for Higgins, who had been pretty aggressive, pretty positive in the play yesterday, I thought.
Yeah, Higgins went off like a train, didn't he? But not quite hitting the buffers, but certainly putting the brakes on in the in that last hour of play last night.
Here's Galvin, hits the crease, bowls, and that's straight away out to deep cover, coming around to a deep extra cover. They have a single. Davies moves on to strike as Higgins moves on to 63, and
Gareth Griffiths will be in to join Kevin after this over, just to give Gareth something exciting to describe the 110th over and the final one for bonus points.
Many thanks to Nick Webb. It's great to work together. We've enjoyed this one. Good couple of days, and so we're a good couple of days to come. That's beautifully timed by Davies off the back foot. Lovely punch that, as he works it through mid-wicket for 4. Galvin around the wicket, which creates the angle. They've got a short mid-wicket there, should Davies err, but away it's punched through that onside for his first boundaries. 5 from 19, 3, 2, 1 for 7. Middlesex now. And 9 balls left with the bonus points in play, but I don't think this is the onslaught, this is the charge. Galvin midway through his 18th over, 142. He bowls and a full defence from Davies into the offside, and there's no run. Good morning, Gareth.
Morning, Kevin. How are you?
I'm all the better for seeing you, sir. It's,
lovely. Thank you for having me today.
Well, no, thank you for coming. It's been far too long.
Yes, it has, yes. Be gentle.
Always.
Looking forward to this.
Always. We've been reminiscing of 20-odd seasons of covering Middlesex and crying for help in the early days from yourself and Ed Bevan and Richard Thomas.
Yes,
lads.
Some great outgrounds we've been talking about. Richmond, Radlett.
When are you going to talk about the great ones? Here's Galvin. He's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's clipped away out to deep square for a single. 3-2-2 for 7. Davies moves on to 6. No, they're lovely, aren't they? Walker's Ground, Southgate used to be a good one, didn't it, Joe? Did you get money there?
I've had one game there, yes. Some fond memories there for Southgate for the Glamorgan chief executive now, I think Dan Cherry at double 100 there. But yes, it's good. But it's good to be back in Cardiff.
Galvin sprints away from the Cathedral Road end. He bowls full straight and he's driven. Mid-on is a tumbling McIlroy. They get through for a single. He's palmed it to mid-off. And the stumps are thrown down. But he was through. All action cricket out in the middle. 3-2-3 for 7. It feels like a Southgate day. I always remember Southgate being sweltering. Right in the middle of the summer, an outground. Middlesex kicked out of Lords off to one of the outgrounds.
Yeah, late July, early August time, maybe around the school holidays when the sort of the festivals were going on. Yes, it was. Yes, it was very good. We should have similar with Swansea and Colwyn Bay. Not so much now. Glamorgan playing out in Neath, a couple of one-dayers later on in the summer. But yes, good days. Good days.
So I think now, because I always remember a game at Southgate and I always hark back to it. It was one of my early days, and you got Jason Gillespie running in from virtually the boundary rope just in front of you, bowling to Shah, and it was a great encounter. Yeah. And I'm always thinking of it because I always remember Cali at that game, Dave Callaghan, or remember Cali at Southgate.
Yes.
But I'm now wondering whether it was Yorkshire or Glamorgan.
Yes, Jamie McElroy comes in, left arm round the wicket, pushed out to cover. Gully, no run there. Middlesex 323 for 7. Lead of 140. Yeah, I think I remember that game. I think I remember.
Maybe because I always remember it as being a Yorkshire match, but maybe it was Glamorgan after all that. Now I think of it.
Jason Gillespie, overseas player, was it around 2008? I think off the top. Yeah, Matthew Maynard bringing him in towards the tail end of his career, but he was a great role model here for the bowlers. As McElroy is in, left arm round the wicket again, out to backward point to Byram, no run.
Yeah, because I say 2005 was my first year, so I'll have to look back through the records now. So did he have one season, 2008?
I'm trying to think if he had it was just
maybe
the one.
It was that match.
Yes, it was. Yeah, there was talk of a second season, I think, but no. I remember Jason Gillespie. He was very economical and he was very diligent. And I remember someone like James Harris was here at the time before he left for Middlesex, and how much he learnt off him in that year. He didn't take many wickets, but he was very economical. I think it was under 2 and over. As McElroy comes in, left arm around the wicket, and they're looking for a quick single out to cover, but there's no one there. Labuschagne very quick in there from short extra. Yeah,
he's good test coach now as well, isn't he?
He is, yes. Yeah, I'm not sure when in his early days when he was sort of with the mullet, whether you would have put him down as a sort of senior pro stroke overseas a test, but he certainly got into that sphere, isn't it? Early days when he was taking all those wickets for Australia during the Ashes series.
Are you suggesting it took a while for him to mature? Well,
no, it's just perhaps it was just an assumption that you made as McElroy comes in again. Higgins tucks it off his hip out to deep square leg for a single. 325 for 7.
Bearing in mind, this is the man who rode his bat like a horse, giddy up when he scored his 200, didn't he, against Bangladesh?
That's right, yeah.
At the end of his career.
Not many fast bowlers can say they had a double 100 at test level, but he was unique in many ways. Yeah, the field just changing here a little bit for Davies, the left-hander. McElroy coming over the wicket. There's a deep square, slip gully, 3 on the offside, saving the 1. As McElroy bowls to Davies. Davies leaves it and he goes and he said LBW. He tried to avoid the ball. He tried to leave it. Big shout, and McElroy's got him LBW without playing a shot. Good bowling there from the Glamorgan fast bowler. 324 for 8. Just watching this now. Yeah, he's tried to leave it. It's just come back in. He's hit him on the back leg.
Yeah, offering no shot.
No, he just
hit outside the line, hasn't it?
It has,
offering no shot.
Yeah, and it's just going to clip the top of off. You think? No hesitation there. Yeah, there's a big break through that because as you said, Davies is. He could have hung around there for a little bit and. Glamorgan, one more ball for the bonus point, one more wicket,
yes.
1 ball left, so they've got one more chance to get that third maximum bowling point as well. So yeah, McElroy under no illusions there that was hitting the top of off, offered no shot, just came back in a little bit, hit him as you say outside the line, but
the one from behind's quite definitive, isn't it? I think there's no doubt that would have clattered the top of off.
Yeah, so Middlesex
decision for umpire Chantry.
Yes,
as ever.
Well, yeah, Middlesex 324 for 8. Got umpire Chantry. That again.
He's my mate, Jack, so I've got
he
nice
is.
He did a few stints. I don't know if he did any stints with you guys. He did a few stints as a.
Well, that's the second time I felt old today. When Nick Webb earlier said that James Harris was 34, and that was a little bit disconcerting. I know. I still think he's that 16, 17-year-old.
I know. It's still always think of James Harris as. Wherever I was in the country, just remember it, being this 16-year-old who's still doing his GCSEs, just taking 5 for Glamorgan, and Everybody being very excited about him. I'm sat at a ground somewhere else around the country hearing about him, and you wait to see him. I think it was quite a while before I actually got to see him. Whether the counties were separated by divisions at that point, I don't know. But
yeah, so there we are. So Luke Holman comes out at 10. Quite low for Luke Holman to come in. We discussed the 2 night watchman who came in yesterday. So Middlesex 3, 24 for 8.
It was the last time Toby Rowland-Jones came in at number 11.
Exactly, yeah. And another left-hander. 6 in his side, that we were saying earlier, in the Middlesex side. And you said there's been more than that in the odd occasion. So, yes, very being a left-hander myself, I do like to see that. But that is good. But he's got 1 ball here to avoid giving Glamorgan a extra bowling point. 324 for 8. Middlesex, 109.5 overs gone. And Glamorgan bringing in the field. They brought in a sort of short leg, but he's short backward square leg, so they're brought in the cover, so they're obviously aware of it. They're going for this extra ball. There's a slip, a gully, but as we said, as Nick mentioned earlier, most of the catchers are actually in front of the wicket, as we've been seeing mostly at Glamorgan this year, as McIlroy comes in looking for this extra bonus point, and Holman pushes forward and pushes past James Harris at short cover, and they'll get 2 runs there. So yeah, Higgins comes through, so that's avoided. Middlesex 326 for 8, and the bowling and batting bonus points are over now.
Yeah, nice try. It's an odd looking card now for Middlesex. It's going to be interesting to see how they go about it from here, because it almost feels as though they're between a rock and a hard place, having not gone for those runs, because they're almost through them anyway. So, you're 24 runs short of it as it comes to it, but you're now 8 wickets down, so should you have gone down? It's one of those, isn't it? You can sit here and say, yes, they should have gone for it, and if they were all out for 349, so be it. I mean, at the rate they're going, they might be all out for 349 anyway.
Yeah, I suppose what Higgins has got, he's not with a genuine 10 and 11 now, is he?
But I think the problem is when you're 8 down, which I get in a roundabout way was where I was going to get to, my usual way. You're two wickets away from the end of the innings now. Whether it's a 10 and 11, or whether it is your 7 and 8, or 8 and 9 as it is, with Holman being the number 8 and Rowland-Jones to come the number 9. Here's Gorvin to Higgins, bowls, and this is clipped away down to long leg for a single. 3-2-7 for 8. So with that, neither of these two, nor Rowland-Jones, can particularly swing the bat, because you've got a proper batter at the other end now. So it's not as though you can farm the strikers, Higgins. You've got proper batters at the other end. Yeah, Higgins would be just as well pushing a single and giving Rowland-Jones the strike when he's out there, saying, well, go on, then you hit it. Yeah, it's a unique situation when you're normally used to batting with the tail, isn't it? Almost unique, yes. Yeah, we'll get something for that, yeah. But Glamorgan, 40 minutes gone in this morning period. They'll be happy, won't they, in terms of a couple of wickets. The run rate's been slow. As you say, it's now down below 3, so they'll be happy with the first 40 minutes. Gorvin bowls. This is left alone outside of the off stump. Oh, that dies through to the keeper. Cook turned his head away in case it kicked up on that bounce towards his chin, towards his face. He wore it on the pad somewhere. Yeah, Chris Cook picked up a little bit of a hip injury yesterday, so that won't be very welcome as it's coming through, doing the long barrier. But he managed to survive the day, I think, didn't he? So, yeah. Here is Gorvin setting off once more. He's in, bowls, and this is pushed away defensively into the offside by Holman. There's no run. Holman desperate to take his chance here with the bat. Bowled nicely with the ball, didn't he? Yes, yeah. Not that he could have bowled nicely with the bat, but he bowled nicely. I just wonder what his mindset will be coming in at 10, because he wouldn't, as I said, you would have been hoping to come in that lower middle order to make an impression, and it's a different situation for him. Yeah. Slipping a short mid-wicket go down. There's a short mid-off as well. And in comes Gorvin. Bowls full outside the off-stump, left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. And, deep. Is it deep backward square? James Harris warming up, long leg. Try and come in and finish this off for Glamorgan. Yeah, potential. Couple of wickets, maybe a fifer. Come in and finish off the tail in an inverted commas. Yeah. His old mate Rowland-Jones to come as well. Yeah, he'd like that, wouldn't he? Mm. Well, Higgins, of course, was the man who left Middlesex, went to Gloucestershire, came back again, and as such it was Harris that was holding that all-rounder role while Higgins was away. Scorvin's in, bowls, and slow ball, I think, onto the pads of Holman. He turns to mid-wicket and there's no run.
He's had a great season with the bat for Middlesex, hasn't he, Higgins, so far?
Well, he's had a great 2 years. Yeah, he's. I mean, where they'd have been last year without him, bearing in mind they were relegated, and his performances were incredible. Could have been a very difficult season without Ryan Higgins. But yeah, the pair of them, Harris and Higgins, were made to wade in that 2016 year because James Franklin was the skipper, the all-rounder role. And then the following season, similarly, Franklin was the all-rounder again. It was at that point that Higgins was off, basically. Galvin's in, bowls, and Holman pushes to silly mid-off, and there's no run. So the all-rounder role was then held by Harris. He was always the fourth seamer. And batting at... He did manage to make it as high as 6 at one point. He managed to push John Simpson down to 7.
I remember, and again in his early days, he was close to his first Championship 100 at Swansea. He was, he was batting at 8. Never, in terms of making that sort of all-rounder sort of position where a bowler who can bat. But speaking of James Harris, now he's at the River Taff end. He's coming on for his first bowl of the day, replacing Jamie McElroy. 3 wickets so far. Bowled well yesterday by all accounts.
Yep.
So yeah, he'll be hoping that he can finish off this Middlesex innings. 3 wickets so far, looking for a fifer. Middlesex 327 for 8, a lead of 144. James Harris will be bowling to Ryan Higgins. No slip, they pulled a third man down. There's a sweeper on the offside, deep square leg. So containment for Ryan Higgins, perhaps not to surprise as he's 66 not out and batting beautifully again. So in comes Harris for his first ball of the morning, and he pushes, and Higgins pushes out onto the leg side just for a single. He initially thought he might have 2, but just a single. 328 for 8. Higgins 67. So left-handed Holman will face. There'll be a change in the field here, a bit more pressure. Colin Ingram is going in at slip. Still persevering with the third man and fine leg. Sweepers come in from the offside, but it's staying out at deep square leg. So Harris staying over the wicket to Holman. He comes in, and Holman leaves it through to Chris Cook. Another one that kept a little bit low. We were talking about the bounce earlier. Noticeable again. Chris Cook taking that on his ankles, struggling to carry there. So just another indication of the pitch at the moment.
Yeah, it's maybe that's again what's been in Middlesex's mind. They want to accumulate, go big in this innings, as big as they can. Not worry about the bonus points. Just stay out there, try and bat once.
Harris comes in, and this time Holman goes back but then pushes forward and pushes out to mid-off. No run. Yeah, we're set fair for 2 days now by the looks of it, isn't it? So that'll be in their minds. There was obviously the thunderstorm from yesterday, so they'll know there's probably, you can never tell, but the forecast says 2 days of cricket left, and a long day today. Extra half hour, so...
Well, yeah. Stop it.
I was just trying to get a rise there, but
yes.
We shall see. No, there's 93.3 overs
Still to be bowled.
Still to be bowled. Harris comes in. This is wide down the leg side. Harris sort of a little bit frustrated by that. Cook takes it on the run. No run.
Potentially 101.3 if Glamorgan really get a move on with the bat and set about Middlesex this evening.
Yes, we can try and predict and see what happens. But yes, the extra time today, so we'll be here till up at 6, 7 o'clock. I don't know.
Is it about breakfast tomorrow?
Yes, possibly.
Well, unfortunately, the spinners are involved in this game, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So yeah, not seen any of this morning yet, but Harris comes in, and Dolman pushes forward, backward point, looking for the run, but well stopped by Carlson there. No run.
Yeah, it's a funny old situation. It really is. For this match position, you've got these 2 recognised batters in the middle, and Roland Jones to come. I guess with this partnership, you've just got to play it properly, play it straight.
Yes.
When Roland Jones gets out to the middle, it will be interesting how they go about it.
Final ball of the over, and it's a short ball from Harris. Dolman thinks about it, but ducks out the way. It's the end of the over. Middlesex 328 for 8.
How best can we surmise it? If Roland Jones gets out to the middle, let's say wicket falls next ball, Roland Jones comes out, they play out a couple of overs, Roland Jones starts to play himself in, the next wicket falls, that's the end of the innings then. And Middlesex have rather gone down without the kind of fight that you'd associate with the wag of a tail, especially when you've got top order batters still there. Or at least one top order batter at the other end. You think, well, he'll push a single and then
I think as you say,
he'll go after it next over.
I think, as they say, they'll just play it. I mean, there are plenty of overs left in the game, so
I don't think they've got much choice now, have they? That's the thing, and that's why you just worry for them that they'll end up going down rather without a fight. And it's not that they've gone down without a fight, but you know what I mean? Without the potential that we always associate at the end of the innings for a team to throw the bat and accumulate a quick 30 or 40 runs with a couple of wickets, and they were a useful 30 or 40, but they're going to do it the slow way.
Yeah, or they just throw
or
throw caution to the wind and just.
But I don't think they will
no,
they? If they've got themselves in a situation now where if you throw caution to the wind now, you say, well, why didn't you do this 10 overs ago? And get that batting point. It's just the way it's played out, but it's an awkward situation, is my point. You can almost see them walking off a little bit limply and disappointedly at the end of this innings.
Was the period last night good Glamorgan bowling, or in terms of keeping it tight? It is.
Ul Hassan is in from the Cathedral Road end, and that's wristily worked for a single by Higgins, just straight of mid-on. A little shuffle to the pitch, and then ensuring he stayed over the top of it, it was almost as though once he'd reached in the position, if you were just to look at the shot that he was playing, it was in the air actually, longer than I thought. It was just past the outstretched hand of Ul Hassan, the end of his follow-through. He was looking to wristily work it wide of mid-on, but that may have even been a leading edge straight of mid-on.
Sign of intent, maybe?
Well, yes. Yeah, I mean, Higgins plays that way, doesn't he? It's just an odd way that this innings is coming to an end. That's, I guess, the best way that I can surmise the situation. Here is Ul Hassan to Holman, and this is left alone outside of the off stump and through to the keeper. But it is cricket, and cricket is the sport more than any that just seems to throw up these situations every now and again, doesn't it? Yeah. Unusual.
Yes, yeah. Didn't see much of him yesterday, Alisson. Didn't see much of him yesterday. Few overs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Here is Alisson in again. Bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing into the offside. There's no run, 2 from 13 for him. No, exactly. And he's a bustling pace, isn't he? He's quicker than Gorvin. Bowled a bit at Lords, didn't he, in that first game of the season? You asked about yesterday that I was going to come back to. Everybody's talked in this match that there's the injuries, the absence of Mir Hamza, and the bowling attack is a bit depleted and the batting is bolstered. If you look at the match, actually, 183 all out was a huge underperformance with the bat. 3 shoulder in arms. Keeping Middlesex at 2.92 is actually an outstanding effort by the bowling attack, as Hamza's in, bowls, and outside the off stump that dies through to the keeper, leaving alone is Holman. So who's overperformed in the match? Would you say they've overperformed? No, but they've done well. They've done their job,
Yeah, I suppose
it's a bit like Roy Keane there. Right?
Yeah,
done the job.
Yes. I suppose
job.
I suppose it's always when you go in with the 2 overseas players as batsmen and you only get 183, then obviously the decision to rest your overseas paceman then comes into it, especially with there is an attack that's perhaps not as penetrative in terms of pace than others that have been this season.
Ul Hassan in, bowls past the edge of Holman, beats the forward defence. That's lovely. A very, very late appeal, belated from Ul Hassan. There was a yelp behind the stump, and Ul Hassan, with a big smile on his face now, has to walk back past umpire board and say sorry, umps.
But I mean, when you've got Ul Hassan bowling like that and Gorvin delivery this morning that accounted for Helm, then they can argue that they feel that they had the pace attack was good enough to sort of compensate for the batsmen that they actually sent.
They've probably been proved right to some extent, haven't they? Well, Hassan in, bowls, and forward goes Holman, pushing, quick single, a collision! And, collision almost between everybody. It was almost the 2 batters and the bowler, all 3 of them at once, ran into each other. This is quite extraordinary. I'm not sure I've seen that before. He pushed it, ran straight into Ul Hassan. He pushed Ul Hassan then into Higgins. Goodness me. I tell you what, you wouldn't want to stand in the way of Luke Holman. He's a big, big lad. And he did. He was not going to be run out there. There was no doubt about it. Ul Hassan, if you're in the way, Let's have a look one more time on the stream at this one. It pushes it straight back at the bowler. The bowler then steps across to field it. He was nowhere near fielding it, and he ended up right in the path of Holman. I tell you what. Oh, goodness me. He had you'd have done that on the streets of Cardiff last night, you'd have been in trouble.
He had nowhere to go, Wilson, and that was probably in slow motion, and he realised he was going to get the collision there, didn't he? He was just there was nowhere he could go.
Yeah.
He couldn't go back on the wicket.
I mean, there was nothing in it from anybody there. Everybody just had to do what they had to do at that moment. And for Luke Holman, there was a chance he'd be run out if he weren't around Al Hassan.
He wasn't. Holman facing James Harris now, and again it was. He's played on. It was short and wide. Holman was looking to push it down to third man. It's a little inside edge, and it's gone on to hit the off stump. The off bail has come off, and James Harris gets his 4th wicket. 3:30 for 9 Middlesex. A lead of 147, and Holman. You can see the despair. He was just trying to play that down. It was a short and wide. It wasn't really anything with the ball, but then he was just trying to push it away, bat away from his body, and it's come from the bottom edge, and it's just gone down into the ground and hit the off stump. And Holman is gone for 3. And the situation now that you were describing, Toby Rowland-Jones is coming in, and we will see to join Ryan Higgins on 68, and we'll see what happens.
It's that rather odd end to the innings that I was kind of fearing for Middlesex. You know, you go back 3 or 4 wickets and say, well, if you're all out for 349 going for it, fair enough. But at the moment, they're 330 for 9, and Higgins 68, rather stranded. It was the night. They were in that, again, horrible situation last night. We were very surprised, weren't we, when Ethan Bamber walked down the steps as a night watch with 6.5 overs remaining of the day. And he had an unfortunate dismissal. So that you have to throw that into that. He was run out backing up. Helm then was forced to come in as a night watch. But yeah, it's just a series of unfortunate events for the end of the Middlesex innings.
And James Harris took
not quite the way what they had in mind.
No, and James Harris took his 4th wicket there and looked as surprised as anyone that Holman had actually played on, but he will take it. Looking for 5 wickets, as we've said. Middlesex 330 for 9.
I mean, I feel that they've almost got to carry on with their plan now, and their plan is we're going to bat long.
Yeah.
You've got 2 proper batters out there. Rowland-Jones, first-class century to his name, outstanding batter, formerly an opening bat in his Middlesex Academy days. And Ryan Higgins, the form batter for the last couple of years for Middlesex. So, yeah, I think they've just got to go along with the pedestrian pace they've been going, which is 3 and over, and keep Glamorgan out there and see where they can get. But you do rather fear that pretty much the way it went for Davies and the way it went for Holman, it'll go for one of these two. You know, you're plodding along, and then it's all over without really much of a counter.
Yeah, the lead's still 147 though. They'll be happy.
Very happy
with that.
It's, like I say, it's more unfortunate, isn't it?
Yes.
Their plan has not worked out, and actually, in a way, it feels as though it's worked out slightly against them because they haven't had that potential of a big strike rate from somebody down the order to bolster this innings at the end.
So Rowland-Jones is ready to face his first ball. Just a bit of shadow boxing there with his. Before he's facing it, Glamorgan have brought in Colin Ingram at slip. Marnus Labuschagne is like at a 3rd slip. Deep square has come in, looking so the 6 saving the single in the circle, and Harris bowls, and he just Rowland-Jones just getting used to it, pushes it to short mid-wicket, no run there. So yeah, Glamorgan looking to stop the runs, looking to keep Rowland-Jones on strike. They've got a, as I say, slip, sort of 2nd stroke 3rd slip, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg. So just looking to keep him on strike. Rowland-Jones will just be trying to get a sense of the pace of the pitch and the bounce as well. As Harris comes in, and it's a beauty, and it's left Rowland-Jones there straight through to Cook. He's pushed that, so James Harris getting into a bit of a rhythm here. And we set
for a 5.
It is, yeah. Oh, that was a beauty.
Yeah.
It held its line a bit, and then it left him. Little bit of movement, and then he's just sort of played in it. Rowland-Jones trying to suggest that he didn't play at it, but he did. And I'm sure we spoke earlier. I'm sure James Harris would love to get this 5th wicket against his old Middlesex teammate Toby Rowland-Jones. Harris in from the River Taff end. That's wide this time. Goes straight through to Chris Cook. No run. Rowland-Jones just content to leave that go through.
What is this ball? It's 34th over now, and you can see Rowland-Jones is having a chat with Higgins at the moment about the movement, and they've got a ball that's very much alive at the moment, Glamorgan, and Middlesex by again, this isn't a criticism, this is just the way it has played out. They're in a position now where you're almost allowing Glamorgan to bowl at you because you're trying to get through.
Roland Jones comes. Roland Jones just pushes it out to mid-off there. Harris, no run. One ball left. James Harris looking for a wicket maiden. Just keeping the pressure on Glamorgan. Run rate of down to 2.9 now. They'll be very happy with the morning's proceedings so far. Just 24 runs added. Yeah, 24 runs added, 3 wickets taken.
And all the talk was about the bowling in this match for Glamorgan. Well, they've been...
Yeah. Yes, yeah, and their lack of an overseas bowler. As Harris comes in and Roland Jones just pushes it on. That's a lovely shot through the leg side. He's just flicked it off his legs. Chased down. It'll be just 2 actually. McIlroy, I think, chases the ball down. 332 for 9. 114 overs gone. Roland Jones on 2. Higgins will be on strike, 68. The lead's 149. Middlesex 332 for 9. And Roland Jones just getting used to that, and that nice little tickle off his legs there. Harris just getting a little bit straight.
Decent sprinkling in again today on a Sunday at Cardiff. Fun day of the Premier League football season today as well. That'll distract a few from coming in. Maybe come in this morning, watch a couple of hours, go home, watch it on the TV. Is there somewhere in the ground that you can watch a game? Taking a bar and
there is. They used to be able to watch it before they lifted these stands. You'd be walking on the Taff there. Used to watch it then.
You watch the football if you're.
In
the
ground football here. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant you were watching the cricket from outside the ground. They might put it on. Whether Matthew Maynard, when he was here, might have insisted it was on, a Man City fan. Mike Fatkin, an Arsenal fan, the old chief executive, so in those days I'm sure they would have been watching it somewhere if it had come to a day like this. But yeah, it's always the dilemma, isn't it? On a lovely day like this, what do you do? You come and watch the cricket? Do you go to the beach?
Stay at home and watch the Premier League.
Yes, yeah. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people watching it on their phones these days, though.
Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. It's not one or the other, I think.
Here is Ul Hassan. Cook standing up. Field well spread. It's an extraordinary match position, this, isn't it, for both sides? I mean, they're handing the single to Higgins to bowl at Roland Jones as his Ul Hassan bowls, and Higgins takes the single quite happily. Yeah. You know, there's been an argument that Roland Jones is almost an all-rounder. But he is the number 11. The point is he's the new batter. You've got a set batter. Oh, goodness me, they've just done a wide shot from up above our head. It's funny, isn't it? Just what a difference the floor can make. It's probably only one floor up, but that's such a wonderful panoramic, and the clear blue skies that we're looking at on the screen in front of us, and you may well be watching on the stream at home as well. It is as glorious as it looks, folks. And for those tuned in, there is not a cloud in the sky above Cardiff. Couldn't ask for better cricket conditions. As here comes Ul Hassan to Roland Jones, gets in behind, pushes back, there's no run. Although saying that, couldn't ask for better cricket conditions for the batting side, which I guess is what Glamorgan will enjoy late for the majority of today now.
Yes, yeah, they'll be hoping, as you say, that first innings total of 183, well below par. I mean, Middlesex bowled well, especially Tom Helm, but 3 shouldered arms. They'll be looking for, and with the lineup that they've got and the form that they're in, they'll be hoping for much better in the second innings.
Down the leg side from Ul Hassan, good tumbling stop by Cook, prevents any byes. Midway through the 115th of the innings.
Yeah. Labuschagne, North East, Carlson, Ingram, just the runs that they've scored this season, and Labuschagne coming back in, they'll be hoping that there'll be a much better effort this time around.
There's Ul Hassan with a slip in place. He bowls, and Roland Jones is forward, solidly pushes up to mid on, and there's no run. 3-3-3 for 9, Middlesex.
Superstitious, Kev? Are you superstitious?
Well, no, I'm not. But 3-3-3. It was the Gooch score, which was beaten at Lords, wasn't it? By Sam North East. 3-3-5. North East moved to be the highest individual score at Lords. Ul Hassan turns away from us once more. He bowls just full of length. Roland Jones over the top of it, works it into the onside. There's no run once more. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting little passage, this, isn't it? It just feels as though it'll go spectacularly one way or the other, but you'd probably lean one way at the moment, wouldn't you? Which is, it's rather peters out at the end for Middlesex as it is done.
Yeah, but they'll be hoping they can push on to 350.
Well,
400.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's 400, really, isn't it? It's Hizzle, Hassan bowls outside of the off stump, and there's no run. That's what they've got to stick to. They've gambled not going for the batting point in the hope that they get to 400 and have a very dominant match position. But anyway, somebody who will wrap it up far more astutely than I. After a few words from Gareth Griffiths, it will be Nick Webb.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. Yes, as you say, Middlesex 333 for 9, lead by 150. Ryan Higgins 69 not out, Toby Rowland-Jones 2 not out, and James Harris has been had a couple of overs from the River Taff end after taking over from Jamie McElroy, and he's accounted for Luke Coleman, who played on in the last over, and he will be bowling to Ryan Higgins. And so they'll be looking to wrap this up. Been a good morning for Glamorgan so far in the first hour's play. 30 runs added by Middlesex overnight, 3 wickets lost. Higgins is still there though, I say the danger man, the inform man who's been such a vital cog for the Middlesex batting over the last couple of years. But field is spread out again, there's no slip, third man, sweepers on either side, as they're happy to give him the single as Harris comes in, and Higgins is happy to push that out to deep point, and he's happy to take the single with Toby Rowland-Jones as his number 11, 334 for 9. Higgins moves on to 70, and welcome to Nick Webb.
Thank you. Just looking back at inside edges, played ons in this match, 3 for James Harris in the same innings. How often would that happen? That you get 3 guys bowled and they're all off the inside edge. Says something about the pace and bounce, I guess. Colin Ingram fell that way to Ethan Bamber as well.
I'm sure James Harris will tell you he's looked at the pitch and he's using that as a tactic, and as he comes in to Rowland-Jones. And again, the ball keeps low, just wide of the off stump. Rowland-Jones looks to cut it, but it just never really rose above shin height. And it was just about what we were talking about earlier, about that's actually really scuttled through, and it's really Rowland-Jones just looks at it ruefully. If that had been straight, he might have been in trouble.
Yes, it did go underneath his bat as he looked to force on the offside then.
Inconsistent bounce. Will that come into the third innings of the game, the Morgan second innings, as Harris is in from the River Taff end, and Rowland-Jones just straight pushes out to mid-on, no run there.
Yeah, we can't criticise too much because we spent the first several weeks of the season grumbling around the county circuit about wickets that are too flat. So if it is offering a little bit of up and down on the third day, then it's probably good for the game from a neutral perspective, if not good for the home side in this case.
Yeah, Colin Ingram standing there at having a look. I wonder what he's thinking first slip as Harris comes in, and again Toby Rowland-Jones pushes it out to mid-on, no run.
Yes, and very pleasant watching conditions. I managed to nip outside for all of 10 minutes. Just enough gentle breeze to take the edge off the heat.
Yeah, put your sunscreen on, Nick?
Sunscreen on the face, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
It wasn't out long enough to do the limbs as well.
No. Much of a wind, or was it quite...
just a gentle breeze, quite pleasant.
Okay. I'll look to get out there and maybe in the early afternoon and see what it's like. Got the shorts on today, Nick. As James Harris comes in, and again it's short and he pushed it out, and that's a great hook shot, very well controlled, out to the leg side boundary. 4 for Rowland-Jones. He moves on to 6, 3-8 for 9. Too short there from James Harris, and Rowland-Jones straight onto it. Never really got on the back foot, just sort of was a front foot pull really, and easily there for his first boundary.
It is a risk that Harris is taking. He's got 1 wicket in this innings with a similar sort of delivery when Sam Robson got in a tangle and got a leading edge to square leg.
It shows the pace of the pitch, so that was just well in front of square really. And Harris comes in again, and this time he's full. A good stop there, a very, very forceful drive there from Rowland-Jones, and the key stop there from Harris, because you think that might have gone all the way through, but end of the over, 338 for 9. Higgins will be on strike, 70. Rowland-Jones on 6. Middlesex's lead is 155.
So that's pretty significant, and it is already, you would have thought, a position from which Middlesex should not lose this match. Glamorgan would have to bat really exceptionally well in their third innings in order to get in any sort of position to set Middlesex a target. Mason Crane, who's done well in winkling out tail-enders, is quickly on for Zain Ul Hassan. Mason Crane, 0-47 so far, be looking just to get on the wicket column. 14 wickets at 35 coming into this game, having done a heck of a lot more bowling than he's done in several years for Hampshire.
Yeah, 12 overs yesterday, was it?
Yeah. And taking his time to set his field with Captain Sam Northeast, because Glamorgan do have that healthy +7 over rate. James Harris's bowling speeds in that last over between, well, one ball in the 70s, mostly early 80s, up to 83. But now we'll be dipping to the 50 miles an hour mark or thereabouts for Mason Crane. And his leg spin. 27-year-old on a season's loan to Glamorgan officially, but with the possibility of a permanent contract if he continues to impress, as Crane is in. Bowls reverse swept away for 4. When impressed like that, Higgins got something of a gentle offering first up, met it on the full and popped it away for 4 down to third man.
Yeah, as reverse sweep there, and it made easier by the full toss. Really, they got a slip in a sort of backward point in place, but now they put the man out. Having seen that shot has gone for 4, the man who was in a sort of backward point gully place has gone out to sort of a wideish third man, and the slip has gone to a short third man. So trying to nullify that shot.
342 for 9 as he plays it again. There's an appeal for LBW, not out.
Yes, and they've covered that. So it was a interesting shot choice the second time around. They put the field out for it, and he decided to take it on there just in case. So he's
gone for it consistently. Yeah, probably pitched outside leg, I think. 342 for 9. And Higgins on 74. Roland Jones is on 6, and the hold-up is 4. Guess the hold-up, I presume?
It was, I think, when he was trying to reverse sweep, I think the ball has bounced up and hits him in the helmet.
Ah, right.
So I think it's the mandatory check that they have to do now, yes. I think, isn't it? So I think if you watch this now, I think it hits into the ground and it pops up onto it hits him in the head. So yeah, it just hits him.
It's the gentlest of blows, really, as far as you can get on this standard of cricket. As the PA announcer reminds us that it's 104 overs day, so we shall be here 6:30 and beyond, and what a lovely day to be watching cricket. We assume we'll be there that long, unless Middlesex performs spectacularly well with the ball in Glamorgan's second innings. A lot of overs still to be bowled today, 88 of them, and Glamorgan will definitely look to nudge into the lead as Higgins has a chat with one of the Middlesex staff. What day is it? Who are you? Who are you playing? Where are you? And other such exciting questions to check that Ryan Higgins' marbles are still in one piece. Where's his helmet coming on? I presume he's been offered a different one.
Yeah, I think it gives a little chance as well for the Glamorgan players to get a drink, because as you say, it's a little hot out there. They've been out there for an hour, so Labuschagne down here just on the little he was saying he was on the stretch, but I think he's on the little rest down here, just going through the motions. But I think he's on a nice not a snooze, but just a couple of minutes, just to get himself loosened up for when he's ready to open the Glamorgan innings down here at long on. If it was an Ashes series, he'd have the Barmy Army going through his routine, I think, but not the crowd is not quite the same today, so
they're not going to heckle
quieter. Yeah. So Higgins is okay,
and Crane is back with us. So is the breeze, and Higgins drives out on the leg side, takes an easy single to Ul Hassan. Given that Toby Rowland-Jones is not normally a number 11, I'm not entirely sure why Glamorgan are offering Higgins singles.
Well, Higgins is obviously, yes, you're right there. He's got full faith in his partner who normally bats at 8. They've brought long on up though, so they invite him to hit the ball.
They are indeed. Crane tosses it up a bit on this occasion. Rowland-Jones resists any such temptation and plays it gently back to the bowler. Sam Northeast played with Mason Crane at Hampshire, so fully aware of his capabilities. And Crane bowls again, and it's worked away on the offside. Northeast does the fielding. No run to Rowland-Jones on that occasion. So Mason Crane just playing a couple of championship games last year for Hampshire and a couple for Sussex the previous year, albeit rather busier in white ball cricket. I would imagine Glamorgan would use him pretty regularly in T20 as Crane bowls. And has he got him? Yes, he has. As Rowland-Jones stretches forward, Crane was confident in that appeal, and up went the finger of umpire Baldwin. So 3:43 all out. There was a double appeal there for an LBW and a catch at slip, just in case the umpire decided he had hit it. I think it was the LBW.
Yes, yeah. It was the ball that just went on a bit, wasn't it? It wasn't the one that turned. He didn't quite pick it. Bat was outside the line of off stump, and then
was it actually googly? No, just went on with the arm, really.
Yeah.
Didn't turn an awful lot either way. Rowland-Jones goes for 6. He is the third Middlesex batter to be dismissed for 6 this morning, which is also the score of Helm and Jack Davies. We've also seen Luke Holman bowled by Harris for 3. So apart from Ryan Higgins, no one else has got going from the Middlesex lower order this morning, and they'll be slightly disappointed with that, even though they had a lead of 160. That having used a couple of night watchmen, none of the lower order got going at all. Ryan Higgins is left stranded on 75 not out off 112 deliveries. Middlesex are 343 all out. 2 bowling bonus points to Glamorgan because they're 8 down at the 110 over mark. 2 batting points to Middlesex from this game. 5 to the visitors overall. 160 overall. You would have thought that it's a significant lead, Gareth, with the ball not really coming onto the bat.
His left arm over the wicket, comes in now to the left-handed Stoneman, and he nudges it away down to third man, thick outside edge, and that's...
Harris in, balls on leg stump, clipped away through square leg by Stoneman. In comes Harris again. Balls on leg stump, 4 more through square leg, and this is just...
Roy comes in again and bowls to Robson. Robson drives and doesn't time it. He'll get runs down towards cross there. All very quaint.
Harris in bowls and onto the hip. It's worked fine by Stoneman for 4. Harris is in bowls. Open face drive. Oh, that races. Right. He's over the wicket as he bowls, and he's driven through point, and that will be 4 more, cover point this time.
But they bowled accurately as a unit, and Glamorgan had no response to it. And Middlesex's openers, Stoneman and Robson, going well. Harris is in, bowls to Stoneman, and he's squared up by that one, but it's edged away for 4.
Real sprint, kicks up those heels behind him as he runs in, bowls, and that's punched beautifully by Robson. Glorious shot.
River Taff End at 74 for naught is in to bowl. That's clipped eerily for a moment on the leg side by Stoneman, but it in that half century. Harris bowls, and that's another thick edge, and it's another boundary down to third man in. From the River End bowls, nice drive from Robson, beats Carlson at cover. Email.com. Harris on his way. Shorter ball lobbed up in the air, but caught.
What I should have said is here he comes in bowls, and that one's given a little bit of width. It's a little bit short, and it's late cut down to the deep. Here's Galvin bowls. It's short and it's heaved over the short mid wicket for that.
Al Hassan bowls, cut again away, and this time it's beaten the dive of Crane.
In comes McIlroy from the river end, bowls, and Stoneman flicks that away down towards fine leg. It'll be 4 runs.
Opportunity to succeed.
Down the wicket comes Holden and goes big. Where's that one pitch?
Turned away down the leg side. That was a big turner. And now this is swatted up into the air, into some space. A bit of a percentage shot from Stoneman. Perhaps just betray him trying to refocus as his Crane bowls a low full toss, and it's swept fine for 4. He moves to 99. The river end is in bowls, and Stoneman works him away down to long leg.
Changed after 49 for a different ball, as that's down leg side for McIlroy. Has been caught behind? Yes, he has. Holden has been just 1 run behind Glamorgan on first innings, with 8 wickets still in hand, and there's another boundary. Faces up then to James Harris, who's round the wicket and deployed, driving through the offside elegantly. More thankful than Glamorgan that the rain stays away. I don't think there's any doubt there, as that's chopped nicely by Stoneman down towards him.
As he releases the ball there, I suppose it just dips down.
Yeah, puts a bit into it.
It's pushed down direction. Deep cover for a single. That's 200 up.
Today, they know. Harris round the wicket, comes in, bowls, and he's gone. A little bit. This to complete the over. Higgins guides that away, and it's a misfield at mid-wicket.
Generations. As that's floated by Carlson, edged past slip. Ingram, I don't think. In comes the next delivery. Reverse sweep comes out, and it's nailed this time. Down toward.
In comes. It's short. It's 4 runs. Got it.
So now doing a bit of writing after retiring from teaching, as that one smashed away on the leg side by Stoneman. Gloves on because they didn't have a spare pair on the ground. A big smite out from Stoneman, and he's gone. He's drilled.
As here's the next ball. That's too short, and clobbed it away for 4, and gets the young man off the mark.
Cardiff. Chris Cook did take a banger, I think, during the morning, as that's swept away very firmly by Higgins. That Colin Ingram could do it. Another reverse sweep, and nailed nicely from Higgins this time. It's gone away.
There's Crane in again, bowls, and that's hammered through mid-off for 4 runs.
Overflighted.
Bowls, and this is short, pulled away powerfully by Higgins. Deep mid-wicket, won't stop it. Fernandez poised. Forward he goes, a little edgy, but got a point. They're going to pick up 4 down to the vacant in the nursery. So here is another ball hit on the up, and that's even better. Goodness me, that's got to be the shot of the match, hasn't it?
Stuck around, yes. McIlroy bowls. Higgins flicks this one through the leg side. There'll be, I think it opens on Tuesday. McIlroy bowls, driven down the ground. Handsome shot by Higgins. Hard here this season. McIlroy bowls, worked off his legs down towards fine leg. Fine of
Harris is into Fernandez, and the left-hander is bowled. Swishes at a drive outside the off-stump. Might have got a little inside tickle on that, you'd fancy.
And McIlroy drives. Oh, is that run out? It is! Run out at the non-striker's end.
McIlroy's coming in, and it's Kevin's turn.
And on the back foot.
Get out of that run out.
Yeah, on the back foot, this is turned backwards. Middlesex we moved across from Surrey as Galvin's in. Bowls! An in-dipper and bowls him. And there you go, that's all together. We've enjoyed this one. Good couple of days, and so we a good couple of days to come. That's beautifully timed by Davies off the back foot.
The one as McIlroy bowls to Davies. Davies leaves it, and he goes, and he says LBW. He tried to
if he weren't around Al Hassan.
He wasn't. Helm facing James Harris now, and again it was. He's played on. It was short and wide. As James Harris comes in, and again it's short, and he pushed it out, and that's a great hook shot, very well controlled, out to the leg side.
Contract if he continues to impress, as Crane is in, bowls, reverse swept away for 4. won't impress like that. Higgins pretty regularly in T20s. Crane bowls, and has he got him? Yes, he has. As Roland Jones stretches forward, Crane was confident in that appeal, and
to open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, Eddie Byram and Mark Labuschagne.
welcome back on BBC Sport Online, where Glamorgan are about to begin their second innings, 160 runs in arrears. Ethan Bamber opening up against the Glamorgan pair of Eddie Byram and Marnus Labuschagne, who flattered to deceive really on Friday morning, got off to a flyer, but Labuschagne fell for 23, and it was downhill most of the way there for Glamorgan in their first innings. Nick Webb and Gareth Griffiths with you for the next quarter of an hour before Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London returns. Still a glorious day, barely a wisp of cloud in the sky, lovely viewing conditions. And Bamber to open up to Eddie Byram, the left-hander. Marnus Labuschagne, to my memory, has not opened for Glamorgan before, but that's the easiest place to slot him into the side, I guess. As Bamber is in towards us and bowls to Eddie Byram, who plays it on the onside, and there's no run.
Yes, interesting. Marnus Labuschagne opening up. Shades of Steve Smith opening for Australia, coming back into the looking for an opener, so they push him in. I suppose it shows the Glamorgan strength of the batting this year, that the guy who used to be the world number one, currently 12th in the world, is batting out of position, and the decision not to play the overseas bowler.
As Bamber's on his way in again, bowls to Byram, who chops it down, and it's eluded Gully eventually. They had to wait for a moment, and Byram is back for the second run as the ball runs down towards third man. 2 without loss. Yes, do you think that Labuschagne fancies that on the international stage then as well, potentially?
I don't know, that might be an interesting thing to ask him actually, because there was a lot was made of Steve Smith's move to the top of the order, wasn't there, once the bringing in Cameron Green to bat at 4. The difference between an opener and 3.
That is driven by Byram to mid-on, and there's no run. Byram playing his third match of the season, highest score of 30 so far, so hasn't really got going. Billy Root with a couple of half centuries, somewhat unlucky to lose out, average of 33.
So for the next game we might assume that Billy Root will come back into the side, Labuschagne to 3, everyone drop down, Colin Ingram take a rest.
I would see it going that way, but that's not based on any inside knowledge, as Byram drives to mid-on and there's no run. Just although obviously Colin Ingram is suitably fit, he has played in all the games so far. It's a hectic one-day schedule, and maybe they'll feel that they do need the international bowler to lead the attack, although Harris has got wickets here, and Van der Hoogten is also available as well. But it'd be a bit strange if you sign a guy for 7 games and don't play him in 2 of them.
Yes.
Bamber in, outside off stump. Byram plays no shot through to Davies.
Yeah, it's been an interesting conundrum that they've had this week. I suppose if Colin Ingram hadn't been in such good form and wasn't the leading run scorer in Division 2 coming into the match, then you would imagine that the original plan was just for Marnus Labuschagne to come in for Colin Ingram, straight swap.
Yeah.
But they've had a decision to make, and they've said Mir Hamza's been rested, in inverted commas.
As Bamber is in to bowl to Byram, again played on the leg side to mid-on, and there is no run. 2 runs off the opening over, Glamorgan 2 for 0, 158 runs in arrears here on BBC Sport Online with Gareth Griffiths and myself, Nick Webb. A little gentle breeze, but nothing to disturb the players. It's probably pretty welcome as Tom Helm, the star performer of the Middlesex first innings, with the ball, that is, the Glamorgan first innings with the bat. Keith Davies set up a target, he says, hopefully. I'm not sure that that's going to be possible, even if in your wildest dreams.
I love Keith's optimism. Always an optimistic view from Keith. But as you say, Tom Helm bowled beautifully on that first morning. Got his reward. Got Labuschagne in that on that first morning.
Yep.
And he'll be hoping that he'll do the same in the second innings as he comes in from the Cathedral Road end. Labuschagne straight on the front foot playing, but Tom Helm making Labuschagne play straight away, nice and straight. People have often talked about Labuschagne, early LBW candidate, and Tom Helm straight away there on the money. Labuschagne will be looking to negotiate this period. We've got 40 minutes till lunch. A tricky little period. They'll be hoping that they can get through. Lunch now at 1:10.
Yep.
They'll be hoping that they can get through there relatively unscathed, trailing by 158. Tom Helm, all action again, straight, and gets the leading edge, out to cover, no run. He'll be encouraged by that, looking to push that sort of little bit of a false shot from Labuschagne, but he's making him play straight away, straight on the money, and that's where he sort of got his reward in the first innings as well, wasn't it? Good line and length, that little bit of extra zip, and Labuschagne will have a testing open here, and he will know it. Helm comes in again, right on the money. Three great balls there. Labuschagne calling to the changing room already. Maybe a change of gloves. Three balls faced. He wants. He's not happy with something, but you could see straight away. And to be fair, the Glamorgan balcony. Straight away they were off to the changing room, so he obviously is not happy with something. I think it was his gloves.
It's Marnus again.
Yes, yeah. Busy 12th man. They've had a quiet time in the first few games, but Marnus is back and needs assistance. Helm again. This time it's slightly radar slightly offline. Just goes down to the leg side. Labuschagne again, sort of gesturing to the changing room, and now there's. Some gloves being brought down and change of the over. They will be utilised, no doubt. 3 slips here for Middlesex. They're attacking Labuschagne. They know how important this wicket is.
It was interesting, James Harris remarking on how the ball wasn't carrying behind the wicket, though.
Yes, yeah. Maybe Helm with that extra bounce and that extra yard of pace might help that. As Helm comes in again, he's right on the money. Labuschagne confident though, forward. Pushes forward, straight back to the bowler, no run.
It's a really good over so far, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Just the one ball that was off, 4 of them right on the money, 1 ball went down the leg side. But it's all you want, really, on this wicket. It's what you've got to do. You've got to test the batsman from the outset. And Tom Helm, when he's in his groove, he's one of the best at doing that. Of course, Glamorgan fans will know Tom Helm, a couple of spells here, in different guises.
Yeah, just 4 games overall on loan.
Helm comes in, pushes forward, and again right on the money, and Labuschagne pushes the ball out to mid-on. Maiden over, very good over there from Tom Helm. Glamorgan 2 for no wicket, trailing by 158, and Labuschagne will now get his change of gloves, or is it a change of bat? It's a change of bat, so obviously on that 4th ball or 3rd ball, something's gone in it, and one of his many bats, I'm sure, he's brought out Just the one, actually. There wasn't the usual sort of 4 or 5 bats which you choose which one. They knew which one he wanted, and Marnus has his way. So.
Yes. As opposed to most of us mortals who have one bat to last us a decade or whatever.
Yep, still got mine from age 18.
In comes Bamber and bowls to Byram, who defends out on the offside. And there's no run. So Glamorgan with what looks like a powerful batting lineup on paper, but they were rattled out for 183 in the first innings to prove the old adage that cricket is not played on paper. In fact, the highest score is Ul Hassan batting at 7 and Crane batting at 9, who are the only 2 players to pass 30. As on his way, Bamber, and Byram slightly squared up as he plays back to the bowler, enough to get the usual shout of encouragement from behind the wicket. Middlesex, in contrast, managed 2 major contributors, with Mark Stoneman hitting 129 and Ryan Higgins left 75 not out when he ran out of partners this morning. And apart from that, in the Middlesex innings, no one else reached 30. So it has been a pitch in which it has been difficult to get going, as Middlesex bring in a silly mid-on, and Bamber bowls to Byram, who drives back to the bowler, fields well in his follow-through. Ethan Bamber, not as tall as Tom Helm, so not quite as far down to go, but a neat piece of fielding nonetheless. And Middlesex realising pretty quickly that they are likely to need close fielders in front of the wicket rather than in the slips, which just in the form of Tom Helm and Lais Duploy. Bamber races towards us, bowls. Byram slaps it away, square, dispatches it contemptuously to the cover point boundary for 4 on that shorter pavilion side of the ground. The first boundary of the innings, Glamorgan 6 without loss.
Yeah, plenty of time there, isn't it? Short and wide, and that's what you can't bowl on this pitch, because you've got plenty of time to do that. And with straight through between point and cover there, Bamber will be with that man at Salim on. He's got to sort of mirror what Helm did in that first innings. He's got to bowl full and straight and just try and catch Byram on that front foot.
Bamber from the River Taff end bowls. Byram turns it off his legs. Nice piece of fielding by the youngster Fernandez at square leg. That's one of the reasons you have teenagers in the side, to throw themselves around enthusiastically in the field.
Yes, that's the order of things, isn't it? So, yes. It was interesting earlier in that over when Byram played a very forceful drive back at Bamber, and he stopped the ball. He had a little look at the stumps, probably thinking what happened to him last night when he was run out at the non-striker's end.
Bamber on his way, bowls down leg side, glanced away for Byram. Fine leg, runs down to the ropes in front of us, crashes into the boundary advertising hoardings before Holden can get anywhere near. 10 without loss, Glamorgan trailing by 150. Just to remind listeners who may be joining the game for the first time, we have got an even shorter than usual straight boundary at this Cathedral Road end, because they need a physical sight screen rather than the white tarpaulin over the seats. So the boundary is in a further 4 or 5 metres from usual.
Yeah, that rattled. It was almost at the boundary before Bamber had turned round in disgust at his the straight down the leg side, and 2 loose deliveries there, and they're both put away for 4. Helm was anything but loose in his first over. He comes in for his second, and again he pushes through. Labuschagne pushes out, and that's a delightful little shot. He just leant on it, just no sort of back or follow through, and he just pushed it out behind backward point for 4. So obviously that change of bat has worked, and Labuschagne has just leant on the ball, and this first boundary, his first runs. Labuschagne moves on to 4. Glamorgan 14 for no wicket in the third over. Now they trail by 146. Delightful that, Nick, wasn't it?
It's just the timing and blooming good bat as well, one presumes. If you or I played that shot, it would dribble to gully.
Yes, yeah. Would have been lucky to get off the square, as you say. So. Helm will look to readjust now. Again, he pushes forward, and Labuschagne. Helm has been on the money, but you would have to say also Labuschagne has looked very compact, as you would expect from a top-class Test batsman. But he's looked solid so far. So, yeah, good little battle here. Just to sort of Helm will be looking to just keep nagging away, just not doing anything different. But he knows if he strays that little bit wide, as the first ball of this over showed, Labuschagne will just guide him away to the boundary. So, it'll be an interesting little period of play, this. Helm comes in from the Cathedral Road end. Again, right on the money. This time Labuschagne pushes it out onto the leg side. He scampers through easy for a single. He gets off strike, moves on to 5. Glamorgan 15 for no wicket. So the left-hander Byron will face now. So a different test for Tom Helm.
Yes, it looks as though he's staying over the wicket, though. Tom Helm, the first innings, bowled successfully and economically, 4 for 44 over the course of 17 overs. Bamber 2 for 23 and 15, even more economical, and really was a fine performance from the Middlesex seam attack.
Similar field here for Byram, for Helm. 3 slips still in place, 3 on the offside, saving 1, and again he's nice and straight. Byram pushes it out. This tries a catch, where there was a little bit upish, but it goes out to square leg. No run.
Just a little bit tentative there, Byram. He's getting squared up a little bit, as the replay shows that it was in the air, clipped towards square leg, nowhere near carrying.
No, but a bit upish, so there'll be Helm and Middlesex will be encouraged by that. It's just a little bit early on it, really, I think. Helm continuing where he was with Labuschagne, nagging away, wicket to wicket. Helm bowls again. This time Byron pushes it off his hip down to fine leg, just a single, but strayed a little bit there, Helm, and Byron comes through for a single, moves on to 11. Glamorgan 16 for no wicket, brings Labuschagne back on strike for the final ball of the 4th over, Tom Helm's second. Persevering with the 3 slips, straight and full. I don't think he's going to try and differ from that. Trying to bring those 3 slips into play as well, perhaps with the ball that moves away. Helm comes through, and again Labuschagne pushes forward. Noticeable Labuschagne getting the pace of the pitch, but batting quite a bit outside his crease, trying to get on that front foot. No run there. End of the over. Glamorgan 16 for no wicket after 4 overs, trailed by 144.
A quick look at the scribbles from the previous couple of days. I think there's been only 1 conventional slip catch taken so far, with Stoneman. Is he? Oh, no. If that. I'm not sure if there has been a conventional slip catch off the seamers, because we saw Ul Hassan was caught reverse sweeping the spinner Luke Holman. I've got an inquiry here from Freddie Jones in Mumbles, asking whether Gareth will be quizzing at the Vic pub on Wednesday. Exit stage left, as that is defended, the first ball of the Bamber over. Dexter the Frenchie, I'm not sure, Dexter, what the policies are on dog admissions here, to be honest. You'll have to ask the club about that one, whether it's limited to guide dogs or service dogs or not. Haven't seen too many hounds galloping around the outfield. As Byram defends on the leg side, no run, 16 for naught. Byram 11, Labuschagne has 5. Player Pompey is admiring the positivity of thinking that Glamorgan might be able to set a target, but saying hopefully we can bat far better. Well, certainly they'll need to do that if they're to clear this deficit and pose any sort of demands on Middlesex, and there's a long time to go in the day today, 81 overs after this, as Bamber bowls and Byram plays it through the leg side. A little bit of a chase for Roland Jones, and They'll go through for a couple of runs out towards deep mid-wicket, but the ball never threatening the boundary ropes as Kevin Hand rejoins the BBC commentary, and Gareth Griffiths takes a rest.
The only oddity about this morning is that Middlesex went out for 349.
Weren't
300. Well, they're out for 343. We all thought they were going to come out and go for the runs, and if you fall 1 run short, then fair enough. But they kind of pedestrianly plodded to 343.
Yes. In 117 overs.
Yeah.
As Bambra's on his way, and Byram is defending it to cover, and there's no run.
This is the great thing of life in general, is hindsight, isn't it? But if they could go back to the first ball of the day, do you think Middlesex would have come out and thrashed for 350 in hindsight? Point to point.
Yeah. I mean, even Higgins didn't look as comfortable in pushing over the scoring after about the first half hour that he'd had. As Chris, maybe an hour, as he was, I think, 36 at a run a ball or thereabouts. As Bambra's in and bowls, and Byram hits it firmly through the offside cover. May have got a hand to it, Mark Stoneman, but if he did, it didn't take much of the pace off the ball, and it runs away for 4. So any width, it is relatively simple. It sounds a bit stating the obvious, doesn't it, bowl straight, but there are so many times in cricket where seam bowlers profit by bowling in the corridor of uncertainty just outside the off stump, but anything off target is capable of being dispatched on this wicket as Byram defends a better ball from Bamber. Back to the bowler. 22 without loss at the end of 5 overs, and we have some 26 minutes to go till lunch. If you're setting your oven by that, then we've got lunch 10 minutes later than usual because we're making up time from last night.
You're listening to the BBC, BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. We have the live streams via the 2 county websites for this one as well. So here's Tom Helm. 4 for 44 in the first innings. He's right arm over the wicket and bowling to Labuschagne, who leaves alone just outside the off stump. Hands on heads in the slips, who cry in anguish as that ball doesn't take the off stump on the way through. How close was it? Let's have a look and see. Oh, it wasn't far. Getting back a little. Should be fun, shouldn't it? This passage of play should be fun. So here is Helm back at the top of his mark once more. He turns away from us at Cathedral Road end. Midway through his run-up, he bowls, and this is full and straight, and Labuschagne drives back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. I don't think Helm got anything on it, otherwise they'd have been asking the question of umpire Chantry. Was Eddie Byram back in his ground? Let's have a look on the replay. Oh, he did get something on it. Byram was a long way back in his ground, is the answer to it all. But fun and games out in the middle. Oh dear, trouble at the mill. Gareth's about to sit back down alongside me. Have I upset Webby?
No, I think he's just gone to check out some technical issues. I think might be on with the website, so we'll just carry on. And the great thing about Nick, there's so many things he can do.
Helm's in outside the off stump. That's left alone through to the keeper. And is that headphone all right? And what's happened to it? Let's have a look. There we go. It's a
bit more chirp out there now from that delivery. Middlesex all of a sudden found their voice.
Well, momentum's a funny thing, isn't it? It was a bit of a limp morning. Talk about with bowlers setting the tone at the start of a session, start of an innings. But at the start of the day, the tone's been set by Glamorgan here, hasn't it? The pace of the day slowed Middlesex down, and Glamorgan will happily try and continue to slow the day in full. As Helm is in, bowls, and this ball's dug out by Labuschagne. Middlesex's suggestion is it hit the boot ahead of the bat as he dug out the Yorker. 22 without loss, Byram 17, Labuschagne 5. Glamorgan's plan has to be basically bat all day today, rack up 350 themselves, and see if they can skittle Middlesex for 180 in the last dig now.
Yeah, that was a Interesting appeal, but obviously they thought it did at the boot. But Marnus, the attempted Yorker, Marnus Labuschagne got down. Yes, that is, and a lot of that would that scenario would depend on what happens in the next 20 minutes, isn't it? Because this battle is very interesting between Helm and Labuschagne.
Helm's in, bowls, and this is driven as far as cover. No run, Labuschagne. A flowing drive just outside off. And through the cover field it goes. 3 slips, point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. I thought I'd upset you, Webby. Welcome back.
No, there was a technical problem in the Manchester area, shall we say.
Oh.
But thank you to Freddie for pointing that out. You'll have to join him for quizzing now, Gareth.
Helm is off and running. Bowls from wide on the crease. He goes for a bounce, which Labuschagne hooks. It's a deep square where Nathan Fernand... No, Max Holden, my apologies, fields. There was single, 23 without loss.
So thank you to Freddie and also to Rob Williams, who pointed that out. It is always welcome if we do suffer a minor technical hitch. Which
or a major one.
Or a major one. If it was a major one, I'd be throwing things around. But we continue on the Glamorgan stream nonetheless, and we were available then. Should anyone suffer any problems on the BBC website listening in, but thank you to those that do point it out. We are sometimes aware and sometimes not. 23 for naught then, with about half a dozen more overs to go until the lunch interval. And Bamber bowling with Jack Davies standing up and forcing Marnus Labuschagne to bat inside his crease rather than just outside, which he's quite fond of doing with the keeper standing back. Bamber racing in, bowls, and Labuschagne defends back to the bowler. So a quietish start for Marnus Labuschagne. 6 of 17 deliveries. But Morgan's batters have to be in it for the long haul, not for the first time this season. They have quite often in recent seasons performed better in the second innings than the first, and they'll need to do so again as Labuschagne punches that one hard towards mid-wicket but hits the fielder. And there is no run. Middlesex looking for their second victory of the season. Point ahead of Glamorgan at the start of this match. That is now a 4-point lead over the home county, having got 5 bonus points to 2 for Glamorgan. There's Bamber in to bowl, and Labuschagne plays that one up to mid-off. At least there is the collective knowledge in Glamorgan's ranks that they are capable of batting big on occasion in the second innings. But on the other hand, I think this is one of the trickier pitches that they've faced when in a similar situation. Will it flatten out with the sun and the heavy roller, or will it continue to keep lowish? Bamber in, bowls. Labuschagne with a flick of the wrists takes a single down to backward square. Shortish boundary on that pavilion side. And the single's taken. Everyone changing round for the left-hander, Eddie Byram, looking for his first significant score of the season. And wouldn't it be a great time from the Welsh point of view for him to get it? Didn't face Middlesex in the first match of the season, as Byram is forward, gently pushing Bamber towards mid-off, but it's intercepted at cover and there's no run. Ul Hassan and Root it was who opened in the first match of the season against Middlesex at Lord's, where the combination of the Kookaburra ball and a very flat pitch produced best part of 1,300 runs for the loss of just 15 wickets over the 4 days. As Bamba's in and Byram blocks it gently into the covers. 24 for naught at the end of the over, 136 runs in arrears, Glamorgan. But not the personal low on a full match that I've commentated on, Kevin, which was on the other side of London, where at the end of the 22 season we had 10 wickets over the course of 4 days between Surrey and Glamorgan. Was it 22? No, it must have been. Was that still a conference season? Anyway, it might have been 21. But it was deathly dull unless you were Ollie Pope, who batted most of the week, and Chris Cook, who batted the rest of the week.
Well, I always go back to the match I did in Somerset in 2007, Tim Mercer's first match for Middlesex. Triple century for Langer. 3 other centurions in that Somerset innings. 3 centuries for Middlesex in their innings, batting first, and they declared something like 650 for 4 declared, played 850 for 3 declared. Helm's in, right arm over the wicket, he bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off-stump. Through it goes to the keeper, 24 without loss. Which, goodness me, 2007, 17 seasons ago.
It's the trouble when teams get into that sort of situation. You get into a position where you have to declare at a certain point behind, don't you, to try and make a match of it. And once you try and get ahead, you really have not a lot of time left.
Here comes Helm, bowls. This is left alone outside of the off stump.
Keeping low again, through to Davies at ankle height on that occasion, despite Helm's height and effort. Roland Jones just doing a few gentle warm-ups at mid-off.
Yeah, no doubt that Helm has to take the new ball in this innings after his performance in the first. Number 7 off 3.2. Labuschagne playing well within himself compared to the first innings, where he was quite positive, wasn't he? But again, you know, the momentum there for the point about momentum today is that Glamorgan don't want any. They don't want Middlesex to build up any momentum at all. They didn't with the bat. They're really trying to prevent them doing so with the ball. As here's Helm in bowls, and this is worked away out to deep mid-wicket, where Holden scrambles in, 24 without loss. But you know, as I was making the point, hindsight is a wonderful, wonderful thing, isn't it? But if you go back to the first ball of the day now, I'm sure Middlesex would have come out and tried to really push on with the bat.
Yep.
What were they? 303 for 6
overnight.
overnight. So they lost 4 wickets for just 40 runs this morning. And you know, that we kind of say, well, fine, but bearing in mind that they'd already sent out a night watchman last night and he'd been and gone, and Helm was the night watchman this morning. They weren't able to at any point open up, were they?
No, it took a further 16 overs, I think it was, this morning.
But again, huge credit to Glamorgan. They kept that run rate below 3 and over. Helm is in bowls, and forward goes Byram. He's around the wicket. Helm to the left-hander now. It's defended into the offside. 82 miles an hour from Helm. On the spot. Lovely ball from Gervin this morning to get rid of Helm, wasn't it? That in-swing, as I say, that would have done for a lot of top order right-handers.
That was probably the ball of the day, wasn't it, from Mr. Gorvin?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see, and that's pretty much where Gorvin will want his career to go now. It's just that kind of metronome on top of off stump. If it does a bit, bats are in trouble. Hard to get away. Helm's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track. There's no run. 25 without loss. Byram 17, Labuschagne 8.
David Battersby on X/Twitter has posted a picture of the hat that he wore in 1977 to the Gillette Cup final.
Oh dear.
A floppy little sun hat. I might have had one of those in the 70s. Bright blue and yellow. Well, it used to be bright blue and yellow. It's slightly faded 40 odd years on.
Helm bowls, and this is turned backwards around the leg side for a single. Long leg. Oh, in fact, deep square collects. He plays it far squarer than I expect, Labuschagne. When he played it at... Oh, sorry, that was Byram, wasn't it? My apologies, Byram. Playing it square. But Labuschagne did me in the last over as well. I was looking now, why is Longleg just slowly walking towards this ball? Oh, it's gone to deep square, that's what.
There's a change of bowling.
There's a change of bowling at the river end.
For Middlesex.
It's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones replacing Ethan Bamber. 26 without loss, Glamorgan.
Ian Evans has emailed saying, as a Welsh supporter, he feels positive today, perhaps as it's a sunny day in Essex where he is listening. Our batting lineup is pretty strong, and I'm sure that we can improve on a disappointing first innings. Come on, Marnus, says Ian. Thank you for that. Email us, listeners of either team or none. nickweb2017@gmail.com. There's Toby Rowland-Jones, Toro Joe. Is running in towards us and bowls, and Byram drives, but hadn't quite timed it, fielded at mid-off, no run. Does anyone call him Toe Rojo?
No, Rojo's his nickname, but I like that.
Rojo.
I feel like we need to, Toe Rojo. Toe Rojo, would that be Samoan or Fijian rugby player? Toe Rojo? Trying to work out where it would fit in the world. What do you think?
Japanese, possibly?
Japanese, Toe Rojo, yeah. Left back at the Asian Cup earlier this year.
As Rowland-Jones bowls and Byram pushes gently forward the ball. Trickling past Rowland-Jones and onto the sun-hatted Luke Holman.
Actually, there's a Japanese left back in action today, isn't there?
It's the sun-hatted Ethan Bamber. Japanese left back.
Not here, but for Arsenal. Going for the title,
right.
the Premier League. Tomiyasu?
Uh-huh.
Tomiyasu, yeah. Nods from behind, got that one right.
So, Rowland-Jones on his way again, and Byram driving nicely, but still doesn't beat mid-off. Sam Robson doing the fielding.
Or a retreat in Japan. I'm off on holiday for a retreat in Japan. Where are you off to? Torojo. Umbrella up on the far side, protecting from the sun. Big bright red umbrella in the pavilion, or to the right of the pavilion as we look across.
This next delivery is played by Byram to mid-on, and there's no run.
Has that had a mention yet from yourself, Gareth? The big bright red umbrella?
No.
Shielding away underneath. It is. It's an oppressively hot one again today, isn't it? Not a cloud in the sky and barely a breeze. There was a bit of a breeze this morning, and it just picked up a moment ago again on our effects mic. But the trees over at the river ends into the park, into the gardens, unruffled. Although there it goes again. It's ruffling our effects mic.
Next delivery through outside off stump. Byram shouldering arms.
Jones. He had a wonderful match here, picking up 10 for a couple of years ago, and he went on a run of a few matches. I think he took about 29 wickets in 3 games.
Next delivery driven handsomely through the covers for 4, racing away, and Byram finally getting one through the infield. He moves to 22, and Glamorgan are 30 without loss.
Match at Derbyshire here. I don't think where the other one was in that run. He's right on the top of his form, really a comeback from a long injury absence. If you're thinking why we're going on for another over, we're making up time from yesterday. So lunch set at 1:10 today, tea set at 4. We'll be here till 6:30 at least. See how the day unfolds. So here is Helm turning away down below us. He his right arm over the wicket with 3 slips behind Labuschagne bowls, and Labuschagne leaves alone. Quite a wide delivery outside of the off stump. Got him with a tempter in the first innings, didn't he? Just picked up a bit of bounce. The wind's picked up again. It was almost as though it was listening to me and wants to make a fool of me. It's now quite blustery on the effects, Mike. One of the trees, actually the trees, funnily enough, the trees immediately behind the river end all look quite sedate, no trouble at all. But if you look away behind the pavilion where the Glamorgan flag is fluttering proudly at the moment, those all of those ones seem to be swaying to one side. Here's Helm, hits the crease, bowls, and this ball's left alone outside the off stump. Belated leave by Labuschagne, which got the excitement going from behind the subs. Oh, he did. He had a fiddle, really. It was a late leave. It was. Yeah, he did. He dabbled at that one. Only just got the bat out of the way. Are you still having technicals? Yes.
Not hearing the Radio Wales bulletin, which we should be at the moment.
Shall I be sensible just in case they come to us and we don't know?
Yes.
Here's Helm. He's in. Bowls. This ball's full. Straight and push back. Lovely stop by Helm. Quite relieved that the wicket didn't fall at that point. Made it onto the commentary clip. Still saying I was being sensible and doing anything but.
30 without loss, Glamorgan. 130 runs in arrears. Middlesex having been dismissed this morning for 343. Ryan Higgins was left 75 not out, and James Harris 4 for 84. Glamorgan 160 behind on first innings of 30 without loss. As Helm is in to bowl, Labuschagne leaves outside off stump. 30 without loss still, as Glamorgan look to bat for at least 4, possibly 5 sessions to save this game here on BBC Sport Online.
Wait, did you just do it? Was that the update, or were you putting it out there in the ether just in case?
30 without loss.
Are they that precise with their time that you have a fair idea?
Middlesex 343 all out this morning, with Ryan Higgins 75 not out and James Harris with 4 wickets. Helm is in to bowl to Labuschagne through outside off stump. 30 for naught it remains.
Who was telling me? I think Andrew Rad, when he does his updates, to the millisecond he has to be precise on the ones he does.
30 for naught Glamorgan on this fine day here at Sapphire Gardens, trailing by 130. Middlesex dismissed for 343 this morning, losing their last 4 wickets for 40 runs. Glamorgan making a positive start to their reply. Have removed 30 of the deficit without loss. Helm is in to bowl, and Labuschagne drives to mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of the over, and we have a further 5 minutes to go until lunch.
Ed Bevan's not brought us news of lunch yet today.
Oh, he's probably still out sunning himself.
Oh, yeah.
Day off today. 30 for naught. Byram 22, Labuschagne 8, and probably 2 more overs for Glamorgan to negotiate.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is a decent little start here, isn't it? From Glamorgan. We could be in for quite a game. Here's Roland Jones. Have we changed ends? Shall I go? As he bowls, forward goes Byram, pushes into the onside. It's fielded at mid-on by Bamba. Was I a little slow on the uptake there that you were going to do? Should I have kept quiet in that last over, basically?
I wouldn't say that.
Did I ruin it fully? Sorry.
We will check it and try and make sure it doesn't happen again.
We'll just press mute on mine in future, Nick. He's Roland Jones over the wicket. He bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. Darts through, 2 slips, short extra cover. Was I a little slow on the uptake to that one? Yeah, it really darts through again, that. Maybe this is where Middlesex just wanted to bat and bat and bat, go slowly, go big, get a big lead, try their best to ensure they're only going to bat once in this encounter. encounter. Jones in, bowls, and this is full bumped back up the track to Roland Jones. Throws out a hand, but it's past him. Mid-off and mid-on converge to make sure no run is taken. Oh, where's that chatter in the field? Is it Helm? Yeah, no. Holden maybe, he's down below our FX mic there. Where's Helm? Helm's at slip, yeah, it could have been Helm actually, it sounded like him. Oh, and they're running around, who's this? Brooks is running around helmets and shin pads for Holden at long leg. So an over a spin before lunch. As Roland Jones hits the crease, bowls, and Byron's in behind it, pushes back, no run. Seagull swoops in front of us. Maybe Ed Bevan's taking his lunch outside. But also was coming straight in towards us, that one was. Seagull. And veered across in front. Chatter in the field, Middlesex keeping themselves going, looking for this breakthrough in Glamorgan's second innings, 30 without loss. As Roland Jones is in, he bowls, and forward goes Byron, pushing back to mid-on, and there's no run again. The shin pads are being put on by Max Holden. He's got a rather fetching pair of pink socks on by the looks of it. The Middlesex pink. You can't see him now. See, when he puts on his other trouser leg, you'll see him.
Is that a...
There you go, yeah, pink. There you go.
Good heavens.
Pink
Send
socks.
that man from the field immediately. Can't wear those for another couple of weeks.
He's getting a bit of branding in ahead of the blasts. Roland Jones past the umpire, bowls full straight. Oh, ouch. That's driven back into his boot, and he's not going to rub it. Byron puts it straight back at the bowler, and he didn't even try to... He didn't even move, really. He just knew he was going to be hit by it, so he knew he didn't need to move as such, Roland Jones. But that looked as though it hurt. Holden has on the shin pads, and he now is putting on the helmet and running in, because it's going to be Luke Holman to bowl the final over.
To bowl the
lunch.
final over before lunch at the Cathedral
30
Road.
without loss.
Luke Holman.
11 bowls. And just a reminder for those inside the ground, this is the final over before lunch.
As if spectators, well, I'm sure some do.
Actually, it was
disciplined.
on this instance,
Nibble your sandwiches.
Well, yes.
Last over before lunch then, and the token over of spin before lunch, as employed by captains in almost default situation up and down the land. Give them something different just in case, in a situation where they won't particularly be looking to get after him, maybe just to survive, but you never know with Labuschagne. He's on a conservative 8 so far. Tall figure of Luke Holman, who bowled very well in the first innings, 2 for 17 in 10. Helped Middlesex wrap up the lower order. And now he'll be trying to dismiss one of the world's top test-rated batters. Not quite number one these days, but aiming to get back to that lofty position as Holman bowls a filthy full toss that's smashed into the offside, and he'll only get a single because there's an excellent sliding stop on the cover point boundary. That was so high, that was almost in the territory of no ball, I think. Maybe not quite.
So high it was nearly in the territory of a 747.
And it was a fine sliding stop by Helm to save his side 3 runs. A favour which Holman on that delivery, well, it happens, doesn't it? First ball for any sort of bowler, particularly a leg spin bowler. 31 without loss. And had Labuschagne hacked that straight to a fielder, there would have been questions asked as to whether it was above waist height, because it's fairly marginal looking at the replay. Holman round the wicket to Byram, short leg and slip crouch, and Byram pushes forward, pad first, and the ball runs down to slip.
You're bucking a trend here. Oh, well, on which note, you've got some pretty fetching, I'd say they're borderline pink, those socks of yours there. They're salmon pink, the shorts.
Driven by Byram, back past the bowler, up to mid-on. Socks are slightly more red than...
They're slightly more red than your pink shorts.
Yes.
I'll give you that. But you're bucking a trend in the front of this building.
The shorts are more sort of rusty colour, maybe, I'd say. No? Driven another full toss through the offside by Byram this time, but he too was slightly surprised by it and didn't smack it away to the boundary. Kept it well under control rather than trying to overhit, and they just pick up a couple of runs. Thankfully we don't have commentator camera anymore, which we did for a couple of years. They decided that cameras are best employed pointing at the cricket and the great outdoors. Holman bowls and Byram defends on the onside, the ball just dribbling a few metres from the bat.
I'm sticking to my guns. They're salmon pink, those shorts. Not a very healthy salmon, but salmon pink nonetheless. Yes, you're bucking a trend. Everybody else at the front of this building have got their shoes off at the moment, apart from your good self.
As Byram defends out into the offside. I did wash them this morning, my feet that is, rather than my shoes. 33 without loss then at the end of the session. Eddie Byram has 24 not out, Labuschagne has 9 not out. That after Middlesex were bowled out for 343 this morning. The Glamorgan deficit is 127, and commentary will resume at approximately 13:52. I bid you all a good luncheon.
Middlesex moves across from Surrey as Gorvin's in. Bowls! An in-dipper and bowls him. And there you go, that's all together. We've enjoyed this couple of days, and it's a good couple of days to come. That's beautifully timed by Davies off the back foot.
As McElroy bowls to Davies. Davies leaves it and he goes and he said LBW. He tried to
If you wrote around all this
Holman facing James Harris now and again. He's played on. He's played on. It was short and wide. James Harris comes in and again it's short and he's pushed it out, and that's a great hook shot, very well controlled out to the leg side back.
Contract if he continues to impress as Crane is in, bowls, reverse swept away for 4. When impressed like that, Higgins T20 bowls, and has he got him? Yes, he has. Passes towards his bowls, Byram slaps it away square, dispatches it. On his way, bowls down leg side, glanced away for Byram. Fine legs.
First over, comes in for a second, and again he pushes through.
A reminder that you're very welcome to go out to look at
lengths on it.
As Bambra's in and bowls, and Byram hits it firmly through the offside cover. May have got
about 29 wickets in 3 games.
Next delivery, driven handsomely through the covers for 4 race.
There's still 329 runs behind Somerset. Lunch and Hope sees Yorkshire 45 for 4. They still need a further 138 runs. Sussex though need a further 6 wickets to wrap up victory. At Chelmsford, Warwickshire have been dismissed for 94 in their second innings by Essex, so Essex's target is 350, and at lunch they're 20 for 2. At Grace Road, Leicestershire are 210 for 5, still 496 runs behind Gloucestershire. At Derby, Derbyshire at 274 for 6, still trailing Northamptonshire by 148 runs. At Trent Bridge, Notts are 126 for 4, so they're leading Hampshire by 85 runs. At the Oval, Surrey were dismissed by Worcestershire in their second innings for 427. At lunch, Worcester 22 for 1, still requiring 491 runs to win. And finally, at Blackpool, Lancashire in their second innings, 206 for 4, so Lancashire are leading Durham by 327 runs. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens. That includes the internationals on the 28th of May when England play Pakistan, as well as on the 13th of September when Australia meet England. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all games here this summer at Sapphire Gardens, including those in the T20 Blast as well as the 100. Copies of the 2024 Glamorgan Yearbook as well as Chris Cook's testimonial are both available for purchase from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also that's where you can also obtain free of charge a score sheet for this game. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It'll be open until the close of play, and as always it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. You can also obtain food and drink from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castet Howell stand, and snacks can be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The CT4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open during the lunch interval. It will be open again at tea. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and amongst the many displays is a special one celebrating the magnificent career of the late Don Shepherd. Don's family have kindly made several items from his personal collection available, as well as other things which have been donated, and it is a very special display. There's also a film containing several of the highlights of Don's career. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. Finally, we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting your nearest steward in strictest confidence. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn. second innings after lunch, Eddie Byram and Mark Stoneman. And to resume the bowling for Middlesex at the River End, Toby Rowland-Jones.
Very good afternoon and welcome back on BBC Sport Online for this second session of the third day between Glamorgan and Middlesex. The match situation is that Glamorgan are 33 without loss, and that is still 127 runs in arrears, so they have got a long way to go to try and possibly make this match safe, but it certainly won't be safe for at least another 24 hours or so.
It's funny how you sit on the other side. I'm starting to be nervous for those Middlesex boys. If they bat all day, Labuschagne, Ingram, North Easts, you never know. Middlesex might just find themselves in a bit of a pickle at the end. But I feel this is a big session coming up, Nick.
Scoring rates on this pitch, I don't think Glamorgan are liable to...
They're down at 2.75 at the moment, aren't they? So
accelerate. 33 off 12 is the equation so far as Rowland-Jones opens up proceedings after lunch, bowling to Labuschagne, who is down defending and playing out on the leg side to Ryan Higgins in the mid-wicket position. So Middlesex are opening up noisy in the field, as you'd expect. They still have Helm and Duploy at slip. They have a backward point on the single, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, another mid-wicket and a backward square leg on the ropes. Rowland-Jones bowls, Labuschagne pushes into the offside, takes a couple of steps down and then thinks better of it. Marnus Labuschagne, as well as the tendency to shy at the wickets on any occasion in the field, is also a very keen runner between the wickets, and his partners at Glamorgan have to remember to be on their toes at all times. Rowland-Jones in to bowl to Labuschagne, who's defending that one on the offside, getting a little bit squared up and having to work hard at the moment, with Rowland-Jones starting off accurately in the same way as Tom Helm bowled a good tight first spell in the period we had before the lunch interval. Middlesex's over 8 is still +2, nothing to worry about there as Rowland-Jones is in, bowls to Labuschagne, who's forward playing out on the offside and howls from all over the place from the Middlesex fielders. Labuschagne's getting squared up and he comes down the wicket for a very suspicious prod. He's going to have to work hard, as are Glamorgan, as have all the batters throughout this match. Just 2 scores of over 40 on the individual front, Stoneman and Higgins. Rowland-Jones on his way in to bowl. Labuschagne turns the wrists on it and calls for a quick single and is safely home. 34 without loss, because the ball wasn't even picked up by Stoneman, and so I was wondering, thought Byram was decelerating suspiciously there as he made his ground, but Stoneman couldn't collect cleanly. 34 for naught, 126 runs in arrears here on BBC Sport Online. Kevin Hand, Gareth Griffiths and myself, Nick Webb, your commentary team for the remaining day and a half, if it goes that far, of the match. The weather is set fair, so we shouldn't get any more interruptions after the downpour yesterday afternoon. Rowland-Jones in, bowls to Byram, who again is squared up, squirting that one down into the gully area. Fernandez does the fielding, and it's the end of a pretty useful opening over after lunch from Rowland-Jones. Just the single conceded, and his fastest ball was the last one at 79.3, 79 to 75. His speeds during that over, and Ryan Higgins is going to have his first blast of the the innings. So 5 bowlers used, and we're only in over number 14.
Yes, it's you can feel there's an energy in the field at the moment that I think Middlesex know they really do need a good start to this session, because a bad start to this session, or even a mediocre start to this session, momentum is the word I used. It's a hot day out there. You don't want to be running around fielding the ball after Labuschagne's been belting it around the park for a couple of hours. Here's Higgins, slip gully and a short mid-wicket of the catchers, as Higgins is in, bowls, and that's punched to point by Labuschagne. There's no run, he has 10. Stumbling, scrambling stop by Luke Holman.
You don't get the feeling that scoring rates are likely to accelerate any time soon, with, as IJ remarks on Twitter, the pitch getting slower and lower, possibly.
Yes. Here's Higgins, past the umpire, bowls, full, straight and tickled to mid-wickets. Holden Fields, 34 without loss. They're lively in the field, aren't they? There's chatter. I think probably the morning belonged to Glamorgan.
Yeah.
It didn't go the way that Middlesex would have wanted it to go, pretty much at all.
No.
I don't think there's anything greatly that they'd celebrate about that morning, which will disappoint them after 2 strong days to start the match. Higgins in, bowls, and this ball's driven to mid-off. Roland Jones does the fielding.
Possibly the first set. Well, no, they won the mini session last night, Glamorgan, with Middlesex losing 22 for 20 yards. But probably the first complete session that Glamorgan have had the better of.
Yep. And say it could only trail by 126. Stranger things have happened. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and this ball's worked through square leg for a single by Labuschagne. Moves to 11, 35 without loss. I know he's short on time in the middle, Labuschagne, but he is minus Labuschagne. And Colin Ingram to come.
Yeah, he's worked over the last couple of years about adapting more quickly to British pitches after coming off the back of time in Australia. Probably by having endless nets.
Yes. Much like yourself, Nick. I know you're well prepared for this new.
I went to one net session last season. What more do you want? That was when it rained about 6 weeks in a row, and I couldn't remember which end of the bat to hold.
Higgins has a slip, a gully, and a short extra cover for the left-handed Byram, and his right arm over the wickets. Byram works off his legs to Stoneman, the Centurion. At cover and at mid-wicket, and that's the thing. You throw a Centurion into this innings for Glamorgan, and he's the big difference in this match at the moment, isn't he? You throw 2 Centurions into this innings for Glamorgan, and well, the run rate does go up, doesn't it? Partnerships breed good run rates.
It's got to be earned, though. It's not a pitch on which quick scoring will be easy, if at all.
Higgins, that gully has tightened up to a wide third slip now, I'd suggest, or wide, third slip. As forward goes, Byram pushes back to mid-on, there's no run, 35 without loss. Byram has 24, Labuschagne has 11, and with 72 overs remaining of the third day, Glamorgan trail by just the 125 now. Middlesex really were hoping that would be well up and over 200, wouldn't they, the first innings advantage? Didn't get anywhere near it.
Indeed, 4 for 40 lost this morning, 2 for 20 odd in last night's hour-long session. International T20 already underway between England women and Pakistan at Headingley. England going quite well as Roland Jones starts a new over and Labuschagne pushes to gully, fielded by Holman, no run. England women 109 for 2 in the 13th over, and Danny Wyatt is 79 not out as the main contributor, dominating the innings really, off 44 deliveries. England going well in that mini-series. It's Roland Jones on his way. Bowls to Labuschagne, turns the wrists, works to mid-wicket. No run, straight to the fielder.
Oh, the bells.
The bells. For the top of the hour, 2 o'clock.
Which direction from where we're... Left
much,
shoulder or right shoulder?
No, the bell's straight ahead, I'd say. City centre.
Not the cathedral then.
I think those are Civic Centre.
Ah.
City Hall. Roland Jones bowls, and Labuschagne again flicks to mid-wicket, and again there's no run. In Hove, Yorkshire, lovely Hove. Yorkshire are 50 for 4 in their second innings.
Ooh.
They're chasing 183 in total.
And Morgan's first innings total here.
Joe Root has gone for 10.
Oh.
Adam Lyth 26 not out, but possibly Sussex marginal favourites there in a low-scoring game. Roland Jones bowls, Labuschagne dabs into the gully, and Holman misfields a ball that was trickling towards him, but it doesn't go far enough behind him for Glamorgan to risk anything. Up at Grace Road, Leicestershire grind on. Patel grinds on. He's 116, and they're 225 for 5 as they just look to survive a further day and a half after Gloucestershire racked up 706 for 6, declared the highest total in their history. Roland Jones is into bowl, driven hard by Labuschagne, but Roland Jones takes 3/4 of the pace off the ball as it rolls to mid-off, and there is no run. At Derby, Derbyshire against Northants. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly. Derbyshire 288 for 7 in reply to Northants 4-2-2. As Roland Jones is in to bowl, and Labuschagne leaves through outside off stump. No run. Not too many runs for the Welsh pair there. David Lloyd was out for 8 and Aneurin Donald for 17 off just 12 balls. As always with Aneurin Donald, it's entertainment. And the over then, 35 without loss. Hand back to Kevin after the BBC Radio Wales bulletin update, which will be a fairly brief one, I think. Glamorgan are 35 without loss in their second innings. That's still 125 runs behind, but they've had a fairly decent day today, bowling Middlesex out for 343 eventually. Ryan Higgins 75 not out, 4 wickets for James Harris, 4 went for 40 today, and Glamorgan replying a long way behind, 160 behind they started. They've knocked off 35 of the deficit without loss. A dot ball from Higgins, and back to Kevin.
Here he comes around the wicket. Shadow starting to stretch in front of him, only slightly, as he's around the wicket. Bowls, and he's bowled him! Goodness me, he's gone straight through! Well, it looks as though it met the middle of the bat by the stance of Byram, but somehow it got through. Whether it was a little deflection, the bails have only just tumbled off. But a wicket for Middlesex, a wicket for Higgins, and a breakthrough that the visitors needed here at Cardiff to get today going. Goodness me, he's just missed a straight one. A little bit of shape.
A little bit of movement off the pitch, just enough.
From a opening bat's perspective, though, that's hitting halfway up middle, halfway up off.
Yes,
it's a blow.
A fraction of movement, but Byram will be disappointed. He still hasn't got going this season. 26 and 24 in this match. So, yes, you wonder about the opening combination for the next match up at Leicester. It's been frustrating for Byram because he's got a little bit of a start on nearly every occasion, but he hasn't gone on, and Glamorgan needs someone to go on and make a big score this afternoon.
The bizarre thing was, it looked as though everything was right from Byron's perspective, and that was why there was a hesitation on me
Coming back
on my commentary.
Is it just a fraction of movement?
Yeah, definitely.
Just played down the slightly wrong line in the end.
As much as anything, it almost looked as though he was slightly late on it as well, didn't it? I was rather bemused to think, hold on a minute, the bails are gone. How has that got through? But get through it did, and 35 for 1 here comes Sam North East.
Yes, as we've said several occasions, feast or famine. Marnus Labuschagne takes his helmet off and goes to have a word with his county skipper as to advise him as to what the ball may be doing. Not bouncing much is the answer to that one. And this will be a little bit easier for the Middlesex bowlers with 2 right-handers to bowl at for a while.
Has nobody told the wind that we've got an effects mic down there? Where's this wind coming? I mean, it's great for the cricketers out in the middle. I'll be delighted with a little breeze today.
It is fairly gentle. I put the sensitive microphone out there because obviously the crowd is some distance away.
Oh.
But I might.
Is this the one where if the crowd shout too much, the microphone gets upset?
Well, it's not one that you'd use at a rugby or football ground in the winter, put it that way.
35 for 1. Slip, gully, short mid-wicket. And Higgins to North East. 125. Glamorgan trail by as they lose their first wicket. Higgins is in, bowls, and forward goes North East, pushing back to mid-on, no run.
A reminder, if you want to communicate with us, Kevin Hand Sports, Nick Webb 2017 via the medium of X, Twitter.
It'll never not sound odd now, will it? Calling it X rather than Twitter.
Indeed.
Higgins hits the crease, bowls, just full of length. It's driven back to him, there's no run. Well, I mean, such a welcome. It was sort of almost out of the blue, that, wasn't it, the wicket? With
yes,
Byram, that would be such a relief to Middlesex. Talked about them wanting to start this session well, having perhaps had a slightly quieter morning than they'd have hoped for.
Well, as you said, for Andy Gorvin, just about nagging away and keeping the ball on a length on the wicket.
Higgins, full straight, defended to extra cover, and a no ball. All that effort.
37 for 1, 2 added to the Glamorgan total. Does run a fair way, Ryan Higgins. Medium fast.
Higgins bowls, and this is eased into the offside field at extra cover. No
would he be the slowest of this particular quartet, Ryan Higgins? On average, Bamber Helm, Roland Jones?
No, not necessarily.
No.
I think probably Bamber, Higgins, and Roland Jones are probably all of a similar ilk now.
Okay.
Higgins will hit into the 80s.
Yeah.
And I think, but both Roland Jones and Bamber can as well.
Yeah.
Helm's the one that could go regularly in the low 80s. Somebody's on the move. Down below us to our left. Everybody's settled now, including the slip in the gully and the short mid-wicket as Higgins bowls. And that's driven by North East to mid-on. What was he dropped on at Lords in the 3-3-5? He was dropped early, wasn't he? Dropped on 10. Backward point. He was mis-stumping, but he was on 280 odd by then. But backward point dropped on...
Ooh, I've got a drop in the 200s, to be honest.
Oh, only in the 200s? Where?
At Gully off Higgins, North East.
Well, there's a mis-stumping in the 200s as well, wasn't there? I thought he put one down. Because I remember there was a very difficult chance at third slip, which Leicester Ploy went low to his right and got a hand to, but there was some suggestion, why didn't he go at it with 2? It was probably close enough to go at it with 2. But there was also a drop at backward point off a right-hander with the bowling from the nursery end as well.
Here comes Roland Jones into Labuschagne, and he plays that one to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's strange. I mean, we, with the benefit of replays, pick up vast majority of what goes on, if you don't have the benefit of replays on your screen. I remember one day Grant Bradburn saying, well, missed half a dozen opportunities, and you thought, oh, I've only got 2, possibly 3 written down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I think the professionals are a lot harder on themselves sometimes than we are. Here's Roland Jones bowling to Labuschagne, nicely timed between the 2 mid-wickets. Stoneman is off in pursuit. The ball races away up to the ropes despite an enthusiastic chase from the opening bat, and it gets to the boundary. 41 for 1.
The hirsute Stoneman is in pursuit. He's had a bit of a trim, actually.
Yeah,
big beard. Yeah, he's still there, still going. I think he trimmed it down a bit though. Maybe it's grown back a bit.
Probably gets a bit.
Of course, Middlesex. Go on.
Probably gets a bit warm at this time of year, doesn't it? You probably need it in the first few weeks of the season for added warmth.
Middlesex a round off in the last round. Because as I think of it now, it was 2 weeks ago that I looked at him and thought, oh, he's had a trim, so it's probably growing back now, isn't it?
Roland Jones on his way to Labuschagne, is on 15, and he's beaten the fielder. I thought for a moment there'd been a fine stop at Gully, but beat the dive of the fielder, and it has raced away to the boundary. 2 in as many deliveries for Labuschagne as he cut that one firmly, and it just beat the dive of Luke Holman, and there was no one else to chase it. 45 for 1, Labuschagne to 19. 1 slip. Deploy is in a fairly close-in gully position. Holman is at point. There's also cover mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket, saving the single, and deep backwards square on the short pavilion side. Roland Jones into Labuschagne edges. Doesn't carry. It's almost past helmet slip, but Davies is quickly round behind him to grab it and prevent a single being taken, thus illustrating the point that James Harris made last night. Actually, he's played that down reasonably well, Marnus Labuschagne, to be fair. It was something of an edge, but a thick edge, and he'd got on top of it, so it went down into the ground.
He got over the top of it, he played it late, he had soft hands, he gave himself every chance. That's what they say, isn't it? You give yourself every chance
of not being caught at slip.
Yeah.
Labuschagne this time punching to cover, no run.
Well, it's the 3 things, isn't it? Are you over the top of it? Yes. Are you playing it with soft hands? Yes. Are you playing it late? Yes. Right, well, if you edge it and it goes to slip then fair enough, it's a good ball. Or you've got something horribly wrong in terms of the line or your setup. But giving himself every chance, Marnus.
Roland Jones, then. If I had an extra W in his name, would sound decidedly Welsh. As he's in, bowls, and Labuschagne plays up towards mid-off, no run, end of the over. 45 for 1. Labuschagne rhymes with champagne or Labuschagne, approximately.
Which rhymes with?
I've
nothing.
No idea. It probably rhymes with something in Afrikaans, where he was, of course, born in South Africa, but I think after years of having his name mangled by the Australians, he had given up on having it pronounced correctly by the time he arrived on these shores.
That's what brought it back to Wales, wasn't it? He came back to Wales in the hope it would be pronounced correctly here.
Van der Hochten.
You see, there are a few better places you'll get your name pronounced properly than Wales. Here's Higgins, slipping a gully and a short mid-wicket, and Higgins bowls full. Oh, clipped to mid-wicket and a dolly of a catch, and North East falls for a duck. 335 at Lords, a duck in the second innings here at Sophia Gardens, and Glamorgan 45 for 2, and Higgins making things happen again for Middlesex. He went too hard at it and he put it straight to the midriff of the mid-wicket fielder.
Well, a soft dismissal for Sam North East. We've been saying feast or famine, and it was Sam's inhumanity to Sam, as Robson had an easy catch there at mid-wicket. 45 for 2. Glamorgan in the mire.
That's a blow. That's a real blow. And it brings together now the key partnership, really, or the two key names you would suggest for Glamorgan on this third day. Is it not Ingram in now? You're looking at me. Oh, sorry, who's in next?
Carlson.
Apologies. Ingram then comes in at 5.
Yes.
Well, it brings together. It brings closer to the two key names coming together.
Is Kieran Carlson.
There you go, confirmation. It's Carlson who comes out to bat.
Yes, he's generally gone up the order along with North East this season. Ingram has dropped down from 3 to 5, has been generally enjoying that. Kieran Carlson has got a big 100 in the last match against Sussex, fell cheaply in the first innings here, out for 9, and setting a new third wicket record alongside Colin Ingram last week against Sussex in the history of the county. A couple of 70s as well, as including one in the first innings at Lord's, but he'll look to get on with it. But Middlesex are setting their field accordingly now, with 2 on the drive on the leg side, having had success with 1 short mid-wicket. They've put another one in, just the one slip in the gully. So Higgins looking to induce errors.
Off he goes. Right arm over, he bowls, and Carlson's forward solidly, pushing back to mid-off, and there's no run. It's almost a rectangle. He's in the middle of a rectangle there, isn't he, with the slip, the gully, and then the 2 short mid-wickets. It's like he's the centre circle in a rugby field. See, I resisted the temptation to throw or the centre spot, sorry. I was doing my best not to mention football in a cricket commentary, basically. As here's a full ball clipped to mid-wicket by Carlson. There's no run.
You can throw in footy references if you like. There's plenty of football supporters among a Welsh audience.
Cricket fans do get frustrated because you never hear cricket mentioned in a football match, so why do we mention it in a...
just to illustrate things.
Yes. Again, he's in, bowls, and down on one knee as he carves that. Carlson outside the off stump, just opens the face. Fernandez will flick it back in, and stumbles and slips actually as he steps over the rope, but he's alright, and he returns now. They've run 3. 48 for 2. Carlson off the mark.
Yeah, strong square of the wicket, Kieran Carlson. But if you look at, you look at players capable of playing big innings. All the Glamorgan top 6 have got big hundreds to their credit somewhere in their careers, but 2 of them are now back in the pavilion.
Higgins. 2 balls left to the 18th over of the innings. He bowls, and leg side, it gets away. 4 leg byes, I think. Let's see what umpire Chantry signals. No runs. Clipped fine by Labuschagne. He's on to 23.
50 up for Glamorgan, but still 108 runs behind. And a difficult testing session for Glamorgan, having lost already 2 wickets and inside the first half hour. This very useful spell from Ryan Higgins.
Last ball of Higgins is over. He bowls, and a forward defence from Marnus Labuschagne meets Higgins. It's pushed back up the track, and 52 for 2 it is at the end of the over. And Sam North East kicking himself or kicking something in the pavilion at the moment, having chipped the ball to Sam Robson at mid-wickets. Full for a duck, first ball of that over. 7 off it in total, with the boundary clipped fine and the open-faced carve from Carlson. 52 for 2.
Yeah, such a frustrating and soft way to get out, almost. We ran through some Division 2 scores earlier. Yorkshire 66 for 4, needing a further 117 at Hove. That game already into its final innings. Glamorgan have first to provoke a fourth innings of this match being necessary, because they're still a fair way in arrears. They're rattling on at Chelmsford in Division 1 as well. As Roland Jones bowls, and Carlson is forward playing it to point, and there's no run. Warwickshire, having taken a big lead on first innings, were 94 all out in their second innings, with 4 for Matt Critchley, 3 for Harmer, so it's obviously turning a bit. Essex are 37 for 2, needing a further 293, so a lot to do for Essex after a couple of early wickets for Ray, as Carlson blocks that one to mid-wicket. There's no run. Michael Ray, the Warwickshire tall paceman. Do you happen to know where he's from?
Who, sorry?
Michael Ray of Warwickshire.
No.
I believe he's one of their overseas. Check before you speak, Nick. Lancashire against Durham. The Ben Stokes return to county cricket. Well, Roland Jones on his way in to bowl to Carlson, who leaves outside off stump, and Stokes, who took a couple of wickets in the first Lancashire innings, has got a couple more in the second Lancashire innings. They are 239 for 5. They lead Durham by 360 runs, so that looks like a winning position for Lancashire, and there's a second century in the match for Keaton Jennings. He's 113 not out. Stokes 2 for 54 off 10. Roland Jones bowls, and Carlson pushes to Higgins at short mid-wicket. Now, whether Keaton Jennings is sufficiently baseball to attract fresh interest from the England selectors, I'm not sure. Not sure whether he quite fits in with the ethos of the current England era. Roland Jones in bowls. Carlson drives nicely all along the ground, but straight to mid-off, no run. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, 147 for 5 in their second innings. That's a lead of just 106 against Hampshire. Half century there for Joe Clark, and 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott for Hampshire. At Taunton, Kent making a bit of fist of it second time round after following on 376 runs behind. They're all out 178. They're 100 for naught second dig. As Carlson plays to mid-on, and there's no run. Zach Crawley is 65 not out there for Kent. And Surrey against Worcestershire. Worcestershire had dreams when Surrey were all out reasonably cheaply.
I love your sideways glance there.
213. Worcestershire then made 128 all out. Surrey 427 all out. Jamie Clark top scored with 98. Dan Lawrence hit 87, and Worcestershire are 39 for 4, needing a further 474 to win. So I'm afraid, North London listeners, things are going pretty well for your South London rivals, as Gareth Griffiths arrives in the commentary seat alongside Kevin.
Thank you very much, Nick. And yeah, sorry, it made me jump there. I saw Gareth. I was thinking, have I overstayed my welcome? Have I? I don't even know. No, I don't think I have. I think Nick is due a break, isn't he? I think he did an hour before lunch, half an hour after. Is that right? I think I'm right. I think so. Anyway, apologies, Nick, if I've messed the roster as usual. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and this is push back, and there's no run. Have I overstayed my welcome, Gareth?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's laissez-faire here, I think you'll find. The rules are there aren't any rules, Kevin. Just as it should be.
Aye. So, 52 for 2, Carlson 3, Labuschagne 23. A couple of big wickets for Higgins. A couple of big wickets for this innings, really, and possibly the match as well. It had been a sedate start, but picking up pace now as Higgins is in. Takes the pace right off that one. Labuschagne equal to it.
Yeah, they just seem to sort of crowd northeast, didn't they? The keeper came up to the stumps. They put the short mid wicket in, and it was just a bit of a nothing dismissal, really, wasn't it? In terms of he was, just flicked off his hit, and as soon as he hit it, he knew he was off. And frustrating for Glamorgan, but reward for Middlesex.
Higgins bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. There's no run.
He's such a useful. Well, he's more than useful. But Higgins, just we were discussing earlier with the bat, but just to come on and change the game again with 2 quick wickets. Just he's such a reliable performer.
Yep, he's the go-to for Middlesex, really. He's in now, bowls, and this is worked down to long leg for a single. 52 for 2. That last ball was 42 miles an hour, the one he took his pace off. That one, 74.8. So it really was a pace-off delivery, the previous one. It floated down under the nose of Labuschagne. That's why I say he was equal to it. He wasn't to be undone. Should have perhaps checked the pace of the Byron one. I didn't particularly detect it was a no ball. I mean, it almost looks good. As Nick said, he just got the line on it wrong, clearly. But it almost looked as though he got the full face of the bat on the ball, yet somehow it bowled him.
He looked as bemused as we were here, really,
Yeah.
didn't it? That it had got through.
Slipping a gully again for Carlson. He pushes the ball to cover, no run. Yeah. Strange one it was, certainly. And then a strange one, followed by a soft one for Sam Northeast. All those runs at Lords. Middlesex be mighty relieved to see the back of him here.
Yeah, they saw enough of him up in London, didn't they?
Absolutely did. Here's Higgins bowls, and that's driven just in front of Fernandez at point. Can't stop it. 4 runs, short boundary. Brooks retrieves the ball. It's bounced up over the advertising hordes at the bottom of the pavilion. And a boundary to end the over, 57 for 2.
Yeah, as Nick was saying, Carlson very strong. Square of the wickets, but on that offside. Just strayed a little bit there, and he leant on it and just guided the ball through. And Carlson, he will score quickly. On whatever surface he is, he does look to get on with it. Run rate at only 2.85 at the moment. Labuschagne looking like he's settling in, 24 from 57 balls. Yeah, 58.6 that ball, I think, as opposed to 70, 72, 75, 76 and 77. So he really did take the pace of it, Higgins, that ball in that over. Glamorgan 57 for 2, trail by 103 now. It's Roland Jones to continue from the River Taff end to Labuschagne, who just pushes it into the covers, doesn't beat the infield. Good stop there from Max Holden. 57 for 2. Morgan will be looking to get that deficit down into 2 figures and then keep plugging away, just trying to get ahead and then see what happens. But it's going to be a attritional afternoon, I feel.
Yeah, yes. I think with the lack of wickets they could have got, there was a chance. Yeah, again, it's partnerships, isn't it, that increases run rates.
Roland Jones comes in again, and again Labuschagne just push it forward, ball out to gully, hint of a single, but no chance there, no run.
But yeah, throw a couple of wickets on the board now and it'll be nervy.
It is, yeah. Those 2 wickets after lunch. Morgan did well to get through to lunch without losing a wicket, but again, similar to the first innings, encouraging solid start and then losing a couple of quick wickets and under pressure again. Roland Jones is in. Labuschagne again loses his balance a bit, pushes it out to mid-off. Again, no run.
78 miles an hour, that one from Roland Jones. You get the feeling as though if you're a bowler and you're a little later in your career, then if there's a moment to really try and up the gear, if you're feeling fit, feeling strong, as I understand he very much is at the moment, having had so many years plagued by injury, the poor fella, robbed him of a tour down under, of course, to face the Australians. Into the 2017 season, he's just drawn out gully, deploy into extra cover. But yeah, if you're going to try and roll back the years,
yes,
step up the gears, then now would be the time.
Into his 7th over, had a bit of a break either side of lunch. Again, he pushed it. Labuschagne pushed it out to mid-wicket. One of the two fielders at mid-wicket there, at short mid-wicket. They're putting the pressure on now. They're putting the fielders in front of the bat, in his eye line, short mid-wicket, short extra, and then a more traditional mid-wicket. Toby Roland-Jones looking to bowl straight, looking to force a mistake from Labuschagne, but Labuschagne has been watchful so far, 24 from 61.
Is there not a trumpet,
I can hear something in the background. I can't quite place where it is.
Saxophone.
Again, Roland Jones comes in, solid there from Labuschagne. Yes,
Is this Ed Bevan's new Sunday afternoon hobby?
Could be. I can't see anything at the moment.
Not quite Bill Killington. Well, you could be.
I can hear something in the background. Could be something from behind as well. We've got the hockey pitch behind. There could be something from there. The noise does travel quite well here, but it would be nice if the Barmy Army trumpeter turned up. And
Sunday afternoon sax, eh?
Yes. Moving on.
Stop it.
Morgan 57 for 2. Roland Jones come in, and that's a delightful little late cut there from Labuschagne. He just waited for it. You could see it was almost premeditated, and he just guides the ball down to third man for 4. Labuschagne moves on to 28. Glamorgan is 61 for 2. Trailed by 99 now. The deficit is under 100, and that was lovely from Labuschagne, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I mean. He's here to score runs, isn't he? He might not have had that many innings of late, that much time in the middle, but this will be his opportunity. This will be his day. You know, he's a player that won't be fazed by the match situation, and he'll look at the challenge here and take it on, won't he? And Middlesex will be very keen to get him out. They trail by just 99 now. Glamorgan 8 wickets standing, and well, how close can this partnership get it? After a solid start, they lost 2 quickly. Look for their 3rd wicket partnership to try and push this on now, close to parity. And well, if you're 8 down at parity, as Nick has said, time is against us somewhat in the game. Still 65 overs to go today. What's that? That's 200 runs, isn't it, by stumps at this rate? So you're leading by 100 with the day to play and however many wickets standing. But again, if they're 8 wickets still standing, then that run rate will go up. Oh, it's a closed net at the moment around Carlson as Higgins in bowls, and it's fielded by short extra cover. No, it's not. It's fielded by Higgins, who gets there first at the end of his follow through. Also a slip and 2 short mid wickets. No gully at the moment, although there goes one of the short mid wickets. He's back. The net loosens. Short extra cover is Tom Helm, who has been in the slips. Off goes Higgins, bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. It passes.
Yeah, interesting. The wicketkeeper now standing back. Had been up to the stumps for the last few overs. When North East had flicked the ball straight to mid-wicket, but now standing back, so a different tactics from Higgins and Middlesex.
Higgins and again, deep square, long leg, 2 back, saying that he's in bowls, and little inside edge, falls backwards around the leg side. That bumper in the first innings from Higgins was quite the delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, just for a second there, Carlson didn't know where the ball had gone. It was pure panic, wasn't it, to see if the ball was round the stumps, but harmless enough in the end.
61 for 2, midway through the 22nd. Higgins in bowls, and a solid forward defence from Carlson. Big stride in on that one. Fielded in the offside. Gentle sprinkling in again today, isn't there? Weather would have helped as well.
There is, yes. Yeah, people enjoying themselves. What else would you be doing on a Sunday afternoon in Cardiff with the weather like this? Possibly, yes.
Here's Higgins. He's in bowls, and this has worked just fine. A tumbling. Sam Robson at mid-wicket, they have a single. Carlson's on to 8, 62 for 2. Sunday afternoon saxophone was what I was doing. I was playing the sax to Gareth there. Stop now. It's just a brief musical interlude, wasn't it?
Yeah, you wonder whether it might have been a passing cyclist behind us. Something they fly up.
The cycling saxophonist.
Now there's a concept. If I was Alan Partridge, sort of saying that to BBC bosses.
Higgins bowls and Labuschagne drives to cover. No run. Stoneman feels there are 2 short mid-wickets again there for a moment. There's a few puffs of cloud blowing in for the first time today over the top of the city. It's otherwise a pretty much cloudless. Yeah, 1 or 2 here or there. Blowing around on this Sunday afternoon. The breeze has settled down again now, although the large Glamorgan flag has rarely been at ease on its pole.
Quite different to the downpour you had yesterday afternoon.
Where were you for that one when that came down?
I was at the rugby. I was at the Ospreys Dragons in Swansea, so it was raining there, but I'm not quite sure we had the same in Swansea as we did here.
Yeah, it was pretty ferocious at a couple of points. Just after play as well, stumps was some lovely sunshine, and then bang, it went again. Never had the thunder though, did we? Thundery showers, we were told.
No. Toby Roland-Jones starting his 8th over from the River Taff end, and a lovely drive there from Carlson through extra cover. We'll pick up a couple. Yeah, lovely time there, just lent into it. And Carlson moves on to 10, 64 for 2. Deficit is 96. Yeah, you sense that Carlson, if he gets a loose ball, whatever the circumstances, he wants to capitalise on it. And that was just a little full, a little wide, and he just lent into it through extra cover. Didn't just beat the infield, but not enough for the boundary. A couple of runs there. But Roland-Jones bounds in. Short ball this time, and Carlson has swatted it away. Front foot pull, front foot hook through mid-wicket for 4. He seemed to be waiting for that, and he was on it in a flash, and another boundary for Carlson. Moves on to 14, 68 for 2, and yeah, just a short ball, excellent shot, straight onto it. From the moment he got in position, that was going to be a boundary. He almost premeditated it. He seemed to be expecting it, and just swatted it away through mid-wicket for 4. Will Roland-Jones have an answer after a couple of attacking shots from Carlson? Comes in again, it's short, but the Middlesex had put out the ring of 3 really on the short boundary on the leg side, so it's only out for a single. Again, a short ball which he latched onto, but only 1 this time. So change of tack for Labuschagne. 2 fielders on the leg side boundary come in, one in a short mid-wicket and one more of a genuine mid-wicket, and the ploy comes out to short extra cover. So different tactics. Perhaps Carlson being a bit more attacking than his partner at the moment as Labuschagne waits. Roland-Jones comes in, and straight ball from Roland-Jones. Labuschagne pushes it out, hint of a run after kicked away from Roland-Jones, but no run in the end. 69 for 2. So yes, Carlson 15, Labuschagne 28. Carlson 15 from 19, Labuschagne 28 from 65. Perhaps showing the different intents between the two at the moment.
Yeah, and well, so it's a funny old afternoon. They've got to settle in again. You could really see Middlesex were up for it at the start of this session. I think they realised they needed to do something quickly. This could have been a day that drained them.
Roland-Jones in again, and again Labuschagne pushes forward out to short extra, no run.
Need to make something happen, didn't they?
Yeah, and they did in that first half hour with Higgins.
Well, he's the man, isn't he? Make something happen.
Yeah, with the battle ball again in this game. But you sense they've got to do that again now.
Yes, indeed.
Final ball of the 23rd over coming up. Final ball of Toby Roland-Jones' 8th over. He comes in forward again. Labuschagne just pushes it out to point. No run. 69 for 2. Glamorgan in their second innings, trailed by 91. Labuschagne 28. Carlson on 15.
Waiting game really at the moment, isn't it? Who's going to grab the next ascendancy in this passage of play? It's a slight standoff at the moment, isn't it? But Glamorgan know that they can't go anywhere quickly other than towards defeat. So they'll have to be patient, play the long game, see where the day takes them. Could easily usher their way towards defeat with any reckless approach. There's the saxophone again.
It's definitely not cycling. It's definitely sitting somewhere in the ground, I think.
Here's full delivery from Higgins and a big stride in from Carlson, defending into the offside.
Slower ball again now from Higgins. I think just rolled his finger over it a little bit.
60, yeah, you're right. 43, that other one though, it was extraordinary, wasn't it? 22-3. We're an hour and 20 minutes away from lunch because extra time being made up in this game as here's Higgins bowls and beats the forward defence of Carlson on this occasion. Don't think there's any rolling of the fingers on that one.
No, beauty. Little went away from Carlson there. So the swing, just a little bit of outswing, yeah, and Carlson just a little bit tentative. Moral victory for the bowler.
Yes. Very good from Higgins. And, he's in again. Bowls and this ball's pushed away into the offside. And there's no run. 69 for 2. Where we had the 4 corner posts of a football or rugby field. One of the how you was shaped. So one of the corners has been stretched away now to. What kind of shape would that be?
It's pentagon. No, it's not a pentagon. That'd be 5 sides, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 4-sided, but stretched in one corner. Anyone? How's your rhombus? Ooh. Here's Higgins bowls. He's pushed away into the offside, and the funny edge of the rectangle. Tom Helm goes and collects the ball.
Yes, just remembering words from our school days then.
Yes.
Rhombus. That's not a word I've heard in a while.
No. Do they even teach that at school anymore? They're well beyond that now, aren't they?
Yeah. They use computers these days.
Quantum physics. Never mind shapes. Here's Higgins bowls. Forward goes Carlson. Pushed away into the offside. Holden mid-off fields.
I think they feel this is the way to get Carlson. Test his patience. Keep it tight. Catches in a lot front of the bat. Pushed out point now to deep point. So final ball of the over.
Here he goes, Higgins. Somebody's back. He's in. Bowls and a solid defence from Carlson again. Higgins picks up the ball, feigns to shy at the stumps, and then tosses it gently to Helm at extra cover. 69 for 2. Carlson 15, Labuschagne 28. Game of cat and mouse at the moment at Sophia Gardens.
Good maiden over there from Higgins. 2 for 16 from 6. He's done a good job for his side since lunch.
Returning to bowl at the River End, Ethan Bamber.
As you hear, at the River End, Ethan Bamber replaces Toby Rowland-Jones from the River Taff End. Had a quick spell before lunch, opened the bowling with Tom Helm, 0 for 17 from 4 overs in his first spell, and he's back now to see if he can pick up a wicket for Middlesex, which they will be very grateful for. Labuschagne 28 not out. And again it's a slip, Tom Helm slip, short extra cover, short mid-wicket, cover point, mid-off, mid-on. So 6-7, they're trying to dry up the runs, keep Manus Labuschagne interested. So in comes Bamber, and Labuschagne, he's edged, and it's gone between the keeper and Tom Helm at slip. Tom Helm, maybe a bit of a slip and a half there, and it's just gone past the wicket-keeper Davies. Ethan Bamber induced a loose shot from Labuschagne, and you just say Tom Helm is wide, and if he'd have been at first slip, that would have been right down his channel.
He's barely even at second, is he?
No, he's about a second slip. If he'd been a genuine first slip, I think Labuschagne would have been gone. And
but he's even a wide second, you'd say. He's not even a tight second.
No.
So it was a big old gap.
It was. They gambled there a little bit, and we said earlier that we haven't had many dismissals in this game or at Sophia Gardens this year at slip, but at first slip. But if he'd have been in the orthodox position, Labuschagne would have been gone. Instead, he's on to 32, and it's 73 for 2, and Middlesex. They haven't changed it. Tom Helm is still in that sort of second slip position as Bamber comes in again, and Labuschagne is well forward, noticeably batting outside his crease, and probably still thinking about that boundary that went. But yeah, opportunity missed for Middlesex there. Not a chance because they didn't have the man in the first slip, but they will be wondering whether they should have been a bit more orthodox there.
He's such a good bowler, Ethan Bamber, isn't he? He really is.
First ball of his second spell really came in and he forced the Australian Test opener to make a mistake there. So in comes Bamber again, and Labuschagne is in line and pushes the ball back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, frustration for Middlesex on that one. They've moved to a wide slip for a while now, but I think Higgins had an orthodox slip for a while and then a gully, didn't he? And then he just had a gully. As you say, Helm is a second slip as opposed to a slip or a gully.
Yeah, and they've gone for the short extra cover instead, haven't they? Based on what they've seen on the pitch so far, as Bamber's in again, it's short and wide this time, and Labuschagne off the back foot, lovely cut, lovely timing, leans back and just pushes it through for 4 runs. More of an orthodox boundary there. Labuschagne moves on to 36. Glamorgan 77 for 2, deficit of 83. But short and wide there. First loose ball of the over from Bamber and punished by the Australian Labuschagne, who really climbed into the ball, went with it. Lovely wrists in that shot.
Yep, it was a glorious shot, wasn't it? And again, if these two hang around together for a while, then they will take that rate up, which had slipped below 3. It's just
3.12 now.
Slowly on the rise.
Yeah, they will punish the bad ball, whatever the surface. So in comes Bamber, and again he's wide, driven out to cover there. Labuschagne, no run. Yeah, you sensed a little bit more attacking in this over from Labuschagne after that loose shot, which actually yielded the boundary, but couldn't pass Holden on that occasion. Final ball of the 25th over coming up. Final ball of Ethan Bamber's 5th over, the first of his spell after lunch. Bit of a debate there in the Middlesex field about what's the best. Helm's come in a little bit on there from this slip angle, and Bamber again. Oh, the ball's kept low. Labuschagne has got down on that, very watchful of that. It's gone for 8, but apart from one bad ball, it's not a bad over from Bamber there. Glamorgan 77 for 2, trailed by 83. Labuschagne 36, Carlson 15.
Yep. It's well, they'll feel close, won't they, Middlesex at this stage? Edge from Labuschagne. What's the ball now? 25 overs old. There's still a bit of a time. Duke's ball. It's just one of those afternoons, isn't it? You can almost feel it up here in the commentary box. It's a dry afternoon, isn't it? It's a dry Sunday afternoon. You don't want to be toiling in the field. You want to try and stay on top. Which will be difficult, because if Labuschagne and Carlson get in, then they're the kind of batters who will make you feel quite a long way down as opposed to on top.
It is, and it's 10 to 3 almost, and there's still 61 overs possible remaining today, so could be a long old toil if they don't get that breakthrough after the initial 2 wickets after lunch.
Higgins past the umpire bowls, and this is pushed away defensively by Carlson on 15, no run. We'll look at those scores elsewhere in a moment. Nick took us through a few a while ago. But at the moment this is a passage of play that, well, every ball quite crucial at the moment. A wicket now, either of them, Labuschagne or Carlson, but very nearly had Labuschagne. Forward goes Carlson. Waits on that ball though, as good a stride as he got in. He was there early, pushes away into the offside. 77.7 miles per hour, that one from Higgins, so he will just nudge the 80s.
Plenty of noise from Middlesex still. Who's the guys who really keep them going, the encouragement, and who are the outgoing people within that Middlesex side.
Higgins in and bowls, slow ball, and driven away. Cry of catch at extra cover for Helm tumbling to his right. It's Holden who comes around at mid-off. I'll tell you what, I'll go through the field and tell you who. Davies behind the stumps will be a far more vocal keeper than John Simpson was. Now, the Sussex skipper. Lias Deploy at Gully, captain material. He'll certainly have plenty to say in terms of tactical to support Roland Jones. Backward point, Fernandez, a youngster. Stoneman at cover. Here's Higgins, forward goes Carlson, defending to Tom Helm, who's a voice that you will often hear on the effects mic quite clearly. Helm. Holden, he'll be one of the quieter ones at mid-off. Stoneman, I reckon, he'd quietly chip away. I reckon he'd go in with for want of a better phrase from the north, a canny little word or two.
Cutting when needed.
Yes. Roland Jones at mid-on, he'll have a bit of chat in him. Here's Higgins bowls and forward goes Carlson defending. Robson, the first of the 2 short middle wickets. Yeah, Robson, he's a thoughtful cricketer. He'll be there pondering the whole thing in his head. How much he'd offer to the field. A little bit, but not much. Holman, you can see him hands behind his back, scratching away at the dirt with his toes at the moment. I reckon he'll soon chip in when needed, but not one of the constant encouragers. Higgins hits the crease, bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Carlson. No run, and then Bamber's the long leg, who'll be the quietest, one of the quieter of them all. So, in answer to your question, probably the bowler, Higgins, Helm, Stoneman, and Davies, I guess, would be the ones who'd be chirping the most.
It's important, isn't it, on an afternoon like this, sunny, quite hot. Glamorgan 77 for 2, 25 overs gone, the 26 overs gone, so it's just to keep spirits high, because they know, as you say, if they could take 1 or 2 wickets, they're back in charge again. You know, they've still got a lead of 83, so they are in charge of the game. But in terms of breaking Glamorgan, trying to get into that middle lower order, Bamber could have a vital role to play in that. He comes in for the second over of his second spell. Caused Labuschagne a few problems in that last over. He's in, and again, nice and straight. Labuschagne, solid, pushes forward, back to Bamber. No run.
So does that wind get up again?
It does. It's calm and quiet for a little bit, and then all of a sudden a little gust will come in, won't it?
Oh, look at the back of the sight screen below. It's got a white blanket across the back, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Describe it as a blanket. What else could you call it? A sail. You could almost imagine it's sailing along, actually. It's like something out of a Mad Max movie, that, isn't it? It's kind of put together.
Yeah.
Run out of petrol, we'll have a sail on our car.
You mentioned the flags earlier. They've picked up a little bit. As Bamber's in, and again Labuschagne, almost identical to the last ball. Just pushes it back straight to Bamber. Nice and solid. Labuschagne now 36 from 75. Watchful. Run rate 2.92. Glamorgan 77 for 2.
Or the Flintstones, maybe. You can imagine Fred Flintstone in that, with a sail on the top of his
yes.
sight screen, and then be his car, wouldn't it, running along underneath.
Change of tactic here from wicketkeeper Davies. He's coming to stand up. He's seen Labuschagne was been batting quite a way outside his crease, so he's just in there just to keep the batsman honest, keep him in his crease. And Bamber is will adjust accordingly. Bamber's in. Labuschagne just flicks it off. Lovely shot there through mid-wicket. Chase there from Robson. Just a couple. Found the gap there quite well, Labuschagne. Didn't try to hit the ball too hard, but it just strayed a little bit too straight there from Bamber, and Labuschagne moves on to 38, 79 for 2. Trailed by 81. Just leaned onto that a little bit, didn't he, in terms of... didn't try to hit it too hard, in line with the perhaps the conditions.
Yep. So there's no way to go fast at this stage for Glamorgan, is there?
No.
Things could go quickly wrong, but...
Yeah. And Bamber's up, and again he's short, pushed out to backward point, no run there. Yeah, the irony with, I suppose, with the keeper standing up is that Helm naturally then goes into a more regular slip place. Now, if that had been in case in the previous first ball of the previous over, then you'd imagine that Labuschagne would now be back in the pavilion and Helm with the catch. But it's just the natural line of the slip, isn't it? When the keeper goes up, they come in and there's a more orthodox position. In comes Bamber. Again, nice and straight. Labuschagne pushes the ball out to mid-on, no run.
One ball to go the over, and then I'll get out of the way for Nick to return. It was mentioned England women in action today, 176 all out. Pakistan women 22 without loss in the third over, needing another 155 to win. Let Nick take you through the county scores. I won't get through the morning time now, but Worcestershire 65 for 5 against Surrey at the Oval.
Bamber's in for final ball of the over, and Labuschagne just pushes it out to short extra cover, no run. Glamorgan 79 for 2, Labuschagne 38, Carlson 15, deficit of 81 as Kevin leaves us and Nick Webb comes in. Glamorgan have consolidated after the loss of the 2 wickets of Byram and Captain North East. And there's a change of bowling here as well, as Tom Helm comes in from the Cathedral Road end, replacing Ryan Higgins, who has had such an effect with claiming those 2 wickets after lunch. Excellent spell from Higgins. Again, Middlesex's main man with bat and ball.
Yes, it's been his day, really, hasn't it? It's the only Middlesex batter to contribute further, really, today, as he took his score under 75 not out, and then coming in with those 2 wickets in successive overs, the 16th and 18th of the innings. And Helm is about to bowl the 28th. It's his second spell. First one was tight, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 9 in the Sapphire Sunshiners. Helm running away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowls, and that's down leg side, and Carlson can make no contact as it's taken by a springing Davies away to his left hand side. So Glamorgan looking to take the drama out of the situation, but they're still less than halfway to knocking off the deficit. June the Tea Lady, Professor June the Tea Lady, she's gone up in the world, hoping that Marnus is run hungry, as well as Kieran Carlson and Colin Ingram. It's Kieran Carlson on strike at the moment, and he's bowled, and Helm strikes straight away with just his second delivery. Glamorgan are 3 down, less than half the deficit has been knocked off, and Middlesex are really on top now.
Yes, as he did in the first innings, Helm causing a bit of damage. A little inside edge there from Carlson, or did it just come in with a bit of an in-swinger? He was there for the drive, but it just...
I think it's an in-swinger, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Looking at the replay, it's an excellent delivery from Helm as well, keeping up his form of the first innings. Carlson is back in the pavilion for just 15, looking to drive, not quite getting to the pitch of it. And it's gone through the gate, I'm afraid. I don't think there was any inside edge, maybe just a fraction, but I think it would have hit the off stump anyway.
Yeah, just a little bit, I think. As I said, I don't know how much deviation there was in there, but Helm, he was going for the extravagant drive. He actually ended up playing it one-handed, so he was out of control of that shot, and he's paid the price for it.
So, the only consolation for that for Glamorgan is that it gives Glamorgan supporters the chance to see Labuschagne and Ingram bat together, which hasn't happened too often.
And will it happen? Maybe it won't happen again for a while either. It's certainly in red ball cricket.
Yes, quite liable to happen in white ball, you would have thought. But 2 experienced men, but a long way to go if they're to give Glamorgan a chance of survival. And we said the morning session was Glamorgan's, the first full session of the match that they'd won. This afternoon session, hour and 6 or 7 minutes so far, has been hugely Middlesex's, claiming 3 top order wickets in the space of 12 overs. So Carlson can't make an impact on this match with the bat. Innings of 9 and 15 after his 148 against Sussex last week. Just a little bit of cloud bubbling up, but still a glorious afternoon. Beautiful viewing conditions here at Sapphire Gardens, and the crowd basking in the sunshine, but not maybe, apart from the few visiting fans, revelling in the cricket as Helm bowls, and Ingram plays that one to mid-on, and there is no run. Colin Ingram out for just 10, bowled off the inside edge by Ethan Bamber in the first innings, and Morgan with a series of largely positive looking batters who don't like to be tied down. But on the other hand, this is not a pitch that maybe suits attacking batters, as Ingram gets a thick edge to that one and it runs down to fourth slip. There's no run.
We talked about Higgins sort of having to change the game, but Tom Helm has been very impressive here, isn't he, in the last, in both innings, really. You know, the first innings he was the pick of the bowlers, but with 4 wickets, I think, and now getting the breakthrough there of Carlson after replacing Higgins here at the Cathedral Road end. So Glamorgan will have to be wary of this spell. He's only his first over into it, so they'll have to be wary of what happens here in the next half hour.
Helm in to bowl and defended by Ingram, and there's no run. Just it's not a phrase I particularly like, the bowling as a unit that we hear trotted out by coaches, but really there was little respite for Glamorgan after Toby Rowland-Jones had an expensive first spell. Virtually all the Middlesex bowlers were tight as Glamorgan limped to 183 all out in the first innings, and they're going along at less than 3 runs and over in this second innings as Helm bowls, and that's outside off stump, allowed to go through. And the over 79 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. We may well be getting a BBC Radio Wales update in a couple of minutes, so I'll continue for the time being. Not trying to grab Gareth's over off him. Over 8 for Middlesex, +2 with the bowling. Been good over 8s from both sides through this match. So Middlesex pressing to strengthen their grip on this match. These two and Chris Cook, Glamorgan dependent on the 3 men between them to get Glamorgan into the lead. They are still 81 in arrears. Still more than halfway to go to cut off the deficit, as Labuschagne plays the first ball of Bamber's over to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Gentle breeze, flags on top of the pavilion fluttering out gently. Davies standing up to the wicket to keep Labuschagne in his crease. Glamorgan in trouble at 79 for 3 in their second innings. That's still 81 runs behind. Middlesex all out 3-4-3. A big first innings lead. And Glamorgan have lost Eddie Byram for 24. Sam North East without scoring. And Kieran Carlson a moment ago for 15. 2 wickets for Ryan Higgins, 1 for Tom Helm. And Glamorgan's 2 overseas batters. Colin Ingram has just joined Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 38 not out. Much depends on them. Glamorgan 79 for 3, 81 runs behind. Bamber to continue, and Gareth back at the mic.
Yes, keeper up to Bamber as he comes in, and Labuschagne flicks the ball off, goes down to deep square leg for 1. Labuschagne moves on to 39. Glamorgan 80 for 3, trailed by 80. So Colin Ingram on strike now, the left-hander. There'll be alterations in the field. Davies, the wicketkeeper, is chosen to stand back as opposed to Labuschagne, who likes to bat outside his crease. So we'll have a orthodox slip and gully there with Helm and deploy in at gully.
Can I get my Bon Jovi reference in quickly?
Please do, Nick.
Well, look at the deficit. They're halfway there, living on a prayer.
Why I didn't think of that, I have no idea. I'll be kicking myself for the rest of the innings. As Bamber comes in to Ingram, and Glamorgan's very own rock star pushes it back to mid-on. Was that worse, Nick?
I don't think he'd mind that description.
No.
Good afternoon to Mr. Ingram Senior, if you're listening today
yes.
in South Africa.
I wasn't going to say ageing rock star either. Still a man very much in his prime, Colin Ingram. As his season has shown this year, coming to this game as the Division 2 County Championship leading run scorer.
Well, if his dad's still playing, he can't pack it in yet.
No, plenty of life left in Colin Ingram, and what a great servant he's been for Glamorgan over the years. I saw a tweet last week, I can't remember what it was, saying that possibly Glamorgan's finest ever overseas player, but we shall see as he pushes back there to a ball from Bamber to short mid-wicket for no runs. That would be a debate that will run, and Glamorgan have obviously had plenty of quality overseas players over the years, but he's certainly been an outstanding servant for Glamorgan, and how he's enjoyed life in Wales as well. Enjoying life in Wales.
Ball check time, get out the handcuffs.
So the first one, what are we here now? 28.5 overs gone.
Umpire Baldwin gets out the ball measurer, and the ball does not fit through it, therefore it probably is out of shape. And he's holding it rather like a hard-boiled egg on a spoon as he wanders off towards the dressing room. Is Paul Baldwin. Glamorgan overseas players, it depends whether you take it overall contribution or brilliance over a short spell of time.
And silverware, I suppose, is the other consideration in terms of that. But in his time, that he's won many games for Glamorgan, isn't he? Perhaps not the silverware that other overseas players like Viv Richards and Waka Younis in the 90s guided Glamorgan too. But it's a good pub debate, that, isn't it?
It is.
Who would your choice be, Nick?
Oh, now you're asking. You have to go back, I suppose, to Majid Jahangir Khan, who was one of the first overseas players for Glamorgan and helped them to the championship in '69, and was a consistent run scorer for several years after that. A couple of good years of Roy Fredericks, Javid Miandad in the 80s, performed particularly well in Glamorgan colours, even if it wasn't always a serene ship at the time. Then, as you say, moving into the 90s, Viv Richards, 93 one-day league, Waka Younis, 97 championship, and then a series of particularly consistent Aussies, the likes of Kasparovich and Elliott in the noughties.
Yeah, so I suppose the criteria, some players, some supporters have different criteria. The ball's been changed now, and Bamber is into Ingram, and Ingram pushes it out to short mid-wicket. End of the 28th over, Glamorgan 80 for 3. 29th over, Glamorgan 80 for 3, and Ingram yet to score. Labuschagne on 39, but yes, two certainly world-class players in their own right in the middle for Glamorgan at the moment, and a lot resting on them for Glamorgan within this match in terms of saving the game first and then seeing where they can go from there. A partnership is crucial between that. And I said if the supporters are watching it, hopefully they'll get a long look at this, because this isn't going to happen too often in Red Bull County Championship cricket, the two overseas players batting together.
No, it may possibly happen, I suppose, in the two championship matches in mid-season, end of June, beginning of July. But you would have thought that an overseas bowler would be needed for the final block of the season, and it's not yet certain whether Labuschagne will play back end of August. May possibly still be here. Labuschagne, as always, being demanding about lack of spectators moving at the side of the sight screen. As Helm bowls outside off stump, Labuschagne leaves. The ball comes back a bit and also keeps low. And
well left, I think is the term there.
Yeah, that's good. Good leave. only about 2 or 3 inches outside off stump. There is a bit of movement off the pitch, isn't there?
Great judgment now, and Tom Helm couldn't quite believe that, just nicked the outside of off stump. But Marnus Labuschagne, supremely confident. He knew exactly where his off stump was and not phased.
There is the ball is continuing to move off the wicket as Helm bowls and Labuschagne defends, and the major difference is that Labuschagne cannot leave on length as he probably could on many of the wickets that he plays back home in Australia. Confident that the ball on a certain length would go over the top of the stumps. That doesn't often happen in Britain, and it certainly isn't happening on this slowish, lowish pitch. 80 for 3, still 80 behind. As Helm bowls, Labuschagne drives to mid-on, calls for a quick single, and he is home safely. Colin Ingram had to get his skates on in case they threw to the keeper's end.
Yeah, and that adjustment which you talk about is always something that Marnus Labuschagne's got to go through every year now, isn't it? The different conditions, the different batting conditions, and his first game back is always going to be the challenge to get used to the change in bounce, the change in pace, the change in bowlers that he faces out here. So, you know, he just traditionally got to get used to that, and as you say, he's one of the hardest workers in terms of cricketing, batting brains. He just loves facing balls, but you know, that challenge he has every year is always a big one for him.
In comes Helm again and bowls, left by Ingram, who's yet to get off the mark. Remember at the start, I think it was, of last season, he arrived or started work on what was a day off for the rest of the squad, and Matt Maynard and David Harrison were doing throwdowns for a good couple of hours there, which is a lot longer than the average Networth session would last.
Of course, Matt Maynard not here this year, and somebody that Labuschagne's worked very closely with over the last few years.
I'm sure he'll miss Maynard's presence. Helm around the wicket, bowls. Ingram pushes into the covers, and there is no run. And the question of what Glamorgan go with in terms of overseas players for next season.
It's getting harder and harder, isn't it, with the calendar, to know what the best tactic is in terms of who to use, when to use them, how long they come here for.
Well, ideally you need someone who's played a reasonable amount of international cricket but is just a fraction past that peak, don't you, maybe? As that is driven by Ingram but not timed, up to Roland Jones at mid-on. Roland Jones with a hop and a skip tosses the ball to one of his teammates. Glamorgan 81 for 3, still 79 behind, and with Byram North East and Carlson back in the hutch.
Yeah, we were talking about the overseas players at Glamorgan, but obviously the first ones that you mentioned, the early one, it's a very different landscape now, isn't it, in terms of they used to come over and they'd spend the whole year here.
Yes.
But now, you know, you've got players who dip in and out. Obviously Colin Ingram is an overseas player who's, you know, he's based here now, isn't he? He's here,
yes.
So that's unusual. So
yes.
That's good that he's got it for a year time, and it's very unusual that someone like Marnus Labuschagne has developed such an affinity with the county that he's here for, you know, since he's been in 2018, 2019 was it when he came in?
2019, yeah.
Yes.
Didn't play in 2020,
Yeah.
but every season since.
Yeah. So Bamber comes into bowl to Labuschagne, who just pushes the ball out to mid-wicket. No run there, so it's hard to judge because some have spent less time here, isn't it, in terms of different competitions, different. Whereas you mentioned sort of the players like Waki Younis, Viv Richards, they were here for the year, and that was it, you know. And whereas now they could be here for 6 weeks, they could be here for 6 games. Sometimes they've come in for a couple of games, so it's a very different situation the overseas players find themselves in now in terms of the legacy that they can leave the county. Bamber bowls, and again Labuschagne pushes forward out into the covers. No run.
Labuschagne in his first season played the One Day Cup, I think was at the start of the season in 2019, when he actually contributed just as much with the ball with the bat, but then he had that stellar period of 10 championship matches, 1,100 runs in 10 matches, which of course kick-started him into the Ashes squad, and he's never really looked back.
No, that famous concussion substitute, wasn't it, at Lords, and facing Jofra Archer, and he's been fixture in the Australian bat ever since. Again, good technique there from Labuschagne, pushing the ball out to point. Again, no run. Strong ring for Middlesex here in terms of trying to stop the single, trying to dry up the runs. Labuschagne 40 from 88, so he has been very watchful. Ingram 0 from 10 at the moment, so the run rate has dropped again. It did pop up over 3 for very momentarily, but it's now back to 2.66, which has been the norm over the last day and a half, showing that runs are quite hard to come by. But I feel if anyone can push through the period, and it will be Marnus Labuschagne. In comes Bamber, and again Labuschagne out to short extra cover, no run.
It just is possible in this game, isn't it, to dry up the scoring rate. You bowl straight, the ball's not really coming onto the bat, it's not going very hard off the bat very often anyway, and scoring shots at an absolute premium at the moment.
And you rely on patience, don't you? And Glamorgan showed at the back end of the Middlesex innings that they were prepared to do that, and they reaped some of the rewards last night and this morning, and Middlesex will be hoping it's the same for them, as Bamber forces Labuschagne onto the front foot again, straight back to the bowler, no run. Labuschagne watchful, and Bamber won't be looking to do anything different here. Davies, the wicket-keeper, is standing up. They're looking to pile the pressure on. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket, just one slip, just waiting for that error from Labuschagne, who hasn't shown. Just one false shot from Labuschagne so far, where he was on 28 at the time, I think, and he pushed it through the vacant slip area. Tom Helm was at second slip, and the ball went where first slip would have been, and it went for a boundary. That was from Bamber's first ball of his second spell. Bamber will be hoping to do the same again here, but again Labuschagne, textbook solid front foot defence.
I wonder if Labuschagne would say, well, I wouldn't have played that shot if there'd been 2 slips there.
I'm sure he would have. Glamorgan 81 for 3 after 31 overs. Labuschagne 40. Ingram on 0. Glamorgan trail by 79 runs. 7 second innings wickets 7 second innings wickets remaining. And it'll be Tom Helm again from the Cathedral Road end.
Let's have a quick look to see if any games are near their conclusion. Well, Surrey are going to roll over Worcestershire by a lot in Division 1. Worcestershire 74 for 6, chasing more than 500 to win. So another pretty dominant performance from the chaps from south of the river, as Helm is on his way in to bowl to Colin Ingram, and Ingram is finally off the mark, getting one on his legs that he makes no mistake with, and dispatches it over to the pavilion ropes to the left hand side as we see it, and Helm just losing his radar for once, a rare error, and Ingram capitalising. Yorkshire are fighting back. They're 120 for 5 against Sussex, requiring 63 runs to win at Hove. Sussex will be travelling to Lords on Friday. Helm in to bowl to Ingram at 85 for 3, which is how it remains as he defends. Adam Lyth is holding Yorkshire together on 56 not out, accompanied by Johnny Tattersall. So it looks as though Yorkshire might be slight favourites to get over the line there at the moment. And it'll be the first finish in Division 2. You would have thought, unless Glamorgan go spectacularly wrong here in the next hour. Helm is in to bowl, jabbed down into the offside by Ingram, and there is no run. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 302 for 6. Century for Patel. Curry is 54 not out. That's in reply to Gloucestershire's 706 for 6 declared. So Leicestershire still 404 behind, and their task just to keep on batting for a day and a half.
A little way to go then.
A little way to go. Quite a mental block as well as a tactical one when you're that far behind. Helm bowls up in the block hole, driven by Ingram, but it's just rolled back past the bowler and up to mid-off. At Derbyshire are 350 for 9. That's in reply to Northants 422, so that'll be reasonably close on first innings. Northants with probably a slight advantage, but may run out of time up at Derby. 85 for 3 here, Glamorgan trailing by 75 and slightly under the cosh still. Driven by Ingram up to mid-off, Roland Jones fields again. And you watch Colin Ingram driving like this and you're thinking on most days he'd probably be putting those away to the boundary. As it is, there's a nasty sounding thud and the ball's going straight to the fielders.
Yeah, and the ball should be coming on. As we're watching Helm's speed last couple of deliveries, 83, 84 miles per hour, the fastest of the Middlesex seamers. But as you say, there's a lot of effort, and the ball is not really reaching mid-off and mid-on at the moment.
Helm on his way in the sunshine, slip in a gully, and Ingram just dabs it down to point. Division 1, Essex 101 for 3, needing 330 overall to beat Warwickshire. So it could be a result at Chelmsford today. Kent blocking it out in the second innings against Somerset at Taunton, 157 for 0. Zach Crawley has 92, accompanied by Ben Compton. So Kent still 219 runs in arrears over the water. Notts against Hampshire, Notts 188 for 7, just 147 runs ahead at Trent Bridge. Lancashire against Durham, Lancashire 311 for 6, leading Durham by 432. Ben Stokes has 3 for 77 now in 15 overs, making his return to county cricket.
Bamber to continue from the River Taff end, 5th over of this spell, 9th over of the second innings for the Middlesex seamer as he comes in, and Labuschagne just pushes the ball back trickles out to short mid-wicket, no run. Bamber so far 0 for 28 from 8, 1 maiden. He's been quite tidy in this second spell. He's 0 for 17 off 4 in his first, but he's been tighter, and he's testing Labuschagne. He's testing his patience more than anything. Labuschagne doesn't look in any trouble, but it's just economical at the moment from the Middlesex attack. Middlesex with a slip, short cover, short mid-wicket, trying to find that mistake from Labuschagne as Bamber bowls, and Labuschagne plays a delightful drive there through the covers, beats short extra cover. It's rolling away. Roland Jones is chasing it. They'll look to come back for 3, and it'll be a comfortable 3 for Labuschagne. Lovely shot there. Just thread the ball through short extra and mid off there. Just got the ball through the Middlesex fielding ring, and it's 88 for 3. Labuschagne moves on to 43. Ingram on strike, and there'll be a change of angle here for Bamber. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander, and a slight change in the field. Short extra goes in the gully. Deploy goes in there, and there's still a short mid-wicket, but Helm at a wideish slip and deploy at a very close catching gully position as Bamber looks to trouble the left-handed Ingram. Round the wicket. Ingram, solid defence. Ball moves out to extra cover. No run there.
Yeah, just look back at the course of this match and you wonder where the run scoring came from. The 97 that Middlesex opened with seems quite skittish, doesn't it, off 28 overs compared to the scoring rate for most of the rest of the game, and Glamorgan had 1 or 2 dodgy patches with the ball where they just leaked a little bit too much.
Yeah, vital century from Stoneman in that first innings as Bamber comes in, and Ingram pushes the ball out to cover to backward point, looking to push the ball perhaps a little bit straighter there, but goes straight to the Middlesex fielder, and no run.
A little bit of cloud cover coming over, which will be to the appreciation of the Middlesex seamers, you would have thought, as well as the fielders having to run round in the heat.
Yeah, a few tops going on from the Glamorgan crowd, I think, as it gets a little bit cloudier. Ingram again solid, but straight out to mid-off. No run.
Usually, with a guy like Ingram in the middle, you can hear the crack from here of bat on ball.
Yeah, he's such a good timer, isn't he? Normally, just sort of, he's such an elegant batsman. He just sort of glides into on the ball, you know. And when he's hit the ball, it normally stays hit. But as you say, tough conditions today. Just need to be patient. Bamber's round the wicket, and again just turns Ingram a little bit there. Ingram was looking to turn the ball to the leg side, but just pops out on the offside. No run there. End of the over. End of the 33rd over. Glamorgan 88 for 3. Ingram on 4 and Labuschagne on 43.
Long time to go. 53 overs still remain in the day's play. Tea will be taken at 4 o'clock. So that's going to be a long session for Middlesex, isn't it? There's 53 overs. Even if they get 9 bowls with the spinner coming on now before tea, that'll still be 44 in the final session. We're talking 7 o'clock, aren't we? Unless we see an awful lot of Holman.
Cancel your dinner plans, Nick.
I rarely make evening plans after a county championship match. Just about do a concert in town if the main act aren't on till 8:30.
Who's the next concert you're going to see, Nick? I know you're an avid music buff.
Haven't got much booked in the next few months, to be honest, concert-wise. Going to see an Iron Bevan play on Wednesday, Nye, with Michael Sheen down at the WMC. We're going to see Luke Holman bowling with his leg breaks and googlies, and his first ball is cracked through the offside. A token dive from cover, but Labuschagne, relieved to find something that wasn't naggingly accurate seam coming at him, and that was short outside off stump, a real leggies loosener, and Labuschagne took full advantage. He moves on to 47, and the total to 92 for 3, 68 runs behind. As Labuschagne cuts this one, it'll be 4 more down to the third man boundary, and Labuschagne all of a sudden moves to his half century off 95 deliveries. Gosh, he's had to work hard for it, hasn't he, Marnus Labuschagne, dispatching Luke Holman first through the covers and then a genuine cut shot through third man, and Labuschagne then reaches his half century, including 9 boundaries, 95 deliveries. Holman bowls again, and he's deflected that one down towards fine leg, but it'll be just the single. His first half century in his second innings of the season for Glamorgan. In terms of championship matches, Labuschagne may only be playing a handful this season as he did last when he played the first 5. This year 2 in this block, 2 in the middle, maybe 1 or 2 at the end if Queensland don't nag him to get back. But no more than 6, you'd say, at the maximum, as an estimate of the way things go. 97 for 3, 63 behind. Holman, the leg spinner, bowling to the left-handed bat, Colin Ingram, who is stuck on 4, and Ingram on the back foot defending down into the crease. Picked up by Davies, and there's no run. As Holman tosses the ball from one hand to another, and Ingram goes for the sweep shots of catch it bounces down to backwards square leg. Slightly risky from Ingram there, trying to fetch it rather from probably outside off, and didn't get a full bat on it. Possibly fortunate that he didn't hit it harder on that occasion. He moves to 5, but Holman might be encouraged by that one. See Ingram playing across the line, taking a risk. Holman into Labuschagne, short and flat, and Labuschagne tries to cut again and misses. Through to Davies.
Marnus Labuschagne's half-century came off 95 balls and included 9 balls.
As we said, and well, interesting over. A couple of aggressive shots from Labuschagne. Ingram and Labuschagne also both playing full shots in the over.
Yeah, you've seen the conundrum there for the Middlesex skipper Toby Rowland-Jones about bringing the spinner on. The seam has been very tight. The run rate's been below 3, and then there's 10 runs not over. But also, he's also with a couple of loose balls, but also the leg spinner has also had a couple of false shots. So that's the gamble you have with it. But perhaps the gamble they see, if they can take a 1 wicket now would be crucial. But it's also in terms of drying up the runs. So they'll. It's always the sort of conundrum that the skippers will have. But if he can pick up a wicket in the next couple of overs, then it will be the right decision.
He's got enough to play with at the moment.
He has, yeah, 62 deficit. Bamber is in again for the 6th over of his spell. Ingram, round the wicket to Ingram, the left-hander, pushes out to short mid-wicket, no run. No, he has, isn't I said, the gap is 62, 7 wickets left to take. They need a breakthrough in terms of the two of them, and Ingram and Labuschagne both showing there, Rowland-Jones, enough for the Middlesex skipper to believe that perhaps he can induce a false shot from one of them. But it's cat and mouse at the moment, isn't it? Bamber in from the River Taff end. Slightly uppish from Ingram. That's probably the noises you hear from the Middlesex field. Sort of Rowland-Jones, I think, the short mid-wicket. Mid-on fielding. But just a little bit of lift there, just pushing a little bit early, and that will encourage. Higgins was the man at short mid-wicket who had the hand on his head and making the noise there, perhaps thinking that momentarily it was a chance, but Middlesex will be encouraged by that. Bamber's in round the wicket, and this time Ingram pushes the ball off his pads into the leg side, straight to square leg, again no run.
There's some hard statistical analysis going on in the Glamorgan media box next door, where the Glamorgan seamer Jamie McElroy has been for quite a few minutes, crunching numbers, looking at patterns, looking at maybe how Middlesex are going about their work of drying up the runs.
Bamber will continue to try to do that. He's round the wicket at Ingram, and Ingram again. Ball just goes out to mid-wicket. No run. 4 balls of this over. No runs so far for Glamorgan as they look to get into 3 figures. 98 for 3 at the moment. Trailed by 62. Ingram on 5. Labuschagne on 52. 51.2 overs remain today. Bamber bustles in again. Again, nice and straight. Ingram, straight bat. Back to the bowler. 1 ball left in this over.
Sax playing a friend, is that it again somewhere?
We locate. I might go and find him now, just to say that we're not actually hearing things, and we can actually find him if he's in the ground.
It didn't look like something happening at the hockey tournament, because it looked like just practice sessions rather than a tournament that might have official music being played. So I don't think it was the hockey centre.
I'm gonna have a little wonder, because we can't all be hearing the same thing, can we? So. Bamber, final ball of the over, again nice and straight, and maiden from Bamber, again drying up the runs, trying to frustrate Glamorgan. Run rate 2.8, Glamorgan 98 for 3 after 35 overs. Marnus Labuschagne on 52, Colin Ingram on 5, and Kevin Hand will come in to replace me alongside Nick Webb.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. You're listening to BBC Sport Online from a sun-soaked Sapphire Gardens, where umbrellas are only being used as sunshades today, rather than to keep off the rain as they were yesterday. As we're going to see a bit more Luke Holman tossing it up. A couple of boundaries, but a couple of batting errors in that last over.
Speaking of errors, welcome back, Kevin Hand. Hey, Nick. I've just
right.
turned the aircon on.
Well done.
It's getting a bit
Well done.
sleepy. I'm getting a bit sleepy.
Well done. Aircon's always welcome. Another hold up in play.
It's nice and cool next door.
It's not another ball examination, surely. Or are they just having a drinks break?
I guess they've got to keep all their equipment quite cool next door as well, haven't they? They've probably got to have the aircon in there to make sure the computers are cooled. Let alone the operators, never mind the operators.
I think we are going to have another ball change.
Have I overshot my my slot? Am I late?
No, not at
I was
all.
sat there. I did feel like Gareth was looking over his
Not
shoulder.
really. A couple of minutes here or there. What's a couple of minutes between friends? It is another ball change. It's the wrong kind of cow again. The wrong trousers grommet, and it's gone wrong.
I've just got next door for it.
You've got to press a button on your screen there, Kevin, or something to keep it from going off. Because
has somebody pressed it? Is it gone now?
No, it'll go off in 5.
Is it counting down? Why can I not see this?
It's
there we go. It's
one of those smart televisions that's too smart for its operator.
Don't turn it up. I don't want to listen to them.
That's all right. That should do it. If you've made contact with the button, that should tell it that we're still here and we haven't all fallen asleep in the afternoon sunshine. And a few drinks being taken on board at the same time as the ball change, which has been more prominent during this game than elsewhere, as Gareth Griffiths goes off in search of the mystery saxophonist.
Oh yes, off again. Yeah. Are you a man for a bit of Sunday afternoon sax, Nick?
I quite enjoy listening to the saxophone being played, yes, Kevin.
You don't play it yourself?
I don't play the saxophone myself, but I'm quite happy to listen to others playing it. 98 for 5.
It's Holman.
Holman tossing the ball from one hand to another and bowling to Labuschagne, who punches it hard into the covers, but a good stop there. Saves a possible boundary, even though they have got a sweeper. Rocky Stoneman.
Aye.
Man from Newcastle. Making the save. Holman bowls. Labuschagne is forward watchfully. It's just such an epic effort of concentration being demanded from the Glamorgan batters today, with 50 overs remaining. 3 hours plus of actual cricket, plus your 20-minute tea interval.
20 minutes.
As Labuschagne whips the wrists around on that, but just plays it straight to Roland Jones at mid-on. No run. So mid-wicket and cover are in fairly close. And there's one slip, and Labuschagne turns it into the merest of gaps on the leg side, wide of Higgins, and goes through for the single, just placing it past the infielder. 99 for 3. The over rate +1 now. They did have +3 I think at one point, but should be kept in the green by Luke Holman being in the attack. Back on the stumps goes Ingram, plays it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ingram has faced 29 deliveries now and played just 2 scoring shots, 1 4 and 1 single. Holman bowls. Ingram off the back foot, plays straight to point. There's no run. It's the end of the Holman over, just the single off it. 99 for 3 Glamorgan, 61 runs behind, 50 overs left in the day's play, and one of these two really needs to be if not both, at least one needs to be batting out the rest of the day if Glamorgan are going to stand a real chance of saving this one, you think?
50 overs left in the day. We're not even half the way through an orthodox, a regular day's play. 48 would be the halfway stage, wouldn't it? It's 50 overs remaining.
Yeah, well, we've had 54, haven't we? Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah. There's more than a regular day's
More than
play.
half a regular day,
yeah.
Yep.
Irregular shape, is that what I was looking for the...
Possibly.
It's an irregular rectangle.
I never found out whether a rhombus was the right thing.
Weren't they in Star Trek? Hey, they like that one as well.
Ba-bum.
They've got the sound turned down, haven't they? Much to my disappointment.
Well, they're not watching the IPL.
Here goes Helm from the River End. Helm 1 for 14 from 8 with 3 maidens. Outstanding stuff from Helm. He's in. He bowls, and it's just full of length and driven. As far as cover, a tumbling stop by Bamba. Rolls to his right.
A rhombus is a quadrilateral whose 4 sides all have the same length. So maybe it wasn't a rhombus that Middlesex were fielding.
Don't know your rhombuses from your Romulans.
From your dilithium crystals.
Is that what they built lightsabers with? It's Helm slip. We better get that air conditioner on. It's getting very hot and stuffy in here, isn't it? Losing our minds. Forward goes Labuschagne, defending into the offside. There's no run. Oh, and then the throw comes in. Overthrows, yes, no, and Labuschagne's still thinking about it. It's backed up by Fernandez at deep square. No run.
Marnus Labuschagne needs to remember that while Colin Ingram is still pretty frisky, he is 38 years old and doesn't maybe have quite the same speed off the mark as Labuschagne, who is doing the yes no bit there, thankfully not accompanied by the sorry.
Yes. 99 for 3, Helm to Labuschagne. He bowls and Labuschagne drives to mid-on and there's no run. Not quite got the fizz of the first day, does it, for the bowlers?
No, it's a different task, isn't it? It's keep plugging away, plenty of runs to play with. Pitch.
It's not as green as it was on that first day, is it, the pitch?
No, it has browned out, but still a little bit low. Ball not coming onto the bat.
Helm turning again. He's in now from the River End. Hits the crease, he bowls, and that's dabbed backward a point down to the vacant third. Holman gives chase, and a slide, and a return to the gloves of the keeper, just over the head of Davies actually, and it's a couple more, and it's the 100 up in the Glamorgan second innings. 101 for 3. 160 minutes, 37th over of the innings.
Yeah, still considerably less than for fewer than 3 runs and over. And hard work even with international quality batters at the crease. Marnus Labuschagne, by the way, now 50 tests, 52 ODIs, and just the 1 T20 international that he's played.
Helm setting off from the River End. He bowls, and this is clipped away. Backward square. Through square indeed. Deep backward square won't get there, and 4 glorious runs. Nick Webb.
Lifted the pressure a little bit, that, didn't it? It is a test of these two and their concentration.
That's a nice top you got, Webby. Where'd you get that from? And we always say the sponsor, but or the brand,
it's just a sports brand, yeah. Just bought it.
Their answer to the question: did you buy it or were you given it?
No, I bought it.
Oh, did you? You fool. His Helm, he's in bowls, and this is bumped up to mid-off, and there's no run. 105 for 3. You're no longer BBC staff. Look to the perks, Webby. Swag, they call it.
Haven't been offered any swag for a long time, I'm afraid. Not like your part-time employment with the county, where you
Swagtastic.
You've got blue and pink pyjamas probably from it as well. 105 for 3.
Speaking of clothing, I'm in a conundrum today.
All right.
I run out of all of my ankle-length socks. I'm wearing long socks, so it's a bit hot already with those. But also trousers. I'm wearing trousers. There's shorts in the car.
Yeah.
But to get to the car, you have to leave the building all the way down past another building to get to it. And it's a bit hot out there, isn't it? So will it be hotter going to get the shorts and coming back again, or am I better just staying here?
Holman starts a new over. Ingram on the back foot defends to short leg. Just whack the aircon up a bit.
Yeah. It hasn't really kicked in yet, the aircon, has it?
No, well, the window open. I suppose it doesn't. You don't always.
Well, actually, they've got the window open next door and it's nice and cool in there. They've probably had the aircon on all day.
Holman bowls short of flatter. Defended by Ingram back to the bowler.
Youngsters, you see, they don't care about the planet like us old ones. We'll swelter in here just to save a bit of energy.
105 for 3, 55 runs still behind. Ingram pulls and he's got hold of that one, dispatched it through mid-wicket as short leg took cover, and Holman just dropping a fraction short, and Ingram onto it like a flash. And the score goes up to 109 for 3, and Colin Ingram is still on 5, and it feels as though he's been in there. Still on 9 rather, in single figures, as he knocks that one towards short leg. It's blocked this time by is it the youngster Fernandez under the helmet?
No, it's Holden.
No.
I think, under the helmet.
Holden. Oh, not
Before
following,
the youngster.
Not following the tradition of having the youngest at Boot Hill. Swept by Ingram, 4 runs down to the vacant fine leg position. Not a great over by Holman so far, but he did beat the bat and induce a false shot in his previous over, so I think he'll be given a little longer to tempt them. And deficit down to 47 now, but still with 3 top order men back in the pavilion. If Middlesex can get one more wicket by the time Glamorgan knock off the deficit, they'll be delighted, you would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's cricket, isn't it? Even if they lead by 120 when Middlesex come out to bat, it should be Middlesex's game, but it's cricket.
It's a funny game, as someone once said. Lots of people once said. Helmet of short leg is taken away, and Holden retreats to fine leg in a single saving position or in a miss-hit sweep catching position. And Ingram tries to go big. He does go big through the leg side, smashed away for 4 more. Thought for a moment that one might have been aerial towards the pavilion, but firmly hit by Ingram through mid-wicket. He moves up to 17 after a very slow start to his innings, and Glamorgan are 117 for 3, trailing by 43, and you just get the feeling that Roland Jones needs to just hold his nerve for an over or 2 of Holman, trying to buy this wicket. I know Holman bowled very economically in the first innings. This innings he's gone for 26 off 4 overs, so not doing the containing job, but if he can get one of these out by the time Glamorgan get into the lead, and Middlesex still remain big favourites to collect the 16 win points.
Here's Helm. He's in now. Who's he telling? Out of the way. He's just told Lewis to move a little wider now. It's Helm who was at second slip when Labuschagne edged Bamba in between the slip and the keeper. And he's just told Deploy to move a little wider. That's defended on the back foot though by Labuschagne into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, it was Helm the second slip with no slip at that point. Here's Helm turning again. So has he tightened up there, Deploy? No, he's going to go back. He was told to go wide by Helm, and that's what he's done. A short extra cover walking in is Holden. Here's Helm, bowls full straight, defended, back up the track, no run.
Looks like England women are very much on their way to another T20 win over Pakistan. England 176 all out. Pakistan 107 for 4, needing 70 off 4 overs. That's not going to happen. Danny Wyatt, 87, the main woman for England.
Is Helm. Sets off from the River End bowls. This is clipped back to square on the leg side, and Fernandez is there on this occasion to hold them to a single.
At tea at Hove, Yorkshire need 43 more runs with 4 wickets left to beat Sussex, but opener Adam Lyth is still there. 63 not out.
Sounds good.
Women's Charlotte Edwards Cup also being played.
Helm, slip and a gully for the left-handed Ingram, as well as short mid-wicket. Around the wicket he bowls. Oh, that doesn't get up. Plays that off the back foot to square leg a little tentatively.
Western Storm against South East Stars over the water in Bristol. South East Stars are 126 for 9 with 1 over left of their 20. Cranston, the top scorer there. Ailish Cranston, 31. Sophia Dunkley made 23. 3 wickets for Amanda Jade Wellington, the overseas for Western Storm.
Helm. He's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's works. Back to the square on the leg side. They have a quick single. Bamber comes around.
Wicket apiece for the 2 Welsh bowlers. Sophia Smale bowled 4 overs, 1 for 26. Alex Griffiths 2 overs, 1 for 17 so far.
Bit of chatter in the field, just quietly encouraging. They were lively to start.
It's the Sunrisers that Middlesex covers, isn't it? In the women's game?
Yep.
Yeah. Give you their score after this then.
Helm. It's the crease, he bowls, and that's dabs away into the onside field at mid-wicket.
Sunrisers 137 for 6 against Central Sparks at Worcester. Oh, thank goodness they're playing at Worcester. With one ball remaining of their innings, so that's virtually a final score. 54 from Lizzie McLeod as the top scorer there.
To bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Nathan Fernandez.
Here we go. Nathan Fernandez with a left arm spin from the Cathedral Road end.
So one spinner replacing another, bit of a different variety of spin. At the Oval, Surrey are 3 wickets away from victory now. And at Trent Bridge, Hampshire will chase 169 to beat Nottinghamshire. 0 for 0 at tea. So quite a few games could end today. Sussex Yorkshire will definitely end one way or t'other. This one may yet do. It's looking somewhat unlikely, apart from the more optimistic Middlesex supporter maybe. Glamorgan still 41 behind as Fernandez starts off slow left arm, and back on his stumps goes Ingram, which is always a touch risky on this low pitch.
Why would I want to call short by time in Cardiff? Expenses tonight, Nick, expenses. Don't miss out on them.
Fernandez bowls on leg stump, tucked away by Ingram for a single down to square leg. Well, he could spend much of tomorrow basking in the sunshine in central Cardiff without
worrying about the cricket.
Without the cricket duties to be done.
Very true.
120 for 3. It's not a bank holiday this weekend, is it?
No.
They mean
only for cricket commentators who have a 3-day finish.
They mean very little bank holidays in the cricket world.
Yes.
So we might or might not be working at random. Anyway, Fernandez bowls in, and Labuschagne just sweeps very gently in the knowledge that there is a shortish fine leg, shortish squarish fine leg, maybe backward square leg. Fernandez bowls. Labuschagne knocks it to Helm at cover. No run. So 2 balls left of this over. They might squeeze 2 more overs in before tea, depending on how far the ball is dispatched, if at all. Labuschagne driving straight to cover, going down slightly slowly there. Is that Stoneman still at cover?
If it went down slowly, probably. No, it's not. It's Tom Helm.
Tom Helm. Forward comes Labuschagne defending. He remains 60 not out. Glamorgan 120 for 3. Ingram has 19. The deficit is 40. A blast of breeze. Getting a little bit cooler, but I expect most of the spectators have toasted enough and are well enough done to be removed from the oven by now. 120 for 3. Glamorgan trying to take the drama out of the situation. This partnership is only worth 41 so far. They came together in the 28th over, so they've upped the scoring rate slightly. Largely because of that assault on Holman.
Ingram on 19, he awaits as Helm's in around the wicket from the river end. Bowls and down the leg side, that's taken by Davies. No run. Blue towel hanging out the back of his trousers, Helm. What's tickling you?
Reports from my daughter, who's on a service station on the way back from a wedding weekend. Probable claims.
Oh. There's Helm around the wicket, he bowls, and this is worked back with a square on the leg side. Might just be a leg by, actually. I think umpire Baldwin is going to raise his knee and tap it. He is indeed. 1-2-1 for 3. What improbable claims are we going to bring to our listeners now?
It's alleged that the heir to the throne was at a well-known burger franchise in a motorway service station, which I find somewhat difficult to believe.
Yes.
So maybe a lookalike.
Looky-likey. Can we say which service station it was?
I haven't got that information.
Helm over the wicket to Labuschagne, turns to mid-wicket, no run.
Alleged royal sighting. I'm not in a position to provide a second source for this in BBC terms.
If you want to see the Royals, all you need to do is stand on that stretch of the A4 where the M4 slows down to the A4 on the way into Buckingham Palace. You're forever, because it's the route between Buckingham Palace and either Windsor or Heathrow, so it's forever a royal vehicle passing through as his Helm bowls. He's driven away to cover, no run.
You're so blasé.
What you do, you're always stood there outside the natural history.
You're always stood there. Well, I'm not always stood there.
Whenever you're the Cromwell Road, isn't it? Whenever you're on the Cromwell Road, was the huge the bikes blast through and stop everybody. Right, stop you lot.
Okay, I'll take you.
Stood at a set of traffic lights outside the Natural History Museum or some other cultural thing, which you know I'll be doing regularly. There's Helm. Bowls and it's edged, and oh goodness me, second slip. There's no slip in place. I don't think it would have carried, but he's a wide second slip. Had they have had 2 slips in there, then maybe, I don't know.
I thought that might have carried almost. Just short and wide. Would a slip have possibly been able to dive forward? Anyway, it slips in the wrong place. Second edge from Labuschagne through that area.
Deploy gets a pat on the back. He was punching the ground. It's not his fault. I'm assuming he's where he's told to be.
Well, they had this consultation, didn't they, a few minutes ago, where he was told where to be.
He's tightened up now, hasn't he? He has. He's tightened up in there as Helm is in. Bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-off, no run.
Keith from Usk is pleased to hear Gareth Griffith's dulcet tones once again.
We all. I think everybody is. I think
on a cricket commentary for the first time in 3 years.
Not only do we get to hear him, we get to see him, Nick.
And he just thought he was a disembodied presence in an office, hacking out rugby stories by the dozen. Right, well, the pavilion clock might indicate that it's just after 4, but the digital clock indicates that it's just before 4. So we're going to get a bit more Fernandez to bowl the final over of the session, and Ingram plays the first ball thereof gently to point, and there is no run. So Middlesex's session, having claimed 3 wickets, as Ingram on the back foot defends. They came in the 16th, 18th and 28th over. Glamorgan were 33 for naught at lunch, so they've only added 92 runs in the session. And been a couple of nasty moments for Marnus Labuschagne as Colin Ingram plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Labuschagne firstly edging Bamber between keeper and slip, and then Helm in almost identical fashion. It's outside off from Fernandez, and Ingram is not tempted by it, allowing it to go through. So Glamorgan in this session have lost the wickets of Eddie Byram, bowled by Ryan Higgins for 24. Sam Northeast caught by Sam Robson off Higgins without scoring, as Fernandez floats one up and Ingram drives it, but gently under control out through the offside for a single. 126 for 3. And then Kieran Carlson bowled by Tom Helm driving to a ball that came back, may have clipped the inside edge, but would probably have hit the off stick anyway. And he went for 15. That was 79 for 3. Had a partnership of 47 so far between Glamorgan's 2 internationals, and boy, they need more runs out of them if they're to stand a chance of holding on in this match, preventing Middlesex from romping to victory. As Labuschagne drives the last ball of the session gently on the onside. Glamorgan are 126 for 3. Ingram has 20. Labuschagne has 64. But in the session, 2 wickets for Higgins and 1 for Helm makes it Middlesex's session. Commentary resumes at 4:20. Update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly.
I've got some two-time scores from around the country, starting at Torquay.
He's bowled in. Goodness me, he's gone straight through. Well, it looks as though
7 for 1 still trailing.
Here's Roland Jones bowling to Labuschagne, nicely timed between the 2 mid wickets. Roland Jones on his way to Labuschagne, is on 15, and he's beaten the fielder.
And Higgins bowls full. Oh, clipped to mid-wicket and a dolly of a catch, and Northeast falls. 2 balls left to the 18th over of the innings. He bowls and leg side, it gets away. 4 leg buys, I think. He did. Here's Higgins bowls, and that's driven just in front of Fernandez at point. Can't stop it. 4 runs.
Morgan 57 for 2. Roland Jones come in, and that's a delightful little late cut there from Bounds in. Short ball this time, and Carlson has swatted it away. Front foot, Marnus Labuschagne interested. So in comes Bamber. And Labuschagne, he's edged, and it's gone between the keeper and Tom Helm. Based on what they've seen on the pitch so far, as Bamber's in again. It's short and wide this time, and Labuschagne off the back foot. Lovely cut, lovely timing.
Colin Ingram. It's Kieran Carlson on strike at the moment, and he's bowled. And Helm strikes on his way in to bowl to Colin Ingram, and Ingram is finally off the mark, getting one on his legs. with his leg breaks and googlies, and his first ball is cracked through the offside. Runs behind. As Labuschagne cuts this one, it'll be 4 more down to the third.
River end. Hits the crease, he bowls, and that's dabbed backward a point down to the vacant third. Holman gives chase from the river end. He bowls, and this is clipped away. Backward a square. Through square indeed.
Still behind. Ingram pulls, and he's got hold of that one. Dispatched it through mid-wicket. Boothill swept by Ingram. 4 runs down to the vacant fine leg position. And Ingram tries to go big. He does go big through the leg side. Smashed away for 4 more.
Helm bowls, and it's edged, and oh goodness me, second slip. There's no slip in place. I don't think it would have carried, but he's a wide second slip. Had they have had 2 slips in there, maybe, I don't know.
I thought that might have carried almost.
Just
short and wide.
Are available in the Pyramid Lounge. A full range of food and drink is available there. The Pyramid Lounge is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. You can also obtain food and drink from the mobile unit beneath the Castell House stand, and you can purchase snacks from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school.
Exclusive. You just pull from post to post, and you're like, you said to that, guys, I'm not fighting. I can't be everywhere at once. Yeah. I'll do what I can, and I'll do a good job, but don't expect me to be everywhere. I get that with the guy who does the triathlon stuff, Scamp, little Chris. Oh, right. Yeah, overnight oats. Yeah, I want it. Like the yogurt, protein yogurt. My wife, yeah. My wife does it, I don't know. Oh. But she puts like seeds in there as well, but yeah, and a bit of sunflower seeds. Are they sunflower seeds or something? Nice little cup
resume Glamorgan's second innings after tea, minus Labuschagne and Colin Ingram. And to resume the bowling, for Middlesex at the River End, Toby Rowland-Jones.
Love Jim.
126 for 3, Glamorgan. 34 runs in arrears. Middlesex, 7 more wickets needed to try to set up a victory push. An innings victory for the visitors now looks unlikely, but it has been slow and tough going for Glamorgan, who added just 93 in the afternoon session for the loss of 3 top order wickets, and Middlesex would have settled for that. And it'll be Rowland-Jones to bowl the first over after tea, the lofty figure of the Middlesex skipper. And 0 for 24 off his 8 overs so far. Bowling to Colin Ingram, and Ingram drives to mid-off and decides against a single. Ingram has 20, Labuschagne has 64. Enjoy this partnership while it lasts, Glamorgan followers, because as we were saying earlier, it won't happen very often in red ball cricket. A rare treat, maybe, but it's been by no means free-flowing, this partnership of 47 so far in 14 overs. They've upped the run rate very slightly as Ingram drives, but again straight to mid-on, and there is no run. It's rare that you see 2 batters who are both well set by now, but finding such difficulty in piercing the field, Gareth.
Yeah, it's Labuschagne 64 from 120, Ingram 20 from 49, run rate just under 3, so I think that tells the story that you were just explaining.
Rowland-Jones round the wicket. Ingram drives, he's got that one through the offside, races away to the cover ropes in front of the pavilion for 4 runs, 130 for 3.
Just as we say that, he's had an elegant shot through the covers, so commentators curse in a sort of opposite way.
Commentators curse on the Middlesex bowler in that case. Rojo, the Middlesex skipper, has got sort of 2 slips as he bowls to Ingram, who drives again back to the bowler, who stops it in his follow-through and boots it in rather disgruntled fashion up to mid-on.
He might just have heard you calling him Rojo again. That might well have been it. Is that going to catch on? Are we trying something here? Or
I'm told Kevin says it's his proper Middlesex nickname.
Yeah, so, okay.
It's a fairly obvious one for the listener, not one which needs to be explained.
A lot of cricket nicknames are very obvious, though, aren't they?
As Ingram up on his toes, playing it out on the offside.
Sometimes they are normally just with a Y on the end of them or something.
Yes.
You're listening to cricket with Griff and Webby.
Griff and Webby at the mic, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. It permutates throughout the game.
It does, and you even get players addressing us thus, which is fine. 130 for 3, Glamorgan 30 runs behind. As Rowland-Jones bowls and Ingram turns it off his hip, but only as far as the ever effervescent Holden at square leg next to the umpire. Just the one scoring shot, the boundary off the Rowland-Jones over. And we have a further 43 overs to bowl tonight, and it looks like that we'll get them in because the weather is set fair and the light should also be good deep into the evening, so we may well be playing until 7 o'clock-ish.
Yes, nice late finish on a Sunday night.
Our broadcast stream is booked till 7:30, so if it runs past that, then we can shut up anyway.
Yes.
Apologies if it goes off suddenly at 7:30. As another away ground earlier in the season, they'd only booked it till 7 and play went till 7:15, and we had comments afterwards saying, "Oh, it all went quiet suddenly."
Who knows what happened in that final 15 minutes? And it's Ryan Higgins from the Cathedral Road end to open the session, just as he did in the afternoon session, where he picked up 2 wickets and bowled very economically as well. 2 for 16 off 7 so far. Ryan Higgins to add to his unbeaten 75 in Middlesex, first innings total of 343. And it's Labuschagne facing his first ball, and Labuschagne defends out to short extra. Tom Helm there, and there's no run.
In the Women's International, England beat Pakistan, as we suspected, by 34 runs for a 3-0 win for England in that T20 series. As indeed you would expect with the English game further advanced in professional status.
Higgins over the wicket. Labuschagne defends, solid ball straight back to Higgins, no run.
Pakistan finished on 142 for 4, but that was still well behind the Danny Wyatt inspired England total, even though they were bowled out, which is a little bit of a rarity in T20. Batting first, anyway.
Of course, we'll be seeing T20 beginning of the season, 31st of May down here, Glamorgan, first home game.
Yep, stay tuned on this channel.
Ryan Higgins. Labuschagne defends out to short mid-wicket. Again, no run. Middlesex looking to build the pressure here. Glamorgan still trailing by 30, 130 for 3.
Men's T20 International underway in Voorburg. Ireland under early pressure, 35 for 3 after 6 overs, with both ex-Glamorgan Andrew Balbirnie and ex-Middlesex Paul Stirling out for 11 apiece.
Back here, Higgins, again nice and straight, picking up where he left off in the afternoon session, giving the Glamorgan batsman nothing really to play at, to attack. Wicket to wicket. 2 for 16 from 7.4 as the wind again comes from nowhere after just the occasional gust of breeze comes through, and then it's calm and serene again. Higgins, this time Labuschagne beats the fielder at short mid-wicket and scampers through for the single. Toby Rowland-Jones fields at mid-on. 131 for 3, Labuschagne moves on to 65.
Yeah, the partnership now past 50. Morgan in desperate need of a lot more. Yorkshire in need of 29 more at Hove, with 4 wickets remaining. They've fought back from 76 for 5 at one point, 45 for 4, chasing 183, and look set to beat Sussex, who are visitors to Lords come Friday.
Yeah, Higgins going round the wicket now to the left-handed Ingram. Slip and short mid-wicket in place, and it's short and wide, and Ingram makes a little bit of room for himself. Delightful little late cut there behind square, and the ball runs away for 4.
Their opportunity offered to Colin Ingram, and making the most of it.
Yeah, Glamorgan move on to 135 for 3. Ingram 28, Labuschagne 65. Deficit now just 25, and Higgins has been very accurate, but as you say, just a little bit of leeway given to Ingram there, and the class player that he is, he latched onto it very quickly.
So there's also T20 international action, by the way, without wanting to sound too much like a public service announcement. England and Pakistan men meet here a week Tuesday, and the club say there are only a few hundred tickets left, so if you want to watch that in the flesh, then act sooner rather than later. 135 for 3. 25 runs in arrears are Glamorgan as Labuschagne takes guard. 42 overs remain. Rowland-Jones bowls, Labuschagne defends into the offside, and there's no run. Glamorgan run rate at 3, so if they were to score at 3 from now on, an extra 123, they'd still be probably 100 or slightly fewer ahead come close of play, which would be still challenging, no matter how many wickets are in hand, as Labuschagne drives this one to Higgins at short mid-wicket. Sunglasses parked on the top of his cap, but glinting in the sunshine. Not quite sure why he hasn't got them actually in front of his eyes at the moment. I take the mick out of cricketers often enough for having cricketers on the having sunnies on the top of their caps. Today, fully justified. As Roland Jones bowls up in the block hole, Labuschagne plays it well up to mid-off, no run. Still the very few of the crowd disappearing. Rare chance to see two international batters together for Glamorgan in the county championship in the sunshine. Not often you get the stars all lining up like that. Roland Jones, former England Test player, in to bowl, and Labuschagne plays it gently on the offside, and there's no run. But this is a specialist side of county cricket, I think you'd have to say, a specialist side of red ball cricket, in that on the surface of it not much happens for quite long periods, but it is a very tense struggle nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a key session this as well, isn't it? As you say, Glamorgan trailing by 25. Middlesex trying to break this partnership.
It's a long session as well, as Labuschagne takes a step forward, works it to short mid-wicket, but has to retreat as Higgins fields.
That's, what are we, 41.1 overs left, so as you say, pushing towards the 7 o'clock mark, and but, you know, why would you not want to be at this lovely ground in this lovely weather for that little bit longer? Indeed,
we've had enough lousy weather earlier in the season. The first home game against Derbyshire, gosh, the two weekend days. As that is driven by Labuschagne nicely, firmly up to mid-off. There's a slight misfield, but not enough of one to allow the single to be taken. 135 for 3 at the end of a maiden over from Roland Jones. We looked at the professional pictures from the Hugh Evans agency from that first game, and there were people huddled up with multiple layers of clothing, hats, scarves, whatever, and spectators that did come were almost huddled together for warmth down at the River Taff end, because it was absolutely bitingly cold. And then the same again at Northampton in particular. Even one day where it was sunny up there, it still didn't break 10 degrees.
It's funny to see the contrast, because I've just seen the photographer in the cover, and he is wrapped up. And I said, well, what about the weather? But he's directly below me. He's in the shade, and the wind's coming in, so he's not on that far side in the sun as Higgins starts his next over. And Ingram looking to be a bit more aggressive there, trying to break through the offside, but only finds short extra cover. No run. Higgins coming round the wicket there. Looking at a bit of a change of angle here. I think he's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, just to look for a bit more success, just perhaps a little bit straighter. Pose a different challenge for Colin Ingram. Play just delayed slightly as Labuschagne just adjusts himself in the... but he's ready now. Higgins over the wicket, very straight again. Full face of the bat from Ingram though. Out to Roland Jones at mid-off. No run there. 137 for 3, still deficit of 23. Ingram 28, Labuschagne 65. And Higgins continuing his accurate seam bowling, nagging away, trying to induce that mistake from these two experienced world-class batsmen. So in comes Higgins. And that's a delightful shot from Colin Ingram. He's been waiting for that one. Square of the wicket. Superb placement there. He just gave himself a little bit of room. And a square cover drive for 4. Ingram moves on to 32. Glamorgan 141 for 3. And the deficit now is under 20. It is 19. And a lovely shot there from Colin Ingram. Just didn't try to hit it too hard. Just waiting for Higgins to stray off the stumps. And just using the pace and then just guiding it through square on the offside.
Yeah, it's just a question of supreme judgment at the moment, isn't it? Making the most of the very occasional bad ball that's being sent their way.
Yeah, and Ingram's done that twice in 2 overs now, one off the back foot and one off the front foot, both square at the wicket for 4s. Higgins looks to come back, and again he is nice and straight. Ingram on the back foot, squirts out to backward point. Higgins just changing the angle again, just trying to get the right line. He's coming back around the wicket now to Ingram, but he's just trying to test Ingram and also try and get the right line just to see if he can get that breakthrough. So he started the over around the wicket, he went over the wicket, now he's back around the wicket with all within the space of 3 balls. So he's trying things, you know, Middlesex are trying, they know they need to break this partnership. 1 or 2 wickets and the game changes again. Higgins comes in and squares Ingram up a little bit. Ingram was looking to play that through the onside, but it squirts out to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-off, no run, so that's given the Middlesex fans a little bit of encouragement, the players, and a bit more noise. Led by Tom Helm at short mid-wicket. They know they've got to keep positive because they know this breakthrough, how important it will be at this stage of the game. Partnership's now 62 between these 2 batsmen. Higgins comes in wide, ball goes straight through to down the leg side. Davies takes the ball, diving forward, no run.
Yeah, I mean, you feel that the chatter from the Middlesex players is artificial, but it has to be done, doesn't it, to keep the bowlers' morale up, to keep everyone on their toes, and they probably know that 90% of it is sheer bravado, but it's the same on most cricket teams, I guess.
It is, yeah, warm day as well. They've got to keep spirits up. Higgins outside that Colin Ingram was looking to play that ball down, a little inside edge, just misses the stumps, and that'll give Higgins encouragement after an experimental over from the Middlesex seamer, just trying to gain that breakthrough, and that was very close. Keeper and slip. How he's lucky there that he hasn't dragged that ball onto the leg stump as he did in the first innings.
Yeah, played on in the first innings from outside off. That time it was a big thick inside edge, and it shot between the batter and the leg stump on that occasion, but that is certainly a near miss, and probably the closest that Middlesex have come to dismissing Colin Ingram so far. New over, Rowland-Jones to Labuschagne, having to come down on it, defend. Ball not bouncing an awful lot. Slightly alien conditions for Labuschagne, having been playing test matches at home this summer against New Zealand and West Indies, or the Australian summer that is. A few ODIs as well. As Labuschagne drives, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, another couple of inches to the left, and that one may have beaten mid-on to the boundary. As it was, Labuschagne playing straight. Ingram turned and made his guard, but it hadn't been touched by Rowland-Jones in the follow-through, so no danger of one of those run-outs. Already had one in this match. Bamber run out by McIlroy at the non-striker's end. Rowland-Jones is in to bowl, and Labuschagne getting a little bit tucked up. Another dot ball, joined the dots, played to mid-on, and there's no run. As the shadow of the floodlight pylon starts to make itself felt on the outfield. They're one pylon down at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see when that one is replaced. The one just to the left of the pavilion normally. As Labuschagne punches that one hard into the offside, but Holden is now back in an interesting position. Saved the single there, but he is very, very deep at cover. He's not a cover sweeper, but it's another dot ball.
You think he's been placed there purposefully to try and dry up the run, so when Labuschagne has hit a shot off the front or the back foot, which he thinks might well go to the boundary of the more orthodox cover, that he actually gets no reward for it.
There's also a close man in catching at cover, and Labuschagne pulls that one away through mid-wicket, but will only pick up a single because the sweeper on the leg side has picked that one up in front of the pavilion. So Labuschagne deliberately eyeing up the suggestion of a gap there past mid-wicket, but couldn't reach the boundary. 142 for 3, just the single off the over so far. The last ball of Roland Jones' 11th over. He's got 0 for 29. 4 maidens, plenty of maidens in this match. Glamorgan sent down 21 in their 117 overs, and we've already had 11 in this innings out of 47. Ingram settles. Deploy is still in that 1.5, 1 3/4 second slip position. Mid-wicket is on the drive, cover is on the drive as well, as Ingram runs that one down towards gully, but it's got almost too much of a bat on it to get more than a single, as it's fielded by Fernandez. 143 for 3, 2 singles off the over. Ingram has 33, Labuschagne has 66, and this is still arduous stuff for the batting side, who are 17 runs behind.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins will continue from the Cathedral Road end, and I think he will persevere with the around the wicket to Colin Ingram. Remember the last ball of the last over, Colin Ingram almost played on, and Higgins will continue to toil away at that off stump straight ball, hoping that Colin Ingram will make a mistake or he can produce a delivery that can dismiss the South African. But Higgins 2 for 27 from 9 so far, 2 maidens. Again, nice and straight. Colin Ingram looking to push things on, can only find mid-on, no run there again. Ingram now 33 from 63, Labuschagne 66 from 136. The run rate, as we've been speaking about today, always around 3, just over 3 at the moment. Glamorgan trail by 17. Hard work out there for the Glamorgan batsmen, but they are up to the task at the moment. 143 for 3. Higgins comes in. Oh, again, Colin Ingram. This time not onto the stumps, I think more down onto his pads possibly. But again, trying to force it. Higgins not doing anything different round the wicket. Just trying to induce that mistake. Yeah, just I think down onto his back pad there.
Yep.
Yeah, Ingram frustrated with himself on there. Just a little bit close to be playing that shot, and he knows it. And it's the second time he's done it in 2 overs. So he'll be hoping that he'll eradicate that for now, certainly on this wicket. Higgins short and wide, and just past the keeper and between the gully, no slip there. Cries of anguish there from Higgins and the Middlesex fielders, but 4 more runs for Colin Ingram. Kept a little low, went through with the shot, but never a chance, even if there'd been a slip there. But Ingram moves on to 37, 147 for 3. Glamorgan just trailed by 13 now, but there was a bit of encouragement there for Middlesex in this last over.
Yes, even seeing the ball run away to the ropes, the fact that Colin Ingram did get a thick edge on that and the inside edge the previous delivery.
Gust of wind again comes in, so does Ingram. Nice and straight again. Ingram just pushes the ball back to the bowler, no run on that occasion.
Yeah, we will change that effects microphone if it persists for any length of time.
Good to get the atmos, Nick, isn't it? And the conditions here, changing conditions at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, still mostly blue sky overhead.
Yeah. Higgins around the wicket to Ingram. Ingram pushes the ball through to mid-on.
Oh, there's been a no ball in this over, I've just noticed.
Was that the last ball?
Yes,
it was just the
previous one.
Previous ball, the penultimate ball, yes. So there was a.
We don't. The umpires are square on, so we don't always catch the no ball signals.
Higgins around the wicket again, and this time Ingram just flicks it off his pads out to long leg for a single. He moves on to 38. 150 up for Glamorgan. Just trail by 10 now. Smattering of applause from the Sophia Gardens. The no ball means that Marnus Labuschagne will face one delivery in this 10th over of Ryan Higgins. 2 for 34 so far. Partnership is 71 at the moment. Vital runs for Glamorgan. Higgins finishes his over. Down the track, Labuschagne flicks the ball off. He'll be looking for a couple here down to fine leg, and he'll canter through for 2 to end the over. Glamorgan 152 for 3. Labuschagne moves on to 68. Ingram on 38, and the deficit now is into single figures, just 8. 48 overs gone, so Glamorgan will be looking to start building an advantage soon. So they're 152 for 3. And Ingram will face the next over from Toby Rowland-Jones, 38 he's on at the moment.
9 came off the over, and this partnership of 73 is easily the biggest for Glamorgan of this game. The best in the first innings was a mere 48 for the 8th wicket between Ul Hassan and Crane, which tells you the extent of the Glamorgan top order struggles in the first innings. Rowland-Jones is in to bowl. Ingram drives into the offside, and there's no run. In contrast, Middlesex starting off with a stand of 97, then 74 for the second wicket, and then they had a further 64 for the 5th wicket. So various stages in the Middlesex innings when they were in control, and not since about 20 to 12 on the first day have Glamorgan been in control of the match. It didn't last long. Ingram blocks the next delivery from Rowland-Jones on the offside, and there is no run. The batting to come: Cook, Ul Hassan, Harris, Crane, Gorvin and McIlroy. And with due respect to the lower half of the order, all of whom can hang around, you'd hope from a Welsh point of view for a considerable amount of crease occupation from these two, and from Chris Cook, the next man in, who's been a bit in and out of form. Rowland-Jones bowls. Ingram drives back to the bowler, tipped onto the stumps by Rowland-Jones, and Labuschagne was safely at home.
I think the Glamorgan batsmen have learnt from what happened to Ethan Bamber in that first Middlesex innings, because that's happened the last couple of overs, and both batsmen have been securely in their crease, shall we say, although perhaps the ball wasn't played with as much force as the Bamber incident.
I suppose it's a function of the pitch, isn't it, that the bowling has to be straighter because the pitch is slower, as Ingram nudges one off his legs and calls for a single down to backward square hole. Holden Fields behind the umpire, comfortably through for a single. Because the pitch is slow, the bowlers are having to concentrate on accuracy on the stumps rather than trying to test players outside the off stump and get the edge. So bowlers straighter, batters hitting straighter, and therefore more potential for the ball to be deflected by the bowler. Sam North East a victim of that at Headingley. 153 for 3, 7 behind. Labuschagne plays that one firmly to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The short mid-wicket fielder, which has mostly been Ryan Higgins, has had to stop quite a few firm blows from Labuschagne during the course of his innings, which so far has occupied 138 deliveries here on this glorious sunny Sunday afternoon at Sophia. In comes the next delivery, which Labuschagne again plays rather more gently to short mid-wicket. End of an uneventful Rowland-Jones over, a single taken off it. Glamorgan 153 for 3, trailing Middlesex by 7 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yes, some running repairs for Tom Helm there, just perhaps maybe tape around his finger, not sure, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him at some point.
Well, he bowled really well in the first innings, didn't he?
He did, yes. And took a wicket in this afternoon session as well. Kieran Carlson.
Yep. Fine ball as well, just a little bit of movement off the pitch.
Yeah.
Enough to defeat the Carlson drive.
There is a change of bowling here from the Cathedral Road end. Ryan Higgins is coming off.
Nathan Fernandez.
And as you can hear over the tannoy there, Nathan Fernandez, this left arm spin. Left arm over it will be to the left-handed Colin Ingram. We saw a little bit of him before tea.
Fascinating stuff down at Hove. It's switched again from the look of it. We thought Yorkshire were favourites, but now they are 9 down, needing a further 25 to win against Sussex.
Bit more serene here at the moment. No sign of a result as yet as Fernandez comes over the wicket. And Colin Ingram's gone straight away. He's gone over the top. And it's gone all the way for 6, not letting the left arm of Fernandez settle. He's hit it over long on for 6. So Colin Ingram looking to get on with things now. The deficit is just 1 as he moves on to 45. Glamorgan 159 for 3. And Ingram signalling his attention there, not letting Fernandez settle after tea.
He likes to bully the odd bowler, doesn't he, Colin Ingram?
Very little foot movement in that shot, but a lot of power.
So his muscular forearms spent pounding the massive tractor-style tyres in South Africa with his Thor-like hammer.
Lovely description there from Nick Webb. Poetic. As Fernandez comes in over the wicket. Little bit more circumspect there from Ingram, just knocking the ball out to short extra cover. No run there.
In case you think I'm making that up, that has been on Colin Ingram's social media.
Okay. Nathan Fernandez comes in. A little bit of a false stroke there. He dragged it a bit wider there, Fernandez, just trying to induce the drive, and just a little inside edge, fielded back by the bowler. No run for Colin Ingram. Fernandez persevering over the wicket, and with the man back now after following the 6 at the beginning of the over, Colin Ingram pushes the ball out to mid-on, and Glamorgan are level. And
the innings defeat.
Yes, that is out, and now it is Labuschagne 68, Ingram 46, the partnership is 81, and now Glamorgan can start building the advantage. As Fernandez is around the wicket to Labuschagne, Labuschagne just guides the ball out onto the leg side for a single, and the applause you can hear is that Glamorgan now lead by 1 in the second innings, so they're 161 for 3. Labuschagne moves on to 69. So now maybe that was it Keith who produced that prediction earlier. Maybe that isn't so optimistic. As again, a little bit of turn there for Fernandez, but Ingram manages to push the ball out on the leg side. Glamorgan 162 for 3. Colin Ingram on 47. Manish Labuschagne on 69. This partnership now worth 83, and Glamorgan lead by 2, and Nick Webb will continue, and Kevin Hand will come in.
Thank you very much indeed to Gareth Griffiths. If you think that Glamorgan can in any way think of setting a target, I would suggest you were somewhat over optimistic, because there are 2 hours to come tonight, 2 hours in each session tomorrow, so Glamorgan would have to probably batter another day if they possibly could to try and bat Middlesex out of it, and I don't think they'd be able to give themselves enough time to bowl Middlesex out, even if they were to continue their innings for the next 3 sessions, which is still a big ask. As Ingram is driving first ball from Roland Jones to mid-off, no run.
Speaking of big asks, I've just about made it halfway through that chocolate.
It's particularly sumptuous and calorie-laden, the chocolate offering. Yorkshire need another 24 with their last wicket together at Sussex.
What was it? Triple chocolate layered cake? Quadruple chocolate layered cake?
Some moussey substance, isn't it? As Ingram pushes that one to mid-on, no run. Glamorgan effectively 2 for 3 in the second innings.
And Well, there's a chance, isn't there? How many overs left now? 35.
Yeah, 2 hours tonight.
120 ahead overnight.
It's a lot of batting to be done for Glamorgan.
Well, it's this. This is the partnership that we've teed up all the way through, isn't it? It's this partnership, not all bust, but
Roland Jones bowls. Ingram inside edge down towards square leg, no run.
Middlesex will know that these two are a danger and they need to get rid of them. How old's the ball now? 50 overs. So this is the key area. This next third, Middlesex haven't got a second new ball until tomorrow.
No.
These are the times where batters score runs.
No, it'll be tonight.
Well, yeah.
Last 5 overs tonight.
Yeah. But 30 overs away, by that point, you'd think Middlesex will be the team that are cooked and ready to get off the field.
They'll be tired, yeah.
These two batters will be saying, bring it on.
Roland Jones into bowl. Ingram pushes up to mid-off. No run. So Colin Ingram has performed in every match really so far this season. And he's got runs. Does he get rested now next week? How can they afford to leave out one of these two to bring back Mir Hamza? Roland Jones is in to bowl. Ingram drives delightfully into the covers, but that is a fine piece of fielding there that has made it into a dot ball rather than a 4 ball. So Ingram really getting a bit of width, latched onto it, drove it away, and a fine scrambling stop. No run, as Marnus Labuschagne wants to say. In brighter sunshine now. Oh, Ingram tries to cut and almost plays on. Well, we've already seen plenty of playing on. At least 4 men going that way. This time Ingram looking to cut. It was a bit too close to him and he chopped it down straight into the ground, and it just went past the off stump. Ingram survives. He's on 47. Labuschagne 69. 162 for 3. 51 overs gone. 35 remain available this evening.
Yeah, it didn't really do anything, that ball, did it? It was just, or maybe it did, just seemed back in slightly. Just a slight bit of seam back into the left-hander. Here's Fernandez, left arm around the wicket, slip in place. Deep cover, deep mid-wicket. And Fernandez stepping in with a long shadow stretching out in front of him to his right. He's bowling right up there to Labuschagne, who drives to mid-off. Robson Fields, no run. Yeah, shadow starting to stretch. What time of the day is it? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, still more than a session to go. It's like the old days. Fernandez bowls, a little drive into the offside from Labuschagne. Hits the gap and it's fielded at deep cover by Helm.
Yeah, at least it's the weather for it this weekend.
Oh, I can feel the breeze coming in through that window now. Look, it's just picking up the score sheet in front of us. It's not a score card anymore, is it? It's a score sheet now, sheet of paper.
Half the thickness they used to be.
There's Fernandez in, lots of flight on that outside the off stump, loops up and it's driven square of the wicket by Ingram for a single to meet 48.
But then I think they are giving them away to spectators these days.
Yeah.
Rather than the old-fashioned scorecard that used to pay 50 pence or £1 for precious little information in some cases.
You've got to think of the planet as well now, haven't we?
We do.
This is Fernandez bowls, and this ball's driven away out to deep cover for a single. 165 for 3. Labuschagne moves to 71, as I said the other day to you, Nick, if paper grew on trees. Slip. Crouch down still for the left-handed Ingram. Bowls pushed down to long on for a single off the back foot by stop laughing by Ingram. He moves to 40.
It's just
Poor old
the
Mark
dramatics
Stoneman.
of
The old man.
Stoneman, who dived valiantly in a bid to save the single there, but then rolled around on the ground as if he were a Premier League footballer appealing for a penalty kick when someone's blown at his heel.
Fernandez, last ball of the over. Lovely bit of flight and just getting an angle on that. Fine of Stoneman this time, who has to slide to collect, but they do get the single. And it's 1-6. 7 for 3. Labuschagne 72 from 144. Pleasingly a strike rate of perfectly 50.
Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to come in just a couple of moments' time during this next Roland Jones over. In case you're wondering if I suddenly switching up a couple of gears as the two batters meet for a little consultation mid-wicket. This containing field with just Duploy as slip. Cover is more or less on the drive.
Mould is in the news. Not the stuff above our head here.
In comes the next delivery. Labuschagne turns it past mid-wicket. And they go through for a single. 168 for 3. Glamorgan's international pair of Marnus Labuschagne and Colin Ingram are still going, and Glamorgan have pushed just into the lead at 168 for 3, 8 runs ahead after a big first innings deficit of 160 and then losing their first 3 wickets for 79. Middlesex looked very much in control of the game. The wicket is slow, the scoring rate has been relatively slow, but Labuschagne and Ingram at the moment showing their international class, though Ingram's nearly played on a couple of occasions. Glamorgan 168 for 3, lead by 8. Top ball.
The wind did that just on time, didn't it? Really blustered right in the middle of your report there, didn't it?
Well, proves I was out and about and not sitting in the studio opposite the newsreader. 168 for 3. So the field for Ingram, the obligatory 1 slip. Well, they might get rid of that if this stand much longer. 1 in close on the drive on either side of the wicket. Roland Jones bowls to Ingram, short ball that he pulls, and that will reach Colin Ingram's half century off 86 deliveries. And a fine knock from Colin Ingram. He's been under pressure for a lot of it. Scoring has not been fast. He's hit 8 fours and 1 6 as Colin Ingram reaches yet another 50.
Yeah, lovely. And he's really putting a thorn in Middlesex's side here. Who would dearly love to pick up a couple of wickets, get through and get some control on this one. Roland Jones
bowling to Labuschagne, who drives it back to him, and there is no run.
Sorry, I forgot our ends. 169
for 3. Ingram 50, Labuschagne 73. And Colin Ingram has passed 50 in each of the 6 matches that he has played with innings that I shall run through in a moment as Roland Jones bowls to Labuschagne, who knocks it to mid-wicket and there's no run. Ingram hit a 132, as Middlesex listeners will know, in the first innings of the season at Lords. Derby 51 in the second innings, Northants 82 in the first innings, Yorkshire 113 in the second innings, and Sussex 170 in the first innings. You could say he's in decent nick. He's watching as Marnus Labuschagne faces up to Roland Jones and plays that one firmly to Holden, the semi-sweeper on the cover side.
Ingram's 50 came off 87 balls.
87.
With 8 fours and 1 6.
There we are, at 86 down at the time. Apologies for that, 87 deliveries. So, although there are a fair few boundaries, there are a fair few dot balls in that Ingram knock, and probably slightly slower than his typical half century.
Put away the bad ball.
But you have to play the conditions, don't you? You have to play the situation. And Middlesex have, by and large, bowled pretty tightly with only the very occasional bad ball.
Have Glamorgan won the day so far? I guess they have.
Oof.
With
there's
a session to go. Here's Fernandez. A little bit of flight on that one, bit of turn.
Just a little bit of momentum with Glamorgan at the moment, but it is such gentle momentum because you can't really get the scoring rate going.
Here's Fernandez bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside on the front foot defensively, no run.
So you'd still very much rather be in Middlesex's position, having the opposition 9 for 3.
There goes Fernandez again. Deep backward square and deep mid-wicket as well as deep cover, set back, slip crouching down, and forward goes. Ingram plunges a little bit more at that one, doesn't he? Thick inside edge falls towards mid-wicket. Stoneman does the fielding. Hands on head for Elias Deploy, who may or may not be in the attack soon. He turned it a fair old bit in that first game of the season against Glamorgan at Lords. Deploy turned it bigger probably than anybody else. As Fernandez gives this a bit of flight, solid forward defence once more, and there is no run. Fernandez just taking instruction. Roland Jones orchestrating somebody long on. Did I miss long on when I went around the field there? I think I may have done. Sam Robson just emerged from the shadows of the indoor school away to our left as Fernandez bowls, and he goes over Robson and puts him pretty much where he just was for 4. Lewis Deploy's got his hands on his head. Slip. Roland Jones is pondering.
Yeah, Colin Ingram seems to be inclined to have a go at young Fernandez, doesn't he? Smashed muscularly over mid-wicket. Mid-wicket's on the ropes, or wide mid-wicket rather.
Here comes Fernandez again. This is a sweep. Swept fine, but there is a long leg there. And just a single taken by Glamorgan. End of the 54th over. He bowls 54, 55 miles an hour. Dropped that last one down into the 60s as he took the pace right off. And see a sight on the stream next to us, looking at the feed of the grounds, sunning themselves, folks.
Yes, make sure you're beach body ready if you strip off at Sapphire Gardens, because the camera will find you.
I suggest he's doing all right there, that gentleman, wouldn't you?
He's slimmer than I am.
Yeah,
I'm not going to criticise anyone's physique, being on the larger side myself. 174 for 3. Tom Helm back into the attack. Fine ball to dismiss Kieran Carlson mid-afternoon.
We get fed too much cake, don't we, up here?
6'4", charging in, bowls, and on the back foot Ingram sees the ball rolling to mid-on, and there is no run. If you want to email us, nickweb2017@gmail.com. nickweb2017 on X/Twitter, where you may also find Kevin Hand Sport. Neil Thornycroft says he misses badly typed score sheets from the club office. When in the days possibly when they used to update them, if not every day, then maybe more frequently on occasion. Helm is in to bowl. Ingram noodles it off his legs, and there is no run. So we are getting this odd breeze on the effects mic that is
Just get a bit more of it up here.
Pointed out by a producer in BBC Radio Wales headquarters.
Well, your last report, it literally buffeted the effects mic more than it had done all day, didn't it? The timing was, did say afterwards.
Helm is in to bowl and worked away on the leg side by Labuschagne for a single out to deep square, who is on the boundary, so it is just the single. 176 for 3, Glamorgan 16 ahead. Yes, let's hope it's not loud again in the 6 o'clock bulletin, otherwise I'll have my ear chewed when I get home.
Oh, it's that producer.
It is that producer on air at the moment.
It's the big producer.
BBC Radio Wales,
dear.
the one I have to listen to.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. As Helm bowls a short pitch ball that is over the head of Colin Ingram, ducking. It wasn't quite high enough to be a no ball, but it is very definitely one of his contingent for the over. And I think if Ingram hadn't ducked, it might have been called a no ball, because I think that would have been over head height anyway. Anywho, it sailed through.
Replay now. Oh goodness me, it was.
It's a big looping one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think we're getting into the point where we're going to have to change that mic, so I'll do it in my next spell off air. As Ingram ducks that one down onto the offside, and there's no run.
The great effects mics around the country. Adrian Harm's a good one. He has to get up on the roof, doesn't he? Up
Yes.
on the roof. I promise I won't sing. Where you often have the laughing seagull.
Yes.
Up on the roof at Hove, laughing away.
The gulls of Hove. A few 100 metres in from the seafront, as we used to get at Colwyn Bay when Glamorgan played there. Sadly, no longer at the moment. No games since COVID in the north. As Ingram pulls that one down towards fine leg, and will take a single down to Holman. And as various bits and pieces come on from various 12th persons, Glamorgan 177 for 3, leading by 17. Ingram has 57. Labuschagne has 74, and these two building the partnership, which has reached 98, which was desperately needed by Glamorgan, but they and Colin and Chris Cook in next still need to produce plenty of runs between them.
Oh, hey, Ed Bevan! He's on the stream. There he is, Ed.
Spotted Edward Bevan on the stream.
He's got his top, unfortunately. For those watching the stream, Ed's at the bottom of the screen in the light blue.
And for those of you just listening, then he's still there, but you won't be able to imagine him quite so well. But you know what Ed looks like. He's looked about the same for the last 40 years anyway.
What do you mean 40? He's wearing his City strips today, I've just noticed, isn't he? Light blue top, white shorts.
Oh, what's happening in the footy? You keeping half an eye on it?
They're winning 2-1, the Citizens are on their way to the title. Arsenal fell 1-0 behind to Everton, would you believe? But it's 1-1 there now.
And what stage are those games at?
They're just into the second half, I believe. I mean, I'm just trying to from a distance keep an eye on what's happening.
Absolutely.
Here's Fernandez. He's left arm over the wicket. There's a silly mid-on as well as a slip, and Fernandez is in now. Bowls. Oh, swept. Made it on the full, I think. Ingram moves to 61. 181 for 3. And the partnership moves to 100.
Yeah, made that into a full toss, fetched it round from off or outside. But Fernandez and Roland Jones should not be disheartened by Ingram playing aggressive shots, because that's more likely to produce an error.
As Fernandez bowls, and Ingram on this occasion sits back, rides the bounce somewhat as he eases away into the leg side. There's a single more. 182 for 3. They've very nearly matched their first innings score. As I said, if they can match Middlesex's first innings score, then we could have an interesting finish here. 3-4-3 Middlesex posted. So here comes Fernandez, bowls, and this is swept straight to Max Holden at backward square by Labuschagne. The lead 22 for 3. It's not something that can't be recovered. Remember, there's still 30 overs to go today, as here's Fernandez, and backing away, Labuschagne punches to deep cover, a single. 183 for 3, and they have now achieved their first innings score.
I think for Glamorgan to be having a reasonable amount of confidence to get a draw, they need to lose not more than one more wicket in the next 30 overs, which is still quite a task, even though these two are well set. And the field is set back a little bit now.
Fernandez, bit of flight and punching away into the offside. It's Ingram, it's fielded at cover.
This is very much the in-out field, isn't it? With a silly mid-on, players on the drive on either side of the wicket as well, and slip and several back on the ropes.
Fernandez bowls, big appeal for LBW, left arm over to the left-hander. Did it beat the inside edge? Was he outside the line of off? He was offering a forward defensive. We'll see a replay in line in a moment. We're not quite at the height nor the line to truly judge it, but as we watch the replay, hits him outside the line.
Outside, playing a shot. May well have gone on to hit the stumps. It was a good ball.
Yeah. But
Ingram pressing forward, and if it hits outside the line and you're playing a shot, you cannot be out. 183 for 3, 23 for 3 in effect, as Roland Jones to crack on from the River Taff end. Gareth Griffiths will replace me, I think, after this over. From Roland Jones, as Glamorgan looked to keep grinding onwards. Helm just moving his field. He's got 6 saving the single plus a slip. Just square leg and fine leg back, and Labuschagne defending out on the offside and turning his back on it. Not even tempted to think about a single. Very pleasant bit of evening sunshine for those down at the River Taff end. It's more or less gone off everyone else, the direct sunshine. Those at the Castell Howell stand that we're overlooking just to our right. There's a section closed in front of us, the members section, those in front of the pavilion, all in the shade. Labuschagne plays the next ball back to Helm, to a chorus of approbation from his teammates. Played that a little bit late, Marnus Labuschagne. It's a little bit hurried.
Is that the name of the choir? Chorus of the Abergavenny choir.
Chorus of approbation. I don't know. Could be some sort of operatic heavy metal crossover.
Sounds like Abergavenny.
183 for 3, as that's squeezed away by Labuschagne on the offside, where I unfortunately missed the opportunity to see some second 11 cricket. I was going to go there on one of the days last week, which I had free, but unfortunately I believe the weather forecaster said it was going to tip down about lunchtime that day, and they played all day.
Never been.
It is a beautiful place, a small ground, which is one of the reasons they don't play first class cricket there these days.
Close to Ebbw Vale?
Yes, yes, rather more leafy than Ebbw Vale. Helm bowls, and Labuschagne drives back the bowler, who fields smartly in his follow through. Rather more pastoral. Ebbw Vale is its industrial neighbour, or post-industrial neighbour these days. Eugene Cross Park. 183 for 3.
Yeah, that was the Stephen Finn debut ground, wasn't it? Ebbw Vale.
Yes.
Although I had to correct him. He thought it was Abergavenny. I said, no. It was Ebbw Vale.
No, it's definitely Ebbw Vale.
About 30 minutes away?
Yeah, for that probably. Helm bowls, and Labuschagne again punching on the offside, again unable to beat the fielder.
I wonder, is he tuned in today, Finney? What else would he be doing on a Sunday? He could have been working on the England women's game, I guess.
183 for 3. Men out. Byram 24. North East without scoring. Carlson for 15. 2 to Higgins and 1 to Helm. As Helm just pausing at the end of his mark for a moment, in to finish this 57th over of the innings. Bowls to Labuschagne, who drives firmly to mid-on. It is a dot ball. Time for me to take a rest for the next 30 minutes and for Kevin Hand to describe the events of that time span in the company of Gareth Griffiths.
Thanks, Nick. Good luck venturing out into the Arctic breeze blasting Cardiff to go and fiddle with the effects, Mike. See if we can get the temperature down.
I hope he's got his high-vis jacket.
Can we get him on the stream? Are we able to follow? Who's listening next door? Are we able to follow Webby on the stream? They're all watching the football, aren't they? They're not listening. Oh, cake's out. Here is Fernandez, left arm over. He bowls. Oh, and he gets another one to turn sharply to beat the inside edge, but Ingram's getting outside the line of off. No run. Slip and a silly, short mid-on in place.
Yeah, there's no end to Nick Webb's skills about getting on air, to be fair.
Bit of flight on this, and it's turned through square leg for a single by Ingram. Moves to 63, 184 for 3. Just no end to Nick Webb's skills, I think suffices, isn't it?
It is, yeah. When they're teaching journalists now what to, about the roles, they don't. This is the sort of element you don't see, and this is the experience they've got changing the effects. Mike, all the way through. I've seen him at rugby games. Long cables, even if the ISDN or the point we're not near the point, Nick will make sure that it does.
I'm having visions.
He is very experienced, and he knows exactly what's needed when we get to ground.
Is he paying your bill next week? I'm having visions of. Oh look, there he goes. Listen. Oh, he's gone. Come on, Nick, back you come. Where is he? Let's see if we can see him. Have they picked him up on the stream yet? No. Where'd it go? I can't actually see where it goes. It must be
directly below his.
Yeah. There's a gantry below us, isn't there? Here comes Fernandez. He's left arm around, bowls. Oh, that's swept safely in the air for a moment, but square is backward of rather than in front. It goes through mid-wicket for 4. Labuschagne's on to 79, 188 for 3.
So they've left that area deep mid-wicket through for him, isn't it? So he's sweeping against the spin. They've left him there, and he's taken the ball on, and he's straight out the middle of the bat into. There's a big gap from deep square leg round to mid-on, so they want him to sweep against the spin, take the gamble, but his execution there was excellent.
When he comes back, should we be really naughty and tell him it's not working? When he sits down, what happened? Did it break? No, we can't hear anything.
Yeah, but Kev, you leave on Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yes, you won't see him again for a little while. So.
What are you telling me about him scrambling around rugby ground? I was having visions of Gravy in Antigua hanging from the rafters. I'm not sure it was quite the same attire that Webby was wearing doing it. But here is Fernandez bowls and forward goes Labuschagne, pushing back, and there's no run. 188 for 3. Speaking of which, we had gravy for lunch today, didn't we? It was the best bit of lunch, was the gravy. Because I don't like a pork sausage, as we established on the Wicket commentary the other day. And mashed potatoes and sausage, it was a bad lunch for me. Here's Fernandez. He's in. Bowls, that's swept hard through mid-wicket. For 4 more, Labuschagne's into the 80s, on to 83. Glamorgan 192 for 3. They're pairing along here. Webby's not as confident as I am nervous for Middlesex here. This is a big partnership, the 2 big names. So one of these will want to be there in the morning and come back and do a little bit more damage. Lead of 32. Even if you put a 1 in front of that now, 132, there's still a chance, isn't there?
So are we in the realms of all results are possible? Or
oh,
not?
absolutely.
Yes.
All 4 of them.
Yes. You wouldn't have said that at the beginning of the day, would you?
Here comes Fernandez, and this is swept hard again. Labuschagne's enjoying his moment here. He's on to 87, an unlucky number, of course, for the Australians, but no worry for him at the moment. 196 for 3 with this latest sweep. Ingram has 63, end of the over, the lead's 36.
Yeah, Middlesex have tried to set a trap there for him, in terms of giving him that space to hit the ball, but his execution has been very good. 3 sweep shots through the leg side for 4, 12 off the over. Or 12 from Labuschagne off the over, and all I said, on to 87. And whether they'll persist with that tactic, whether the same bowler will be involved from the Cathedral Road end, we shall see. But it is Helm to continue from the river taff end, and he's going to be round the wicket to England. Glamorgan 196 for 3, lead of 36. Labuschagne is 87, Ingram 63. The partnership now worth 117, and Glamorgan gaining a bit more of a foothold in this match. As Helm comes round the wicket. And just off his hips, nice little nudge there from Ingram down to fine leg, just a single.
We've been joined by Ken Dodd.
I told you. Yeah.
Is it not work? Is it a dead effects, Mike?
It's too sensitive.
It's too sensitive.
Yes. He has told you that once today already.
Yes. It's obsessive, you shout.
Yeah, but bit of DIY there from Nick Webb.
Aye. Do you want my effects, Mike, to replace it? It's not working if you have.
As Tom Helm comes over the wicket on Labuschagne. A little bit frustrated with him there. A little bit frustrated as he pushed out the short extra cover.
Oh, is it working? No, it is. It's just very quiet, is it? Can you hear effects, Mike? Yes. I think it's there. Well done. Oh.
I told you, Nick Webb never fails. I told you that. Glamorgan.
And I also told you not to wind him up and tell him it wasn't working when he comes back, no matter whether it was or wasn't.
If you want to know the actual outcome of that conversation, Nick, I invite you to listen back to it later on. The evidence shall be there. And I'm sure your producer will be able to tell you that as well. As Helm comes over the wicket to Labuschagne. Labuschagne pushes out on the offside. No run there. 197 for 3. Labuschagne still there, 87. Yes. All is calm again. Well done, Nick.
All is well.
Yes. So, top of his run. Tom Helm looking to make this breakthrough. Short, Labuschagne pushes it out. There's two men out in the deep on the leg side boundary. He finds Mark Stoneman at a deep square leg, just the single, short and wide, pulls it across. Would have been hoping possibly to pierce the two fielders, but it's just a single. Labuschagne moves on to 88. Tom Helm will continue. He'll go round the wicket. Middlesex seamers have persevered with going around the wicket to Colin Ingram. Bouncing from the River Taff end. Ingram again, just easy. Nudges the ball on the leg side, pushes it out for 1. 199 for 3. Ingram on to 65. Morgan just content to keep the scoreboard ticking. Run rate now up to 3.3.
Well,
that's it. Sounds a
lot
during the day. Yes.
Yeah. If you get a partnership going, then all of a sudden, and a long day as well in the field. Let's remember the heat for Middlesex here.
Yeah. Helm to Labuschagne. Labuschagne, slower ball, outside off stump, and Labuschagne just waited for that. Picked the delivery. Lovely square cut, just behind square. Labuschagne into the 90s, 92. Glamorgan, 203 for 3, lead by 43. So they're just putting their foot on the pedal a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, there won't be. Again, you've got to factor in the second new ball, but then it can go just as hard as it arrives, as you saw in the first innings, indeed, for Labuschagne.
Yeah, so 27 overs left of the day. Lead of over 100.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, pushing towards 150 now.
Exactly, yeah. It depended on that last 5 overs of the second new ball, really, isn't it? But, I think we've got a very good final day brewing here. Two sides that will really want to win. I mean, Middlesex, for the first 2 days, had fancied their position. It just started a little limply today, I thought, from Middlesex. They kind of... Again, hindsight's easy, but if they'd have gone back to that first ball of the day now, they'd have gone out and they'd hit that 40 runs in a few overs, wouldn't they? And got out just short of the 350, but at least taken a bit of momentum with them, you know, given a few licks to the bowlers.
Yeah, apart from those two quick wickets after lunch, it's pretty much been all Glamorgan today, isn't it?
It has indeed.
Whereas, it'd been pretty much all Middlesex for the first 2 days.
Yep. but it's been all Glamorgan today. The final day now, well, I mean, how often do you see a side lose the first 3 days of the game and come back and win the fourth? But cat thrown amongst the pigeons here with the third day belonging to Glamorgan. But of course we do have the best part of a session still to play, don't we? 27 overs, so plenty can still happen, and this man into the attack, Ethan Bamber, can certainly make a fair bit happen. He's right arm around the wicket, bowls from the Cathedral Road end, a forward defence from Ingram, and there's no run. I believe this is his first bowl from the Cathedral Road end today. I'm sure his first, unless his second spell was here. His first spell was...
You're right, both spells were from the River Taff end, yes. So Helm has switched, and now Bamber switched now, so they're trying everything.
Well, there we go. Held one for 36 from 14, 5 for in the match. I'll be hoping that he can come up with something pretty special before this is done, but it's Mr. Reliable Bamber that they turn to first as he bowls. This is dabbed into the onside field at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Labuschagne, who of course edged twice through the vacant slip. Second slip in place, but no slip.
Yeah, so you can call it a chanceless innings because there was no one there to catch it.
Indeed. Indeed. There's here goes Bamber turning again. There's no slip for the left-handed Ingram, just a gully and a backward point and a short mid-wicket as his. Bamber onto the hip of Ingram, turns a single out to deep square. 204 for 3. So the lead 44. The run rate up to 3.4. Bar that spell at the start of the innings, Glamorgan innings at the start of the match, when Roland Jones conceded 20 off 2, 25 off 3, I think it was. The run rate at that point climbed up towards 6, didn't it? Bar that point, once Helm came on and matters changed. As Bamber's in, bowls, and this is run down to the vacant third by Labuschagne. Not sure he quite intended it to be that fine because he rather quickly replayed the shot there afterwards. But he moves to 96 nonetheless. 208 for 3. The lead is 48. All yours. The home man's on the verge of a century. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And Marnus Labuschagne in his first game of the season looked impressive in the first innings until Tom Helm dismissed him, but he's now 4 runs from first 100 of the summer. 96 from 166 balls so far, 16 fours. As Ethan Bamber comes into bowl, and I think extravagant leg side drive from Marnus Labuschagne, but no run. All he can do is push the ball out to short mid-wicket. Still on 96. Marnus Labuschagne looking for this first 100. Ethan Bamber in his first over of his third spell. We said his first bowl from the Cathedral Road end. Bustles in as usual. And again, flick off his legs from Marnus Labuschagne, but out to the deep square leg boundary. Just a single. Glamorgan 209 for 3. Labuschagne on to 97.
Oh, he keeps a strike. I was just about to say we're going to have to go batter by batter rather than end by end at this point. But it will be Labuschagne to have the strike. With a healthy looking scorecard now. Byram Labuschagne gave it a decent start at the top, but when North East came and went quickly and Carlson followed not long after, all of a sudden Middlesex started to find an ascendancy in the day for a moment, but it switches back to Glamorgan once more. Partnership worth 130 now for the 4th wicket, and Middlesex throw the ball to their go-to man, Ryan Higgins from the River End.
And he switched ends as well, so they're trying something else because he's bowled his 2 spells, I think, from the Cathedral Road end. So
first innings he was at the River End and bowled well, I thought.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see how he goes that in today.
Bowled well in his first spell after lunch, pick up 2 wickets of Byram and Sam North East. But now all eyes on Marnus Labuschagne as he looks to complete his first 100 of the summer. Glamorgan 209 for 3, Labuschagne on 97, Ingram on 66, the partnership 130 so far. Glamorgan lead by 49. And there is an opportunity on the offside if he can get the ball through the... there's no sweeper on the offside, so that if he can get the ball through the offside, he'll reach 3 figures. But Higgins comes in and defensively played to short extra cover there from Labuschagne. No run. He'll be desperate to get this first 100 of the summer, I think.
Aye.
Not been here too long. Only arrived in Wales, I think, last Tuesday, was it? So less than a week, was it, last Tuesday, I think? Yes. So only been in the country 5 days. So getting back used to the British conditions after the summer in Australia. Higgins comes through and Mark Stoneman pushes it out to short mid-wicket, but it's a well stopped there by Helm, no run.
209 for 3. Jane, all these documentaries that you have around sport now, Labuschagne was the star of that Australian one. It does feel like you need a county cricket documentary for the summer.
The most recent Australian one's out, isn't it?
Is it? I think I finished that one, yeah. I have to get onto that.
I think the most recent one...
Is that second or third?
The third one's out, and I think the incident at Lord's...
Oh, I'll have to get watching
controversial,
that
yes, yeah. Higgins comes in and Marnus Labuschagne just guides the ball out to short extra cover, no run there.
I'm sure Marnus had plenty to say about it all.
Yes, I think it's a must-watch, shall we say, for the incident that happened with the MCC members at Lord's on that very volatile day, shall we say, between England and Australia. The Johnny Bairstow run-out, stumping, whatever you want to call it. Higgins bustles in. Labuschagne guides it out to the leg side, but it's just a single again. He moves on to 98. Glamorgan 210 for 3. And Higgins will bowl now to the left-handed Colin Ingram.
Yes, so 66 from 109 Ingram. By Baldwin, what's he doing? He's just adjusting Ingram's guard for him. 2 for 37 Higgins in his 11th. Yeah, if you're going to follow a county and you're kind of looking at which ones, I mean Surrey, to be fair, a lot happens at that county, doesn't it? Big old venue. I mean they're the best run county in the country by a mile, aren't they? Fair play to them for it. They've reaped what they've sowed over many years. Sees Higgins around the wicket. Bowls, and this ball's just full of length, pushed away into the offside and Stoneman. Well, that being said, following events at Lord's, Middlesex, with the MCC and Middlesex, you've got 2 clubs in one ground, which one own, the other one doesn't. And that would be quite an interesting one to follow as well, wouldn't it? Lots goes on at the MCC, doesn't it? So that'd be
contrasting viewing as well, wouldn't it? A different, perhaps, pace of life, different things to deal with.
Well, exactly, yeah. All in one documentary. But then the other one, of course, is just follow Marnus. Come to it at Glamorgan's. Here's Higgins in bowls, and Ingram pushes away into the offside, and there's no run. Of any figure in English county cricket currently, who would you want to follow more than Marnus Labuschagne? Into the over, 210 for 3.
Especially if you love cricket.
Well, even if you don't, I imagine a few psychologists would quite enjoy tuning in. Great fella, isn't he? Or certainly appears to be anyway, from what we can tell.
Very committed to Glamorgan after he came over here in 2019. Glamorgan helped him vastly on his rise to the top, really, as we discussed earlier. 2019 debut, Glamorgan propelled him into that Australia squad for the Ashes, facing Jofra Archer, coming in as a concussion sub for Steve Smith at Lord's, and then going on to become the top batsman in the world. Slipped down the rankings a little bit, but still ranked at 12th, and did an interview with our colleague Simon Davies at BBC Sport Wales last week now, and says he wants to get back there, so this could be the start of helping Glamorgan and then starring for Australia again as Bamba comes in the bowl, and Labuschagne flicks the ball. He'll be looking for 2 here. He's gone run first quickly, but it's well fielded there by Holman. Stops it. Labuschagne from going on to 100, just the one. He moves on to 99. Glamorgan 211 for 3, and Ingram on strike.
So we continue our It's rotating of the batters rather than the ends. Ingram on 66, the lead 51, 211 for 3.
It's a new thing on me, this rotation. A new thing on me, this rotation.
Aye, here's Bamber. That keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? Bamber's in. Bowls, leg side, and Ingram helps it on its way down to fine leg. Long leg will get around to hold him to a single. No, they're back for 2. Well run. Ingram's on to 70, 215 for 3. At what point did Middlesex get nervous, Gareth? Another 100?
Yes, possibly.
I mean, if these two are still going and there's another 100 on the board.
They'll start to be getting twitchy quite soon, I think. Just because the run rate's getting up a bit now. Up to close to 3.5.
Yeah, well, as long as his partnership stays together, that run rate's only ever going to go in one direction. Bamber bowls and behind this Ingram defends into the onside. So, lead of 53, 24 overs remain today. 24 after this. And yeah, you're looking at 125, 130 on the board lead tonight. That wickets column's going to be oh so crucial. Bamber's in, bowls, and this ball's worked. Back to score on the leg side for a single. 214 for 3. I remember saying if Glamorgan can reach parity at 2 down, all of a sudden your third innings you've got 8 versus their 10. It kind of balances out a little bit, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Marnus Labuschagne will have 2 balls of this over to try and get that 100. He's on 99 not out. Glamorgan 214 for 3, lead by 54. And it's Bamber coming in from the Cathedral Road end. All the fielders are in. Put the pressure on. Labuschagne out to Higgins at short mid wicket. No run. 1 more ball is over for Labuschagne to try and get that 100. Yeah, they've just left the 1 fielder out now, Middlesex, and a long leg. Everyone else is in on the single. There's a slip, but they're just trying to force that mistake. Usual field winner. Opposition batsman is on 99, as Marnus Labuschagne is at the moment. Bamber bustles in past the umpire. And Marnus Labuschagne again finds Higgins at short mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. He'll have to wait a little bit longer. Glamorgan 214 for 3 after 62 overs.
79 miles an hour, the quickest in that over from 78.3. Last wicket 79 for 3. That being Kieran Carlson, gone for 15 for 33. These two are setting up the innings now, aren't they? Still to come for Glamorgan. Cook, Ul Hassan, Gorvin, Harris, Crane and McElroy. They bat all the way down, don't they?
Crane and Ul Hassan, top scorers in the first innings. With scores of just over 30.
Higgins around the wicket to start the new over to Ingram. 69, the left-hander drives the right arm seamer out to deep cover for a single. And I don't know if it's yourself or Nick that describes it as an in-out field, and that's the way the feel of it all is at the moment. Pushing the singles. We've got a view of the balcony at the moment for Glamorgan. Padded up there. Cook in the foreground.
Yeah, and it's similar to the last over from Bamber. Higgins bringing everyone in on the 1 now, just as Labuschagne 99 not out. Put that bit of pressure on, try and deny the Australian batsman his first 100 of the summer for Glamorgan in his first championship game. 4 on the leg side, 4 on the offside, and a slip. Labuschagne just waits as the field has changed a little bit. As Higgins over the wicket from the River Taff end to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne pushes off the hip, and he's got his 100 with a lovely little guided ball down to deep square leg. 176 deliveries, 17 fours. Labuschagne salutes the crowd. An outstanding innings from the Australian, just when Glamorgan needed it. And he has arrived back in Wales, kisses his helmet, salutes the balcony at Sophia Gardens, just when Glamorgan needed it. The Australian batsman back to show what a world-class player he really is. Well played, Marnus Labuschagne.
Yep. And as you say, a little tickle to get to his 3 figures, but both of these will know job's not even half done yet, is it?
No, and I think you can tell that by the celebrations. Quite muted, just an acknowledgement, a hug from Ingram, but they've got to set up the match situation now. Siggins comes in and Labuschagne sets himself, and yes, the first half of the job is done, but they've been outstanding, to be fair. They've read the wicket, the partnership's 140, Ingram's on 70. And Labuschagne, you've got to remember, he's been in the unusual position of opening the innings. He's normally bats at 3. I was almost looking then to see when he came in, but he actually he did this game. He has opened the innings due to the fact that him and Colin Ingram are in the same side, and he's done it with aplomb, and he has really led this Glamorgan fight back today. Siggins over the wicket, and Labuschagne is setting himself again now, just making sure he's nice and straight after reaching the milestone of his first 100 of the summer for Glamorgan in his first game. And just the way that he came to that 100, we've shown his wagon wheel now, it's sort of all round the wicket. 103 from 178 balls now. It's just been an exhibition, really, of how to bat on a pitch that you need to have a little bit of dedication to make sure that you're in. And again, Higgins, nice and straight. Labuschagne just guides the ball out to mid-on. 219 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 59 due to that man, Marnus Labuschagne and Colin Ingram. Labuschagne 103 not out, Colin Ingram 70. The partnership is 140. And Glamorgan looking to build a lead here. And a beautiful little guided edge there from Marnus Labuschagne. Just waited for the ball from Higgins. There's chase on here. They'll come back for 3. Cut off by Holman. Oh no! In the end, they settled for 2 in the end. They thought Ingram was going to come back for 3, but Ingram retains the strike.
Labuschagne's 100 came off 176 balls with 17 fours.
Just confirmation there of 100 from 176 balls, 17 fours. Glamorgan have moved on for 221 for 3. Labuschagne on 105, Ingram on 70, and Glamorgan lead by 61.
There we go. That was the confirmation as we brought you these stats. Labuschagne 105, 63 overs bowled in this innings, and 23 remain of the day. The run rate nudges up over 3.5 for the first time in the innings. This is Bamba, right arm round the wicket from the Cathedral Road end. Roland Jones comes to have a long chat with him and go through matters. Bamba has a slip, a backward point, cover and a mid-off. Missed extra cover in there as well. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. He's around the wicket and he bowls to Ingram, who works a single out to deep square. And Ingram's on 71, 2-2-2 for 3. Here's the score. Lead of 62. 10-6 on this Sunday evening. Sunny Sunday evening, although the sun momentarily has passed behind a cloud here at Fire Gardens. Just about see the tops of the buildings in the distance in the city. Still got a bit of sun on them.
Lovely evening here at Fire Gardens, isn't it? And we're going to be here a little bit longer.
Bamba is in, bowls, and this is wristily whipped through square by the right-handed Labuschagne. He moves to 106, 2-2-3 for 3. Some scallywags, Griff. They were suggesting this morning that it could be 112 overs today rather than 104, making up 8 for yesterday.
Who would those scallywags be?
I can't name and shame.
No,
can't name and shame.
No, I think.
But they know who they are.
Yes. Not the case now.
Bamba's in. Bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there is no run. I have to say, I'm a packer on a second evening.
You have packed, have you?
No, I haven't for this one. I am a packer, but I haven't for this one. I did not think that Middlesex would go through Glamorgan as easily second time around.
So you pack and bring your stuff to the ground?
You do, yeah.
Yes.
Generally on a
second
night. Even in the most unusual of chances that it'll be a 3-day finish, but I didn't for this one. I did not think Middlesex would go through, as his Bamber bowls and forward goes Ingram pushing into the offside, and there's no... I mean, I think it's almost remiss not to pack on the second night and end up going back to the hotel before then driving home. If there's a chance, then...
Well, for the sake of 10 minutes in the morning, I suppose. As opposed to then half an hour in the evening. Yes, you're probably right, yes.
But, I did not pack for this one. I did not think there was even the remotest chance that this would be a 3-day finish. I fancied that... Glamorgan to be digging in. They're doing more than that. They're batting very well. Here's full ball to Ingram, driven up to mid-off. 71 he's on. Labuschagne 106. I think we're in for a thrilling finish to this one tomorrow. I really do.
If they can bat out this pair, the remaining 22 overs, 22.1 overs tonight.
But even if they're chasing... What's the lead? 63 now. Even if they're chasing 160... 7-wicket stand, 160. So 100 more runs from here. It should not be easy. So here's Bamber in bowls, and this is driven back to the bowler. Gets his left boot on it, which slides it to mid-on, and there's no run. Fair to say?
I think so, yes. I think, even though, these two batsmen have shown what can be achieved on this wicket, isn't it? If you have a little bit of patience... I mean, they've obviously got that class as well. Mark Stoneman did it in the first innings for Middlesex with a great century. That should be possible in the fourth innings as well. And the wickets don't tend to deteriorate here in the fourth on the final day. The fourth wickets on the fourth innings, sorry. But yes, I think after the second day, not many people were giving Glamorgan a hope, perhaps of drawing the game or any other result, but certainly been their day today, and a lot to do with this batting duo of Colin Ingram and Marnus Labuschagne. And there's some shots of the crowd there, and some of the youngsters in the crowd, and if they want to see some evidence of some international class batting on a surface, what to do, how to play in these days, then these two have shown them. Higgins, he's toiled away today, hasn't he? He's been straight, he's been accurate, he's kept going, but these two have been up to the task so far, Labuschagne and Ingram. They've shown patience. They've had their own moments of luck. Labuschagne with a couple of edges which haven't gone to hand at slip, and Colin Ingram with his policy of continuing to play that little dab and getting a few inside edges, but on the whole they've been very watchful, but also they've punished a bad ball.
Yep, I think that's very fair to say.
Higgins from the river end, Marnus Labuschagne guides the ball to short extra cover, no run.
So Helm is at slip. Backward point is Bamber, and he's what's he saying? There's a couple of Middlesex players making their ways around the rope. Let's see if it's the coach, Tim Murtagh, old man Murtagh, is on the ropes. Not the first time I've said that. This is Higgins. Higgins
comes in, and Labuschagne pushes the ball out to mid-off. No run there. Just setting himself again, Labuschagne now, isn't he? He had 80, 90 to 100. There was that little burst. He reached it quite quickly, but now he's just setting himself now. As you said after his 100, a great innings, but you will know the job's not done yet. He needs to lay the foundation to make sure Glamorgan get a lead, or he's still there when they get the lead into 100, and push on from there. So Marnus Labuschagne just loves batting, so he will be aware of that. As Higgins, Labuschagne again finds the fielder, or misfield there, but they often say don't run on a misfield, and Ingram wasn't going anywhere anyway from the non-striker's end. So the end result, no run. Labuschagne will still face the final two balls of the over.
Yeah, Tim Mercer, and I can't quite see who the other two are actually. Mercer might be Flem, the fitness and conditioning coach. Maybe with Mercer, and then the younger member of the staff, I think.
Higgins again. Accurate, once more. Labuschagne finds mid-off. No run. One ball left of the 65th over. 21.1 overs left tonight. Glamorgan 223 for 3. The lead is 63. Labuschagne still there on 103. A little conference with Colin Ingram. Just discussing. What will he be discussing there?
Not sure.
Who's playing the first round? Or
Glad Mercer isn't bowling.
yeah. Higgins. Labuschagne advances down the field and just gives himself the time to guide the ball to the leg side. Picks up a single, last ball of the over, moves on to 107. Glamorgan 224 for 3, lead by 64.
Yeah. Cook, Ul Hassan, Gorvin, Harris, Crane, McElroy to come, and it's looking good for Glamorgan at the moment. But that second new ball is 15 overs away, so then there'll be 6 overs with it tonight. There's conflabs everywhere this evening. We'll go all the way, 6 o'clock, with 21 overs to go. Goodness me, we're going to be here till 7. Fair old bit. If Glamorgan do take the extra half hour.
You're not letting this go, are you?
Time's the declaration coming. No, I'm the other way. I told you, I did not pack.
No.
There was no chance this was ending today.
Is that because you're hoping for a nice, pleasant Sunday evening in Cardiff in the city centre?
What, are you suggesting extra night of expenses?
Well, no, just go out and see the atmosphere.
On the town. What did you do with your Saturday night?
I was quiet. I was finished working at the rugby, and I had some work to do to follow up, and I stayed in and I watched the boxing. I will admit I watched Joe Cordina unfortunately lose his world title, and then I watched the main event as well. And
was he the one that said he got his? Oh no, it was the other way. It was the Belfast one. He said the Welshman broke his nose, didn't he? Headbutted him. Is that right? Broke his nose. Was that the? Or was it one of the other bouts?
I think it might be one of the other bouts. Joe Cordina, he got caught with a shot early on, and he never really recovered. And Anthony Kakache is it, I think. And my boxing knowledge isn't great, but he surprised Cordina was the favourite, but they look to come back.
Bamber's in, bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket where Helm fields 2-2-4 for 3, 66th over of the innings. Yeah, Tim Mercer's right down below us on the boundary rope at the moment, watching one of his charges. He's a replacement, Ethan Bamber.
Decent bowler, wasn't he, Milter?
He's oh, well, yeah. This man, though, outstanding. Well, we're making slight comparisons with Gorvin and Mercer earlier. The pace and stature that he's at. So here goes Bamber. Charges in, bowls, and this ball's clipped backward around the leg side for a single. Got that swinging ball to nip in and take Tom Helm first thing this morning. The swooping seagull comes up past our window again.
There'll be a few more of those in the next hour.
Oh, what's that one over there? It's a pigeon, isn't it? It's gone the other way. Parakeets. Do you get parakeets in Sophia Gardens? No, is the answer.
Seagulls are the bird of choice.
Around the wicket comes Bamber, worked down to long leg for a single. 2-2-6 for 3. It almost feels as though Sophia Gardens should have parakeets. Well, Richmond Park does. You know, there's all the theories about how parakeets ended up in Richmond Park. It was a circus. They escaped from a circus, travelling circus. It was Jimi Hendrix music video was another of the theories that it was used in a Jimi Hendrix video. That's yes, the truth. Who knows? Here comes Bamber, and this is clipped to mid-wicket by Labuschagne. There's no run. 2-2-6 for 3. You see them all over London now. Gareth Griffiths on his way. You do. You see them all over London now, the parakeets. Haven't made their way this far west just yet, though. I'm sure there was some sort of study being done into it about what damage the parakeets could be doing to the other wildlife. They do well to cull the parakeets. I'll tell you, there's some number of them. I see them outside my window, indeed, some mornings.
All right.
You thought I was pulling your leg when I was talking about parakeets in Sophia Gardens, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh, you must know. Your daughter's West London. You must have seen all the parakeets in West London. Here's Bamber in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the offside by Labuschagne. No run. No.
Might have gone above my head, so to speak.
Well said.
Update for BBC Radio Wales at some point, probably in the next couple of minutes. Top of the hour, hence my arrival.
And welcome one it is. Labuschagne's got his century.
Yes, something positive to talk about.
Plenty.
As that next delivery from Bamber is blocked by Labuschagne to mid-on, and there's no run. 2:26 for 3 then, here on BBC Sport Online. Unless I've been removed from the radio for having too windy an effects microphone. Vicious producers you get at this time on a Sunday night. Yeah, take no prisoners at all. David Battersby, we're talking about typed out scorecards as there's a change of bowling. I'll talk about scorecards in just a minute because we have got a radio update coming up. And it's back to the leg spin of Luke Holman, whose first 4 overs conceded 26 runs. Surprised maybe we haven't seen a bit of deploy by now, just as an extra option as we move towards the new ball.
I'll go with that.
He's claimed a couple of first-class wickets this season, but not required at the moment. Holman and Fernandez, they've tried to get after the spinners, unlike in the first innings when Holman was bowled 10 overs for 17. It is he, Luke Holman, into the attack from the River Taff end, and Ingram noodles it round the corner for a single down to backward square. Moves on to 73 not out. Just looking at Labuschagne's stats, the second half century came off 81 bowled, so it's a bit quicker than the first. Holman in to bowl, driven by Labuschagne, but not at all timed, and the ball just bobbles to shortish cover and Higgins fails. As in comes Holman and bowls, and Labuschagne drives no run. Glamorgan are 227 for 3 in their second innings. That is 67 runs only in the lead, but their international stars, Marnus Labuschagne and Colin Ingram, have done them proud this afternoon. Labuschagne 108 not out in his first game of the season for Glamorgan. Ingram 73 not out. They came together with Glamorgan still 81 behind and already 3 wickets down in their second innings, but they've given their team a fighting chance of survival into tomorrow. There are further 19 overs to be bowled tonight. Ingram 73, Labuschagne 109, Glamorgan 228 for 3, lead by 68. As Ingram defends another ball from Holman, and there's no run. Have you discussed the football, or do you think the listeners, there surely won't be listeners
Maybe
who
they're waiting for match of the day
waiting
tonight.
for match of the day, and in likely lads fashion. Ingram tries a little dinky sweep shot and will get it away for 4 runs, running down to the fine leg boundary. And Ingram just turning the finest of bats onto that and working it away. Down on one knee. So the football, if you don't want to listen to the football scores, stick you some cheese in your ears now. How did it finish up, Kevin?
3-1 Manchester City.
Yep.
It's Everton. 2-1 Arsenal against Everton. So City are champions. I'm looking over your shoulder there, actually, at the scene above in the box next door. There it is up there.
And Spurs and Chelsea into Europe, I gather.
Indeed.
And Luton down.
Indeed.
So there we are. Highlights as ever on Match of the Day. If you have the cheese in your ears, you can remove it now. And please don't eat it.
And for those watching in black and white,
the yellow.
Here comes Banbury bowls. Ooh, that was played as it popped a little by Labuschagne. 150 partnership between these two. 77, Ingram. 109 Labuschagne.
Yes. David Battersby tweets an example of a 1970s scorecard where the match scorer was my friend and former BBC colleague Lawrence O'Ryan, who was the Assistant Secretary at Glamorgan at one point for his sins.
Bamber. Sun's back out at Fire Gardens. He charges in. Bowls, and Labuschagne works him for a single through square leg. 2-3-4 for 3.
Imagine if 1978 you told the spectators, when you're a bit older, you won't need an up-to-date printed scorecard. You'll look at your phone, and people will think, well, my phone's at home. How can I get a phone in the ground? Is there a landline that everyone can run round to in the office?
Did you ever watch Seinfeld, sitcom of the 90s? Which doesn't
no.
seem like a very long time ago. However, I'm just up to an episode where they haven't got to mobile phones yet, whatever stage of the 90s they're at. So he's Bamber around the wicket, he bowls to Ingram. This is played into the onside defensively, there's no run. He just got to the point where he got a birthday gift, which was a phone, landline at home, still has the cord on it, but you can switch calls.
All right.
So you can have 2 calls on the line.
Gosh, that's posh.
But it didn't work, and he ended up getting in trouble with the person who he was talking about on one line when he thought he was on the other. But the point being, that was only mid-90s, and then Seinfeld, they haven't even got to the mobile phones yet. Only yesterday. Here goes Bamber. Bowls, and this is worked backward a square on the leg side for a single. 2-3-4 for 3. I reckon on about season 5 of Seinfeld now with that one.
Yeah, moving on into the noughties. My daughters are probably the last generation that didn't have smartphones at school. They just had phones that you could make phone calls on and send texts if you were lucky, and that was about
Play
it.
Worm.
Oh, steady on. Not sure if they got that far. They had brick phones off us to start with.
Here goes Bamber. Yes, I had a brick phone. Bamber's in, bowls, and this is worked out deep mid-wicket for a single. 2-3-5 for 3. Although it wasn't the real brick. There was a real brick, wasn't there?
Oh, there was. I remember the first time that I used a mobile phone for the BBC and as a sports reporter. It was, one of the early rounds of the Welsh Rugby Cup was when the senior sides was playing at Kenfig Hill, and I was given this thing that was probably a brick and a half in size and shape. And didn't work very well. Not sure how much of the scores the listeners heard.
Comes Bamber, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. There's no. I did my first ever football report on a mobile phone, actually, thinking about it.
All right.
From the old Amex. And I was going there as a newspaper journalist at the time. I think I was doing it for the Independent. That was the end of the year with 2-3-5-4-3. Labuschagne 111, Ingram 78.
New par capital letter.
Yeah, yes, exactly, yeah. Exactly. The press box at Capital Gold used to cover football back then, and they got wind. I knew a contact there, and they said, "Oh, look, if you're there at the game tonight, we could do some updates from that game. We'll just call you on the phone to tell us what's happening, basically."
Wow.
All right, we'll give it a go. And rest is history, really. But when I got there, the press officer said, "I'm afraid the press box is full. You're going to have to sit in with the fans."
Oh dear. Holman is in to bowl, and a cut and a miss from Labuschagne. Maybe a little bit of extra bounce from the tall leggy. Through it went to Davies, and Labuschagne beaten for once.
So, yes, it was a case of shouting in the middle of all the fans about the score.
Faster, flatter from Holman. And he's caught at mid-wicket, has he? Has that carried? Yes, it has. And Labuschagne has to go. Holman makes the breakthrough that Middlesex desperately needed, and Labuschagne has gone for 111. Well, he beat Labuschagne outside the off-stump the ball before, and that maybe got into his mind, and then Labuschagne caught off the very next delivery by Tom Helm. 111 of 200 balls, and Middlesex back in it. Glamorgan effectively 75 for 4, and the game turns.
Did the ball. Let's have a look at the replay from Holman. Well, he got the one to slide past the ball before with a bit of bounce, didn't he? And then this one, pitching on middle and off, and Labuschagne works it straight to mid-wickets.
That looked quite a tame dismissal, didn't it? Didn't look like an earth-shattering delivery, and Labuschagne, who's just knocked those away time after time for singles, just got a little bit underneath it, scooped it up, and it was a very good catch, to be fair, by Tom Helm. I didn't think for a moment that it had carried, but managed to get down and to his right. And the pressure back on the home side now. 75 for 4 effectively. Chris Cook to the wicket with rather sketchy form. A century at Derby, but several single-figure scores since then. And he desperately needs to hang around. And from a position where Glamorgan were sailing along, they hadn't moved that quickly into the lead. And maybe a Middlesex victory is, well, the odds on it have just improved considerably, put it like that. Well,
I was saying to Gareth a few moments ago that I'm a day 2 packer. It's the stumps on day 2, go home, pack up the case, ready to go. Didn't for this one. Did not expect for one moment that Middlesex to go through Glamorgan in the same fashion, but 75 for 4 effectively, with 17.4 to go this evening. It's not going to be a 3-day of this one, but as you say, it's just swung it back to Middlesex, that wicket. Labuschagne as well.
Yeah, Glamorgan needs to be batting through the next hour, if at all possible, as Cook cuts and gets runs first ball. Down to third man. I think it'll be 3 rather than 4. The ball dribbles towards the ropes. It is picked up just inside them by Ethan Bamber. And indeed, they are back for 3 runs. 238 for 4. Cook off the mark. The lead is 78. And Glamorgan still needing to bat a couple of sessions. As back on his stumps goes Ingram, if they're to have a chance of making this match safe. If they were to get a lead of 200 maybe, on a pitch where it's difficult to score, that might put demands on Middlesex in the final innings, but that's still 120 odd runs away as Ingram plays a ball to mid-wicket and there's no run. So Glamorgan effectively 78 for 4 and need a lead of 200 at least. As Ingram drives to cover, there's no run. Applause will no doubt follow from the Middlesex players and from the handful of Middlesex supporters that are here. For Luke Holman making the breakthrough, 6 overs, 1 for 35. He'd been relatively expensive compared to the seamers, but he's got the big one, the prize one, Marnus Labuschagne, for 111. His 9th century for Glamorgan and his 31st in first-class cricket. And opening the batting as well. A bit of a rarity for Labuschagne.
So, Bamber will be right arm over the wicket, so slip in place.
Evening sunshine, bonus cricket.
He says through gritted teeth.
No,
slip back, good point.
Enjoying today's contest.
Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 mid-wickets. And a long leg. And Bamber is in. 5-4 fielder, forward defence from Cook. Back up the track, no run.
Yeah, Cook out leaving in the first innings without scoring. I'm sure he won't make that mistake again. And indeed, he'll be been grateful to get off the pair first ball. Caught down leg side in the only innings he played in the last match against Sussex.
Off goes Bamber bowls and forward goes Cook, driving nicely to mid-off it to short extra cover it goes where Higgins fields no run.
And undone by the spinners up at Yorkshire twice, including being bowled by Joe Root in the second innings, where Glamorgan were digging in through the final afternoon of the game.
Dig in. So is there still that account on Twitter that does the dig-in trophy? Was it Fred Boycott? Was it Fred Boycott?
All right, not aware of that one.
Award the dig-in trophy. Bamber bowls, defending his Cook into the offside, and there's no run. Whichever batter had come up with the dig-in of the day got the trophy.
The most gritty batting performance.
Yes.
Yeah, not laughing now in Yorkshire. Defeated by Sussex today.
Ooh. Let's have a look at the table. Cook awaits, Bamber bowls, forward defence, no run.
Yorkshire won 161 all out, Sussex victors by 21 runs and 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson, putting his hand up at the right time, despite the efforts of Adam Lyth, who was 7th out for 73. Low scoring game in Hove, but particularly fascinating one.
Bamber still races in with such energy, bowls and... Oh, now it's gone through everything. Forward defence from Cook. Beats Davies as well. It's away for 4 buys. I'm going to suggest it beat the outside edge and the top of off stump, but maybe it nipped back and went through because it beat Davies as well. We'll have to wait and see.
Was that one that went fairly low? Wasn't that far from bowling it?
Did it grub? Oh, it did.
Yeah, it's bounced about 18 inches off the ground.
Probably only need 50 more to get a decent lead on the board. that Middlesex won't be enthused by that. Let's have a look. Oh. It wasn't a grubber. It kept low, didn't it? But that's what it did for the keeper and did for the batter. Outside off, fortunately for Cook, as Bamber bowls again, and this one is played off a length to point by Cook. No run again.
In Division 1, despite some tail-end thrashing from Worcestershire, Surrey were victors at the Oval by 281 runs. Worcestershire 231 all out, despite some hitting from Smith and Gibbon down the bottom of the Worcestershire order. England women, if you missed it earlier, beat Pakistan by 34 runs to take that one-day T20 series 3-0. Luke Holman then, having got rid of Marnus Labuschagne, can he get another one tonight and open the door to the Glamorgan lower middle order and make it a question of hanging on by their fingernails tomorrow morning? 82 for 4 Glamorgan effectively, 242 for 4 maybe on the board, but Middlesex earned such a big first innings lead. Holman is in to bowl to Colin Ingram, back defending. And there's no run. Colin Ingram's faced 131 deliveries. So a relatively sedate scoring rate for him, as he cuts that one, and will get a couple of runs at least. There's a tumbling attempt, and it's a successful attempt to stop it on the boundary by Mark Stoneman, who slid in the shadow of the pavilion. The ball cannoned away from him, but thankfully for him, not onto the boundary ropes. As Ingram cut hard for 2 runs. He moves to 80, the total to 244 for 4. Ingram forwards, knocking it into a gap on the leg side. Single taken down to Bamber, coming round, disturbing some pigeons at square leg. 245 for 485 is the lead. We still have 15 overs to go tonight. Wow, it's a good job I booked the line past 7 o'clock for the broadcast. 245 for 4. Cook on strike, pushing forward, beaten there, and need to get a good stride in. against Holman, tall figure, and getting a few revs on that ball, which turned very sharply as Cook forward again. Gets firmly to it that time. I wonder if Middlesex might just think of adding a second slip for a couple of overs against the new man Chris Cook. Or a short leg. Or both. Holman in to bowl. Cook plays it back to the bowler. No run. End of Holman's over, which conceded 3 runs. Glamorgan 245 for 4, leading Middlesex by 85 runs in the evening sunshine and shade now spreading round Sapphire Gardens.
Yep, it's a long old day, but those who've come have been well rewarded. A century for Labuschagne, a 50 for Ingram. A solid performance with the ball this morning from Glamorgan, which set the tone for the day, really. The hosts played their parts with the ball first thing this morning, made it difficult for Middlesex, never let them get away, and it's pretty much been the hosts' day ever since. But this final hour now could be really crucial with Labuschagne gone. Where was it, Nick?
On the floor, charging. I thought I'd left my tablet downstairs for a minute when I was filming the Labuschagne 3 figures.
Oh.
It's in much better form on the Glamorgan Twitter account than mine. Because they've got the pictures that we've got on our screens.
Here's Toby Rowland-Jones from Cathedral Road End. His right arm around the wicket, bowling to Colin Ingram, who drives into mid-off watchfully. No run. Yeah, this final hour now, 15 overs. It will be, could be pretty decisive, this. If Middlesex can grab 2 in the final hour.
Oh, don't be greedy now.
Well, if they do, then I'd suggest they can start to feel relatively confident once again, despite a strong third day for Glamorgan. As he's Rowland-Jones, he bowls, but that ball keeping low, that last one. Just a lead of 85 for 4 effectively. Again, you just put a 1 in front of this now, and this is what we said, wasn't it? You know, if Middlesex are chasing Glamorgan's first innings total in the last innings, it would not and should not be easy.
But that needs another
98, which with 6 wickets standing, again, where Middlesex didn't have a swing at their end of the innings, at the end of their innings, as here's Rowland-Jones, he bowls forward defence once more. No run.
Ian Evans in Essex says he can confirm Mr. Hand's observation about parakeets, as he has a plethora of them in their garden in Essex.
Noisy little so-and-sos, aren't they? Is it Ian?
Ian, yeah.
First thing in the morning. Not Essex folk, the parakeets.
Glamorgan have batted superbly this afternoon. We do have a huge dilemma re-overseas players for the next game. I'm glad I don't have to make that decision.
Here comes Rowland-Jones, bowls, this is driven away, bumped through the covers, beautiful shot, oh that's glorious. Holman won't give it up because that's the kind of fella he is, but that was away. Once it got through them, extra cover was Helm, cover was Holman. Lovely drive from Ingram. It's on to 85.
Yeah, it's not running as fast as it does sometimes here at Sapphire Gardens, even though he timed that one quite well. I suppose it is a fairly old
boundary,
ball,
isn't it?
It is a longish boundary to our right.
You're right, longish.
Even
feels bigger because the grandstand's so far away.
Yes, shows you the width of Sapphire Gardens.
Here goes Rowland-Jones. He bowls, and that's run fine of Gully. No slip in place, no deep third, and that's 4 more. Ingram's on to 89. It's the 250 up for Glamorgan in their second innings. They're 253 for 4, a lead of 93. See, they've just clattered along already. A couple of quick boundaries. Anyone starts throwing the bat, and that was the great frustration for Middlesex this morning, wasn't it? That nobody was able to create that momentum, acceleration, try and get the game going.
Yeah, it seemed to be the way they played it, though, didn't they? They didn't attempt to swing at any point in the last 4 wickets.
Yeah. Ingram awaits, Roland Jones bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler, no run. End of the over. 2:53 for 4, 6:26. Cardiff, Sunday evening. What a time to be alive, Nick Webb.
Watching cricket in the sunshine. Well,
With your mates.
with my mates. The cricketers are in the sunshine, we're not. We're in the shade, but hey, never mind.
Speaking of our mates, here comes the man celebrating the title in his Man City top. In its light blue and white.
Edward Bevan has been sizzling in the sunshine and passes the dilemma, brings up the dilemma that we just had mentioned by Ian on the email, the overseas players for Leicester. That's what Grant Bradburn and Sam Northeast are paid for, and I'm not.
Well, tough one.
Anyone fancy a rest, boys?
Van der Hooten's back, isn't he?
Van der Hoogten's back in contention, yeah, so that's one more
Podmore.
bowling option. Podmore, I don't
But
think
again,
will
you look at this match
make the
situation.
squad. Holman bowls, Cook drives into the offside, and there is no run. And, do they bring Van der Hoogten and Hamza in? Do they say to Colin, you fancy putting your feet up ahead of the T20, don't you, Colin? Possibility. Holman is in to bowl. Cook is forward defending. Hamza, it's his last match available, so you think it would be odd if they didn't use him. James Harris has played in all this block, but on the other hand, he may not be playing T20, so they might just get one final effort out of him as well. Another dot ball played back by Chris Cook, just the one scoring shot so far from Glamorgan's wicket-keeper batter. Next delivery is defended by Cook. At Headingley, he went into ultra-defensive mode, 8 off 49 balls. And Glamorgan just about hung on for the draw, but they've got a lot longer to play out here. As forward comes Cook and pats it gently back to Holman, who could be in for another 3 or 4 overs or whatever it is until the new ball, you would have thought. As in some bright sunshine, Cook stretches forward and pushes out on the leg side. There is no run. 73 overs have been bowled, so another 7 until the new ball is available, and there will be 6 overs then bowled with the new ball tonight, you would have thought. Don't see any reason why Middlesex wouldn't take it.
Other than they're pretty tired at this point, but no, I do think
it's still worth having a new ball, even if you've got a guy like Holman who's got a bit of height, putting a few revs on the ball, a bit of tweak and twirl.
It's Luke Holman's down at the back of the stand up there, pink shirt, blue shorts. Be happy with his boy picking up Labuschagne. Pete Holman often sends in a message.
All right.
We see him for a chat. Wimbledon fans, the Holmans, Wimbledon fans, even though they're North Middlesex.
Right.
Wombles.
Do you know the history?
No, must be somewhere back. 2:53 for 4. Roland Jones from the Cathedral Road end at 6:30 on this third day. He bowls forward defence from Ingram.
Johnny Gaffer says, dog sitting for my sister, out in the garden in the sun, watching cricket on his phone, the football on in the background. What a great Sunday. That's what we like to hear.
Here goes Roland Jones. Bowls and just full of length on the pads, right arm around to the left hander, missing a leg, you'd have thought.
Missing leg from up here.
Rolls away through square leg, which is a little bit of a clue from right arm round. See the replay now, and Oh, not the worst shout in the world.
All right.
Not the worst shout. 254 for 4. One thing, I don't think this game's going to end in a draw unless the weather intervenes tomorrow.
No?
I can't see Glamorgan getting that far ahead that Middlesex wouldn't be able to
Have a go at it.
have a go at it. I mean, you're virtually looking at batting till close to tea, aren't you?
Yes.
If it was to be a draw, this is Roland Jones bowls. Forward goes Cook pushing into the offside, no run.
Yeah, if they can nick out one more this evening, then Middlesex will definitely fancy their chances of getting through the lower Glamorgan order, although there are players there who can resist and can score half-centuries.
Roland Jones bowls and forward goes Cook. Inside part of the bat falls away into the onside as he defends. Helm fields at mid-wicket. Yeah, we've got 96 overs on the final day, plus the 12 tonight, so there's still 108 overs remaining in this game. Were they to bat for another 50 overs?
Which is quite demanding in these conditions still.
With 4 wickets standing, second new ball around the corner. Bat for another 50 overs, be 150 ahead. Oh, sorry, 150 further along as forward goes. Cook pushed into the offside and there's no run, so a lead of about 240 leaves Middlesex thereabouts 50 overs to chase 240. Is that the air ambulance taking off over the back there?
Quite possibly, yeah.
That's the hospital over
hospital,
there,
yeah. The University Hospital of Wales, as it's known officially, or the Heath, as everyone calls it.
Roland Jones bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside and there's no runs. That's the University Hospital. Where do you go if you're really sick then?
That is the biggest hospital in Wales. So the air ambulance is off over the city towards the Bristol Channel. 254 for 4. As the Glamorgan players clustered on the balcony, eyes glued on the game. It's been a tense, attritional afternoon and evening for Glamorgan, who were in to bat relatively early in the day, around just before 12:30, and 4 wickets down at the start of the 74th over, being bowled by Holman to Ingram, who works it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So no real sense of urgency from these batters. Probably got survival until the close as Ingram drives. Holman can't get a hand to it. Ball rolls up to a very deep mid-on, who is set back for the miss-hit. Attempted a hit over the top, and the fielders come in a little bit closer for the new man Chris Cook. Ingram on to 90, 255 for 4. 11.4 overs remain of the day. Cook pushes forward defensively and there's no run. So the game will go, you would have thought, a fair distance into day 4 as Cook works one through the leg side to mid-wicket, takes the single. His second scoring shot only, moves to 4, 256 for 4.
They'll be shutting the M4 again by the time I'm heading home. Twice shut on the way down, can you believe it? Twice.
What, on a Monday? Monday evening? Monday afternoon? Who knows? Ingram chops that one down through third man and will pick up a single. Is that from your knowledge, Kevin, or are you just pessimistic about motorway fortunes generally?
On the way down Thursday night.
Yes, I know you struggled on Thursday night.
You're thinking, I will look it up. I'm sure.
Eeyore-ish presumption that it's going to be if it's not shut, there'll be some annoying 40 or 50 mile an hour.
Oh, that's guaranteed.
Periods between here and London. As forward stretches Cook and defends. A lot of defending to be done by Chris Cook. He's not looking to play any shots at all at the moment. 4 off 23 deliveries. Ingram strike rate of 91 off 144, 60-70%, somewhere around there. Middlesex bowlers, seamers all pretty tight. Helm and Roland Jones 2.5 runs and over. Bamber 3, Higgins under 3.5. Just the spinners who have gone for a little bit more, as Labuschagne and Ingram had a go at them, but Holman eventually getting his revenge with Labuschagne chipping low to mid-wicket.
Roland Jones, he's around the wicket. Sam Robson's warming up, but surely he's warming down. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-off, there's no run, rolling the shoulders around the leg spinner. Sam Robson, 257 for 4. Lead 97. We've got 4 overs to the second new ball, so you never know. Throw the old ball to a part-timer, but List deploy would be, I don't know, more of an option. An option.
A golden arm?
Yes. Well, that's what Middlesex would hope. Roland Jones around the wicket, he bowls. This is clipped through square leg for a single, and it's 258 for 4. And it means the lead is now 98. Thought it was going to take to 99 there, 98.
No, run was up pretty quickly. They're quite quick on the old buttons with this scoreboard here. It's not Chelmsford, that's for sure. Well, you got time to brew a cup of tea before the runs are on the board sometimes.
Oh, Chelmsford.
Yes. Don't you just love working there? Not necessarily.
Roland Jones is in, he bowls, and that is edged along the floor to slip. From Cook on 4 from 24 now. The replay. Oh yes, look at that. He's edged that off nearly middle.
Not Chris Cook's safest moment, but as we've been saying, the ball has not really carried to slip. And when Middlesex have had one slip trying to cover first and second, Labuschagne found the gap on a couple of occasions.
Roland Jones charging in from the Cromwell Road end. Thick inside edge and a forward defence. Oh, goodness me. No, he's gone! Oh, well. I thought there was bat involved. He got a long way forward and across. Roland Jones, to be fair to him, knew that he had him from the off. We'll have a look at a replay in the moment. He had a huge appeal a few moments ago against Ingram. And on this one, oh, yes, it was pad first before bat. Although Ingram doesn't like it, and I was going to say, then the next area of doubt.
Oh, no. No. Oof, that.
Chris Cook was LBW.
Oh, Cook.
He's
Not
a bit
impressed.
unlucky there.
258 for 5. That first one, I think we've cleared up no inside edge. It was pad first, then bat. But the first one from over the bowler's arm is the interesting one of, was it outside the line of off stump? Would it have been umpire's call? He's got a very open stance. And then as he steps across,
left foot far forward, that's surely outside the line for the impact. Would have hit the stumps, but
I don't know, he makes a movement. If you look how wide he is, when it strikes there, then he makes some further movement across just afterwards. Umpire Chantry, well, as I say, my first doubt was the ricochet, but the ricochet was pad, then pat.
Yeah,
then bat.
I'll give you that.
I think we're keen on that one, aren't we? But I think it's fair to say umpire's call if it went upstairs, I reckon.
Everything's umpire's call.
They're 33% bigger now, the stumps. Did you know that, since DRS?
The stumps are not physically bigger, surely.
But when you think of the area now that the umpires will give out a decision, since the advent of DRS, now that we know what is and isn't out, stumps are 33% bigger because the ball itself, in the old days, if it's just clipping and it's umpire's call, well, off you go.
Yes, but we haven't got the video technology at county level,
No.
But
you do get
they
more,
shouldn't be giving those out.
You do get more LBWs, don't you, as a spinner?
I think Chris Cook had done enough to make that a very hairline decision, and if it's a hairline decision, then it should be not out. But then again, the umpire has to make these decisions in real time, and we have the benefit of multiple replays and slow motion, so someone's got to do the job.
It's my mate umpire Chantry as well, so always going to back him.
He's not Chris Cook's mate.
Roland Jones around the wickets at Ul Hassan bowls, and nearly another one, shoulder in arms in this match for Glamorgan.
Well, Cook and Harris both went that way in the first innings, and Roland Jones, head in hands, can't believe that didn't bowl Zain Ul Hassan as it came back late. Some of the movement was after it had passed the stumps. It's about 3 inches away from off.
Three very big inches in the match context. Here's Roland Jones bowls. That's pushed to extra cover where Holden does the fielding. 258 for 5.
Yeah, 5 down, 10 overs still to go tonight. Middlesex, you'd have thought, as things stand, very much favourites to take home the victory points despite that lengthy resistance from Labuschagne and Ingram. Ingram is still there, but so much pressure now on his shoulders.
A few puffs of cloud in the sky. What's that rattling along down there? Is that them bringing our supper? We've had lunch, we've had tea. It's nearly time for supper, isn't it? There it goes. Look, what's he got? Where's he off to with that? Or is that clearing up after our tea? Is it? Rattling along down there. And a good tea it was as well. Speaking of which, I need a cuppa. Do you want one? Gareth's busy, so I won't ask him to go. Do you want one? Oh no, he's going to go. Where'd I leave it? There's it is. Top that one up for us with the same tea bag. Too much caffeine at this time. Webby, you having one? Tea, please. Oh, you're very polite doing it off air, Webby. Sugar?
No.
Milk?
Llaeth them sugar.
What did you call me?
258 for 5. Holman, having got the vital wicket of Labuschagne, now bowling to Colin Ingram. Appeal for LBW not given. Appeal died away fairly quickly there. $258 for 5. Middlesex back in the ascendancy with 2 relatively quick wickets. Ingram back on his stumps. That must be close. The ball shoots down towards third man. It's not given. There's 3 fielders chasing it into the shadow of the sight screen. It disappears from our view, but it has gone for 4 runs. Was there a signal of bias as well? Was that inside edge? Oof. I think it was off Ingram's pad, but it signals as runs, so there must have been an inside edge as well. And somehow it's gone through slip, and Ingram moves on to 96 not out. As Ingram flicks that one away off his legs to move to 97. There was a lot going on with that previous delivery. It was given as runs. I think it was inside edge onto pad and then past a despairing slip. We'll get a replay now on the screen. Well, it was given as runs, but I'm not sure the inside edge was that obvious, to be honest. And it's run away for 4.
It was never going to come back enough to hit off. So he was safe on that front, wasn't he?
Yeah,
No?
but had Slip managed to grab it, presumably it would have been given out. So it wasn't quite a chance. Anyway.
Lucky you're sharp on a Sunday evening, Webby.
Ul Hassan, yet to get off the mark.
Well, that should be good thinking Spider-Man in your case, shouldn't it? Not Batman.
Oh dear, that takes me back to primary school, spider web. Ulsan in the first innings top scored with 34. If he can reproduce it, Glamorgan will be very grateful, particularly if he can hang around and reproduce it slowly.
Ed Bevan's Batman, he keeps disappearing.
There's a short leg in now, as well as a slip, as Holman bowls a full toss that is just knocked back to the bowler. So Glamorgan's hard task is made even harder as Ul Hassan is forward defending, and there's no run.
Is the cow sick, Griff? Is the cow sick? I got builder's tea on a Sunday evening, but there'll be no sleep for me tonight either.
103 the lead as Middlesex decide where precisely to position Max Holden, and they decide at silly point in the batter's eye line. Shorter and flatter from Holman, who Hassan stretches forward, turns it round the corner. End of the over. Holden was at silly point for all of 1 over as he lobs the helmet to Davies. And plenty of whites among the Glamorgan players up on the dressing room balcony. They know that lower order batters may well be required to push forward and try and hang on tonight. 103 the lead, effectively 103 for 5. As it stands, Middlesex victory is probably the favourite result. Is a draw or Glamorgan victory the second favourite?
Glamorgan victory. I don't think this is going to a draw. Not having it. 5 wickets, 103 for 5 effectively. Roland Jones around the wicket he bowls, and this is swatted. Fine for 4.
And that is Colin Ingram's century then, as he moves to 101 not out. His 4th of the season, a quite remarkable purple patch from Colin Ingram. He's taken 150 balls to get there. It really has been an accolade that he's had to work very, very hard for in arduous circumstances. 15 fours and a 6, 150 balls for the Ingram century as he punched the air in delight.
I think we recovered that one well there, didn't we, Webby? Am I right that you had to his Roland Jones, he's around the wicket bowls and Ingram defends and there's no run. Maybe I had it completely wrong, but I was kind of on my haunches there. I thought you were taking a sip of tea, so I was just carrying on and hadn't realised the moment.
I'd forgotten he was on strike on 97.
It wasn't just me then. Good. We recovered it well.
I was taking a sip of tea.
It was a fine double act. It was a fine double act there.
The finest cup of tea I've had since breakfast time.
Have you not had one since? Have you got builders as well? Here's Roland Jones. He's in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. 267 for 5.
I don't mind. It's warm and wet. That'll do.
When was it Griff was last on air? 3 years ago. Is this the worst cup of tea you've had in the last 3 years? Yeah. Means you're not coming back for another 3 years. That's all the point. The BBC way, yeah. Make a bad cup and you don't have to make another.
Oh dear.
Aye. Roland Jones to Ingram. He bowls and forward goes the left-hander, pushing back into the offside. There is no run.
Remember the days when people used to work in offices and you had to make rounds of tea?
Aye.
Good heavens.
These youngsters.
Pre-COVID. Pre-COVID. Hardly been back in the office since. And he wanted to be polite, but it was such a drag making a dozen beverages, even if it was out of a machine and you didn't have to pay.
You just have to sneak off. Here goes Roland Jones. This ball's clipped away down to long leg by Ingram. Moves to 102. 268 for 5. What do you mean out of a machine? You used to have a tea machine?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
That was never nice out of those, though, was it? What are you doing? Wouldn't it have been easier just to have a kettle?
Oh, health and safety, mate, health and safety.
Oh, goodness me, yes. Oh, you get hot water taps now, don't you?
Yes, there's one of those, the hot water taps in the new BBC building that doesn't make terribly good tea.
There goes Roland Jones, and he bowls a length ball which is edged just short of this deploy at slip. Tumbles to his right.
Ingram's century came off 150 balls with 15 fours and 1 6.
There's the replay of the edge just short, and there's the announcement of the century, which, oh goodness me, it was start of the over. I was wondering why that announcement came so late. I was about to say, was Andrew having a sip of tea as well?
No, it's at the start of that over. I'll do one more, and then Gareth Griffiths will replace me for the final 7 overs of this lengthy day's championship cricket, in which Glamorgan almost dug themselves out of a hole, but I would venture have slipped on the lip of the hole and now have one leg dangling back into it again as Middlesex's playground bullies try and shove them back into the said hole. And a wicket apiece for Holman and Roland Jones after 2 early ones from Higgins and 1 from Helm. So it's been a team effort again from Middlesex in this second innings as Ingram noodles one round the corner. Maybe a couple of runs here down to fine leg. There will be as Bamba makes ground in front of us in the Castell Howell stand. And 2 more to Ingram, who moves on to 104. So that follows centuries against Middlesex at Lords, against Yorkshire away and Sussex at home. 4th in 6 matches, remarkable, as he takes another single. Again down to Bamba at fine leg. But Ul Hassan, well, he's capable of hanging around. He hasn't really got the big scores this season, playing an unfamiliar opener's role for part of this season and most, or at least half of last season, and desperately trying to establish himself in the side. Has found wickets hard to come by this season, so he needs to take this chance, especially with Dan Douthwaite moving towards full fitness in a similar role in the side as Ul Hassan drives gently up towards mid-off. And there is no run, so Ul Hassan needs to be at his grittiest. Even if he's not out overnight, it doesn't matter as long as he's still there. Short leg and a slip crouch. Ul Hassan will not be not out overnight because he's dispatched that one to the boundary at backward point in fine style. Stepped back and lashed it away. 4 to Ul Hassan. Glamorgan 275 for 5, but the lead a mere 115. And a further 103 overs potentially available in this game. Holman in from the River Taff end. Ul Hassan forward, defending back to the bowler. Another close catcher required, do you think, Kev?
Why not?
Silly point as well.
Why not? Oh, send him the back into the over. Give him the single. I've gone the other way about it.
Would you be giving a number 7 bat singles? So he's not.
Well, it was like the
not
funny one this morning, wasn't it, when Roland Jones is being offered the single?
275 for 5. Last ball of Holman's over. Shout for LBW was not entirely impassioned from Holman. I think that was just one to keep up the pressure on umpire Baldwin. And he got a long way forward and hit him outside the line of the off stump. But apart from that, it would have been out. Kevin Hand and Gareth Griffiths here on BBC Sport Online will steer you through the final 7 overs of the day's play.
4 minutes to 7. 7 overs to bowl. And, it will be Roland Jones to continue down below us. Only teasing, Griff. Lovely cup of tea. Thank you.
Now that I've established you like a milky tea, Kev, in the morning you shall have a milky tea.
Oh, no, I want a caffeine boost then. I want a builder's tea in the morning,
Okay.
a milky tea at night.
Okay. Now I know what you need. You shall have.
Roland Jones is in, bowls. This ball's pushed away into the offside. Ingram's on 105. Middlesex have what they need. They've got Labuschagne. They could do with Ingram as well. But Glamorgan, 115. What do you reckon? 183, chasing their first innings score. The 70 runs, 5 wickets.
Would be interesting. That would be interesting.
As long as Ingram's there, they can be greedy and think about a lead starting with something beginning with a 2.
Yeah,
I
he
suggest.
needs to get through tonight, doesn't he? 6.5 overs left.
Roland Jones, around the wicket, bowls and onto the pads. It's tickled through square leg. In fact, it's not, it's a leg by. Yes. Good game, though. I think we're going to be in for a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, good day for Glamorgan as well today. After Middlesex had the upper hand in the first 2 days, Glamorgan, probably if you'd asked them at the beginning of the play today, they'd have taken the situation. Maybe a few more runs. Maybe Labuschagne would still be there, but
Trying to think. If Glamorgan would have been offered it, would they have taken it?
100.
Not far off, yeah. Not far off. Maybe one, maybe 2, maybe 4 down right now rather than 5.
Yeah, but if you looked at that Middlesex lower order, you thought they might have done a bit more than 40 runs this morning.
Roland Jones bowls, turn to mid wicket, no run. So yeah.
Especially after a first innings total of 183. So, but yeah, maybe they'd still want Labuschagne there with Ingram. That would have been the perfect scenario when going into the overnight. But
yeah,
a lot rests on Ingram now to get them into some sort of position to get something out of the game.
Roland Jones, he's in, bowls just full of length. This is eased to backward point by Al Hassan. There's no run.
Latest finish of the year so far for you? Anything later than 7?
Oh yes, yeah.
7:30.
It must have been close to one of the games. I'm sure somewhere it did. Yeah. But again, these don't phase us though. And you remember the days when it was finishing at nearly 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, light's still very good.
Roland Jones in, bowls, and this ball's driven back. There's no run. I mean, we're making up time today, so that's why we're going so late. Although still a little. The scheduled finish today was 6:30, so we're going to run an hour over today, aren't we? Somehow, I'm not quite sure how. Middlesex's over 8's +1, and the Glamorgan over 8 was good as well. But the point being, players want to play a fewer days cricket. What would you say? Average championship game, so 14 championship games a season. How many hours per game extra do they play? 3 hours extra per game? Finish at 7 pretty much most nights?
Possibly, yes. How many?
Maybe 2.5. Here's Roland Jones. Bowls a bouncer and it's hooked by Al Hassan for a single to deep square. So if we say it was 2.5, then over 14 games, 28, 42 hours extra a season. Well, if they want to play less cricket, how about cut those 42 hours down to 0?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not rocket science, is it? We're playing too much cricket. Well, hold on, you're the so-and-sos that keep going well beyond.
Yeah.
It's like turning around to your boss. You stay an hour late for free every night, and then you're working me too hard. No one's asking you to stay an hour late.
So, Middlesex have taken the new ball. 6 overs to go here. 80 overs gone. Ethan Bamber will take the new ball from the River Taff end. What you'd expect tonight. 6 overs. 2 bites at it, really. 6 overs tonight, and then come back in the morning. So yeah, it'd be an interesting last 6 overs now. Glamorgan 277 for 5, Ingram 105, Al Hassan 5, lead of 117, 6 overs to go. Glamorgan will be hoping they can survive this new ball for the remaining 6 overs and come back in the morning with 5 wickets and a lead of around 130, 140. But Middlesex will have other ideas, and Ethan Bamber, very capable of breaking this partnership up.
Oh, yes.
The two left-handers. Alisson will face 2 slips of Helm and Deploy. Deploy more of a gully. Helm coming in at... No, he's coming back to second slip now, but very close to the bat. Actually standing in front of the wicketkeeper, Davies. So just an indication that not much is carried or will carry to slip as Bamber comes in first ball with a new ball, and Alisson just flicks it off his legs to square leg, no run. 29 balls to face now with this new cherry. Tom Helm warming up here. We'd expect him 3 overs blast from the Cathedral Road end to finish the day. And a long day it has been for the bowlers, especially Middlesex. They've stuck at it. The seamers especially, they bowled straight. They've tested Glamorgan, but they've come up against 2 class players today as Bamber comes in. And Alisson just guides the ball back to the bowler. No run. Ball goes out to Roland Jones, who I assume is the, as well as the captain, is he the ball shiner in the team, or?
Yeah, Roland Jones, yeah. Mark Stoneman, yeah.
Captain, mid-on.
Let's have a look. Mid-on's the skipper. Mid-off is... Who's at mid-off? Must be Sam Robson. Is it still nursing that?
Bamber, Alisson. Oh, delightful shot there between extra cover and mid-off. They'll look for 3 if Sam Robson does cut that off, but no, I think 3 maybe at the beginning of the day, but Colin Ingram was only jogging there. He's quite happy to be at the non-striker's end, and Alisson pushes it for 2 runs. Nice shot there. Pierced the field, moves on to 7, 279 for 5, the lead now 119. Won't mind that too much though, Middlesex, pushing forward. Very close there, Deploy, isn't he, at second slip. Bamber round the wicket to the left-hander. Well left by Alisson, goes through to the wicket-keeper Davies. 2 balls left in this over, the first over of the new ball. 5.2 overs left tonight. 279 for 5, the lead is 119. Still plenty of encouragement there for the Middlesex fielders as they look for this late breakthrough. Bamber round the wicket. Alisson again. Straight to mid-off. Robson there. Just teasing the batsman, see if he wants to run, but Colin Ingram is going absolutely nowhere at this point. Happy to be at the non-striker's end after another good day's work. 105 not out for the left-hander. Just seizing up now. Just warming down. Final ball of Bamber's over. Around the wicket to Alisson. And it's just flicked off his legs, it's gone down the leg side. And it is byes given as Bamber finishes his over. Glamorgan finish it with 4 byes, and they move on to 283 for 5, a lead of 123. 5 overs to go. And I think it will be Tom Helm from the Cathedral Road end with the new ball.
Yep. I thought so. Josh Carey's the sub fielder. Who's he on for? Let's go around the field in a moment. Just make sure we don't get caught out by a catch.
To bowl at the Cathedral Road.
Confirmation. Tom Helm. 283 for 5. Andrew Hignell would have been the man announcing Tom Helm bowling all those years ago for Glamorgan, wouldn't he?
Yes, the dulcet tones of
the Doctor.
Dr. Andrew Hignell. You can hear him in Cathedral Road. The booming voice.
Probably hear him in Swansea.
Yes. The voice of Glamorgan.
Here's Helm then. He's got deploy at slip. Excuse me, it looks like Fernandez at deep third. Backward point hold and cover is Bamber. No, it's not, it's Higgins. Mid-off is Bamber. Mid-on is Roland Jones. Mid-wicket is Sam Robson. Deep square must be the Careys then. as around the wicket comes Helm bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone by Ingram through to the keeper. Max Holden is all the way down at long leg, and whoever was off for the carries is back on because Stoneman is the deep square, so no subfielder at the moment for Middlesex. They're all out there getting through their time in the field. Roland Jones and Robson have a fair chat at mid-wicket and mid-on. Decide what needs to be done. Welcome listeners to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as Helm's in, bowls, and that's hit in the air and caught at backward point. Held by Holman, and that is a huge moment in this innings and this match. Ingram's gone for 105, 283 for 6. Helm returns and takes the wicket, 4 for 44 in the first innings. A bit of swing away from Ingram, who followed it, went with the shots, and only lifted it straight to Holman at backward point. He leaps in the air, throws the ball high. Fist pumps all round for Middlesex. It's a big, big moment. They've got rid of the 2 Centurions this evening. The lead is 123. Glamorgan have 4 wickets standing.
And the game swings again. Colin Ingram, 105 and 160 balls. He's been out there for a long time. There's just a bit of a laziness in that shot. But as you said, the ball did go away from him and he just followed it a little bit, hand off the bat a little bit. And it was quite a simple catch in the end at backward point. And that the game is back in firmly in Middlesex's favour. Now the lead 123. 4.4 overs remain tonight. And James Harris joins Hassan at the crease, and yes, like Labuschagne, after such hard work, it was a little bit of a innocuous way to go, but Helm created the chance by getting the extra movement away from Ingram, and he just followed the ball, and it resulted in his dismissal.
So 6 in the match now for Helm. 2 for 36 in the second innings off 15. He's bowling at his best in this game, and he always seems to here at Cardiff. Seems to be a happy hunting ground for Tom Helm. I mentioned his figures on this ground coming into the game, which I've now forgotten. Somebody told me it was Richard Johnson, the Middlesex coach, on the first evening we were discussing Henry Brooks not playing in this game. He either said he's picked up 18 at 15 or 15 at 18. But either way, it's impressive.
Very impressive, yes.
More
exactly.
impressive than my memory. Yes. I didn't have a notepad with me at the time to write it down in my defence.
No, and 2 for 36 and 14.2 in this innings as well. Again, a very impressive display once more.
Not that I would have written it down even if I had a notepad, but here's Helm. Harris has 3 slips behind him, and the right-hander leaves alone a full ball, which takes up a big puff of dust on a foothold outside off stump as it passes through to Davies.
And a field we haven't seen since the opening few overs, 3 slips. The opening few overs of the Glamorgan second innings, as Middlesex really go in for the kill now. Last 4 overs, they'd be delighted to pick up 1 or 2 more tonight.
BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio London live on the streams of Glamorgan and Middlesex, as well as on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Nick Webb, myself, Kevin Hand, Gareth Griffiths alongside me at the moment. As here comes Helm once more past the umpire. He bowls, it's on a length and it's run down towards deep third. He got quite a chunk of it actually, so it's not running too quickly, but Harris will get off the mark with a couple. A slip and a slide from Holden, but it's still only 2, and the lead is 125. 285 for 6. Glamorgan all out for 183, having been put in by Middlesex in the first innings. The visitors racked up 343 with Mark Stoneman, another one who enjoys, well, not just the Fire Gardens, but playing against Glamorgan. 97 earlier this season, but his century for the former Durham and England opener. It's his first century since September 2022 for the Middlesex opener, and that was scored against Glamorgan. So here goes Helm. Bowls and beats Harris. Back and across he goes and through to the keeper. Yeah, 97 in the Kookaburra round started the season at Lords when Sam North East racked up that 335, beating Gucci's 333 at Lords. 97 in that one, and he got 50 in his last trip to Sapphire Gardens as well.
Yes, he does like it in Cardiff.
Who doesn't, Gareth? Who doesn't?
Absolutely.
Lovely part of the world. Sun setting this evening, just about See the long shadow stretching of Helm through some clouds as this ball's full outside the off stump through to the keeper. We've had mostly 3 glorious days of weather to this point, but for some thundery showers yesterday that's taken only about 8 overs from the match so far, but yeah, a few puffs of cloud around, the sun setting over our left shoulder as we sit at the Cathedral Road end. It all looks, there we go, there's a glint of sunshine now on the far side of the ground, on the trees in the park opposite over the back of the river, and on the stand at the river end. End of the over, that was the leave from Harris. He has 2, Ul Hassan has 7, and Helm has another wicket, and he has a big one as well. Ingram was caught by Holman for 105, 285 for 6 Glamorgan. The lead looking a little bit more perilous, just 125 now.
And it's Bamber again around the wicket to Ul Hassan, and Ul Hassan just leaves that. A few cries there from Middlesex fielders, just wondering how close that was to off stump, but Ul Hassan doesn't seem phased, and ball goes through to keeper Davies, and 3.5 overs for these 2 Glamorgan middle to lower order batsmen to survive. And you were saying about 3 days of nice weather, Kev. I'm trying to remember which day this session actually started on, to be honest. It seems a long time ago. It was actually 4:20, but it has been a long session. But Bamber around the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan. He just guides the ball out to short extra cover there, no run. We wondered what damage the second new ball would do, and it has done the damage for Middlesex, with Helm getting that crucial wicket of Ingram. And it is often the case, and when the second new ball is taken late in the day as well, against perhaps a batsman who's quite tired after an attritional innings, 160 balls faced, then yeah, you can get a loose shot, but Helm certainly gained that by the extra swing. And Bamber's in, and Ul Hassan is an excellent shot out of his hips, goes through to the leg side, 4 runs, and new ball, old ball, that delivery dispatched by Ul Hassan in quality fashion. He moves on to 11, 289 for 6, the lead now is 129. Bamber just going to change his line to the left-hander, going to come over the wicket, push the ball across left-hand. He's got 2 slips in place to try and get that edge. Just experimenting here in the what will be his penultimate over, you would expect. Coming from the River Taff end. He toiled away all day, Ethan Bamber. And half volley really for Ul Hassan, but he just pushes it up to mid-off. No run there. Not had any reward today, Ethan Bamber, but he's just kept coming in, hasn't he? He's had 3 or 4 spells. The role that with Helm and Ryan Higgins taking wickets, still crucial for Middlesex, and their seam attack has been accurate today, and it's kept them in it, while Labuschagne and Ingram both got hundreds today, minus Labuschagne and Colin Ingram, but Middlesex seam attack has stayed in it. And again, straight, and again to mid-off, but is it Robson there at mid-off? Just trotting round. Little tester for him late in the day after he's been fielding for a long period. But Ul Hassan striking the ball quite nicely at the moment. But Middlesex won't mind any sort of attacking intent in these final 3.1 overs. Bamber will continue over the wicket. Final delivery of this over. And Ul Hassan just watchfully plays it out to short extra. No extra cover, no run there. Glamorgan 289 for 6, 3 overs left, lead by 129, and Tom Helm will continue from the Cathedral Road end.
We're the last game standing this Sunday evening, we are, aren't we? Results, Surrey beating Worcestershire today, 281 runs in Division 1. Sussex beating Yorkshire by 21 runs at Hove. Leaves the table looking interesting at the top of Division 2. There was just a point separating these sides coming into the game. And well, at the moment, Middlesex have 5 bonus points from the game, Glamorgan 2. But Sussex have pulled clear at the top by 28 points from Middlesex at the moment, as Helm is in, starting the new over to Harris, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. So it's a big game here. Leicestershire are level with Middlesex on 68 points coming into this round from 5 play, Glamorgan 67. Yorkshire 63 from 6, 2 defeats now. To the top 2, is it? currently stands in the table, Sussex and Middlesex. Middlesex go to Headingley the last week of August, and then they're off to Hove the last week of the season, which right at this moment looks as though it could be a pretty tasty trip. Perhaps even for Kevin Howells, if the Division 1 title is done by then. Come and join us on the south coast, Howelsy.
Hove in late September, beautiful.
Here's Helm, he's in bowls, and this ball's run away down to deep third, and they will pick up 4. Harris moves to 6. 293 for 6. The lead is 133. Gloucestershire, 62 points from 5 games, and then Northamptonshire, 57 points from 5. Derbyshire propping things up with 43 from 5 at the bottom of Division 2. So from 2nd to 8th at the moment, it's not too much, but Yorkshire's 6 played and defeats to the top 2. It's looking a little costly at the moment for the Yorkies.
Yeah, and of course Glamorgan beat Sussex here last week, so division is competitive this season.
Helm is in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump through to the keep ball. One man who won't have given up on this is James Harris against his former county. Went to Middlesex and came back again. Swansea boy. And a lead of 133 again, another 50. And Middlesex will have to score more than Glamorgan scored in their first innings, so never say never. This could be quite a thriller tomorrow evening, and you'll fancy it'll need pretty much all of tomorrow. But I don't think it's going to be a draw. I've got a feeling this has got result written on it.
Middlesex victory still the favourite result there?
At the moment, here's Helm, bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Harris. Through it goes. Let's hope the weather plays its part. As you say, a lovely few days. Good, reasonable crowding. Reasonable crowding for this one. They've enjoyed the sun, that's for sure. Some a little too much.
Yes, so there'll be a few red faces and chests, I would imagine, over that far side. So it really, there's a real sun trap over there. I think when you can sometimes underestimate it as well. It might not sound that hot, 20 degrees, but for Wales and Cardiff, that is.
Helms in, he bowls, and that's edged and gone. Second slip. Harris looks back at the track, a forward defence. And his old mate Helm has got him. Taken at second. 7 down now, Glamorgan. 293 for 7. Their lead's only 133, and Middlesex are making a serious advance here. Lias Deploy signed in the off-season from Derbyshire. Holds on to the catch. Toby Rowland-Jones and all the Middlesex players gathered together in celebration. 6 from 9. He'd have been determined to do something with the bat against his old county. He's bowled well this season for Glamorgan, and again in this game he's going to have to bowl very well to get his side out of this one. 3 wickets standing, 133 the lead, and that Middlesex victory again, well, it's just swinging towards it.
And Helm he's just changed the angle there very late. He's just gone a little bit wider on the crease, and he's angled the ball in, so he's drawn Harris into the shot. Very good bowling again from Helm. We've said it throughout the game. He's just put the ball in the right places, and he's got his reward now. 3 for 42, 4 wickets in the first innings, and he's doing some damage with that second new ball in this late on this third day. And for all the heroics of Marnus Labuschagne and Colin Ingram, Middlesex have battled back really well here in the last half an hour.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Mason Crane.
Mason Crane, the leg spinner who can certainly bat to join Ul Hassan, 11 from 26. Now what Middlesex didn't do this morning, they resumed 6 down this morning. Night watch in Tom Helm. They'd lost a night watch last night in Ethan Bambus. They still had Jack Davies, who made his first class debut for Middlesex as an opener. Now the glovesman in the place of John Simpson, captaining Sussex nowadays. They still had Luke Holman as well, and then Toby Rowland-Jones, who ended up being the number 11 due to the 2 night watches that we used. It meant that Middlesex didn't really have a thrash. They lost 4 wickets for 40 runs from their overnight total, and they were all pretty much brought up in singles over a slow pedestrian period of time. Here's the last ball of the 84th over. It's Helm to Crane. It's a full ball with a little bit of shape on it away from the right-hander who digs out what in the end is a wide Yorker. He'll be bowling a few of those in a few weeks when the blast comes back, Tom Helm, but he was looking for a toe cruncher with that. 2-9-3 for 7. Harris caught deploy, bowled Helm for 6. And yes, where we didn't see much of a crash bang wallop from Middlesex's lower order, we won't see it just yet from Glamorgan, but another wicket on the board and we might just then.
No, and it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the River Taff end. Just one over from the captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, replacing Ethan Bamber. Just 6 balls for the skipper to have a go, really, at Labuschagne. Glamorgan 293 for 7, lost 2 wickets since the new ball has come in. Colin Ingram and James Harris. Lead of 133. 2 overs remaining. The final over from the River Taff end, and it'll be bowled by the Middlesex captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, who's round the wicket to the left-hander of Labuschagne. And Labuschagne, solid. He's looked good since he's come in, to be fair. Pushing it out to Higgins there at short mid-wicket. No run, but Labuschagne, Glamorgan will want him there. Overnight, just him and Crane, actually, more than 30 in the first innings. They were the top scorers in a disappointing first innings total of Glamorgan of 183, which has really laid the foundations for this match, of Middlesex being in charge. Middlesex second innings at 343, a lead of 160. And Glamorgan now 293 for 7. As Rowland-Jones is round the wicket. Labuschagne just guides the ball out to mid-off. No run. Mason Crane hasn't left his crease. He's not doesn't want to move at the moment. And the Middlesex over rate goes on to level. They won't be too worried about that at the moment, I don't think, as they've the second new ball has bought the return of the seamers. They'll be looking to wrap up the Glamorgan innings in the morning, but another wicket tonight would be useful for them. So Rowland-Jones round the wicket. Labuschagne again, solid defence, compact, looking good at the moment. Just keeping out the Middlesex revival. 9 balls left tonight. 19:23 on the clock, so we'll just be 19:30. I think we'll be close to the cut-off time. When I say the cut-off time, I mean our stream's cut-off time. And it's Rowland-Jones round the wicket, and Labuschagne straight out to mid-off again, no run.
I was wondering if you meant there'd been something I'd missed.
No.
Brought in the rules
No,
and
no,
regs
the championship. No, the important cut-off time.
Yeah, making up overs from yesterday,
Yes.
so 104 today, but we were reminiscing earlier, weren't we, of some of the late finish. I remember tea not being taken till nearly 5 o'clock. What was it, 20 years ago? 104? Must have been nearly 110 overs. 110 overs?
Yes.
Still 20 years or so ago?
Yes, our own Nick Webb is a mystic, Meg, by making sure he was so late, as Rowland-Jones is round the wicket, and Labuschagne, Rowland-Jones just tries to kick the ball on his follow-through, but misses it, and it's back out to Robson at mid-off, who was a busy man in the penultimate over of the day. So 1 more ball for the Middlesex skipper, Toby Rowland-Jones, to try and follow in Tom Helm's burst with the second new ball. Labuschagne, the left-hander, will be just looking to defend this. And defended he does. He guides the ball to Higgins at short mid-wicket.
Was delivered by Toby Rowland-Jones.
And Andrew Hignell informs the crowd who are left here that Toby Rowland-Jones was the bowler for that over. And 1 over to go. Mason Crane to face. Glamorgan 293 for 7. They lead by 133. And I don't think they take the ball off Tom Helm, will they?
No. 3 for 42. His match figures are 7 for 86. And Helm has 3 slips in place behind Crane. Final over of the day. 3 slips crouched down. Crane, the right-hander, leans over his bat. It's almost baseball style the way he hurdles it. A little step forward, and he has a dabble outside the off stump. I hadn't quite noted this in his first innings, nor in his innings so far. In this match at all, really, I suppose he almost Graham Gooch like it. That bat's held up behind him, isn't it? He doesn't tap it on the ground at all from the moment the bowler starts running in. And then he just takes a little trigger movement. And on that occasion, off of the bat as the ball nips away. Oh, Helm's got something in his eye, has he? The umpire's having a look for him. Umpire Chantry. Bit of dirt, maybe.
He's not a contact lens user, is he? He's just
Don't
dirt
think
in
so.
there. No.
Don't think so. We had that yesterday evening, didn't we, when Ethan Bamber ran off as a night watch and disappeared for a while into the pavilion. We think it was a contact lens issue. Then came running back on, and it wasn't funny for Ethan, but he was run out at the non-strikers, then backing up without facing after that late delay. As that Helm pushes one right up there onto the toes of Crane, who digs it out, and there's no run. mischievous Nick Webb made some sort of gag about he should have gone to some opticians or something, but
didn't name him, did he? Didn't name the
not on the
opticians.
BBC, of course he didn't.
No. Good.
And also it's Nick Webb, you know he didn't make that joke as cruelly as I did yesterday evening. But I'll just blame Webby anyway.
Again, you can listen back on the stream to find out what actually happened.
Sorry, Ethan.
Should you have 7 hours spare.
Here goes Helm. 293 for 7. Helm's in. Bowls a bounce. Oh, and it loops up off the bat. Just looked to ride the bounce into the onside crane. He didn't at all. Nearly dollied it up. Had there been a mid-wicket, it would have been the most comfortable of catches you could imagine. But deep square was set back, so mid-on, who is Ethan Bamber, with his refound contact lenses, runs around to collect. 294 for 7. BBC's Radio Wales and Radio London, together on the BBC Sport website and app as ever, and also on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, seeing you through to the close of this Sunday evening, day 3 of this latest round of matches. Busy day still to come tomorrow, lots still up for players. Here's Helm around the wicket to Ul Hassan, thumps onto the pads, but going down the leg side, falls away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So having a look at the replay on it, he had everything on show. Yeah, it was a long way down the leg side, that one.
That did move though, didn't it? It came in swing. It moved quite late as well.
Well, we were worried, weren't we, at the start of the match? There didn't seem much in it with the ball, but it rather came to life after 9 or 10 overs. And after a brisk start by Marnus Labuschagne at the start, he nearly took all 25 of the runs off Roland Jones. Roland Jones's 3 overs came off Labuschagne, but Middlesex struck back with this man Helm, who has 7 in the match, and he swings this one in sharply once again. It's driven by Ul Hassan to point, and there's no run as the shadows stretch out across the Fire Gardens as the sun comes out for one final time in the hours of play. Those hours of play being one more delivery, Gareth.
Been a long day, but it's been a lovely day.
It has indeed. It's been a lovely 3 days. For that little bit of rain yesterday, frustrating, but here's Helm. He's about to turn and bowl. Last ball of the 3rd day, running away from us, a Cathedral Road end here at Cardiff. He bowls and, right in behind. Good from Ul Hassan. 11 from 36 for him. Crane has 1 from 4. And Glamorgan have a chance, but it's a slight one at this stage. They lead by 134 with 3 wickets standing at the close of the 3rd day. 294 for 7. And it's Tom Helm's game so far with his 7 foot. Mark Stoneman has his first century since September 2022. Labuschagne and Ingram with centuries as well. But at the moment, it's not looking like enough. Kevin Howe, so I'm just about to hand back to. He said, I'm sure I'll find a game in Lithuania instead of a trip to Hove with me in the last week of September. Kev, come on.
He doesn't
little trip
mean that.
down to
He
Brighton.
doesn't mean that.
On BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, we shall hand our listeners back to Kevin Howells. And on the BBC website and app, BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio London, we shall say good night to you. It's been a very enjoyable day. We think it's going to be a pretty good one tomorrow, and you never know, there might be a sting in the tail from Glamorgan just yet, Gareth. What do you reckon?
Yes, possibly, and it's the time 1929. We wrap up. Glamorgan 294 for 7 in their second innings, a lead of 134. Crane on 1, Ul Hassan on 11. Glamorgan had centuries from Colin Ingram and Marnus Labuschagne today from their overseas players, but they will face a battle to save this game tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today, and we will be back. Gareth Griffiths, Nick Webb and Kevin Hand tomorrow. Have a lovely evening.